We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Heather Baldi, our current Top Gas champion, is out here showing her stuff in the Ultra Pro 460 class And Heather, you just got started with this bike. You're currently qualified number 1. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah, we got one more qualifier left though, so we'll see if it holds.
So you might be able to hang on to it. You might even be able to improve on it.
We might even be able to improve on it. Yep.
So, give me an idea. What does it feel like to drive something that much quicker than what you were driving before? What was your initial impression?
Yeah, so the initial impression, it wasn't significantly different. It's just a little bit different to drive. Quite frankly, like this one just it rides different. So my Top Gas bike, I've had that bike for 6 years now.
All right.
And so that bike is pretty much me and her are one. And so this one is a little bit more difficult. It's not so much the speed, it's not so much the launch, it's just it takes a little bit of different riding ability than the Top Gas bike does.
Gotcha. And what are the significant differences? Obviously, it's more powerful. Is this one also longer wheelbase?
This one is. So this one is almost 10 inches different than this one.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. It sits lower, and then we had to kind of modify some of the things. So the handlebars are a little bit further out. The foot pegs had to be modified, and so I've had a lot of great help from a lot of really good people to kind of make this our own.
You want to give any shout outs?
Yeah, so Walt Timberland helped us out when we purchased this and did some quick turnaround on the handlebars and on the foot pegs, and then Dalton Perry has really been instrumental in this build. So this bike, when we bought it, it was carbureted, and so a quick turnaround, he turned around and put a FuelTech on it for us, and then he has been, helping us. He was at World Series of Pro Mod with us to help us. We unfortunately just got only a couple passes, and then this weekend he's been remote tuning. So he's been really great, and really kind of transitioning into this class.
Wow, outstanding. Now, is the Top Gas bike also injected?
Yes, the Top Gas bike is also injected. When I bought that bike, it was carbureted, but I changed that over fairly quickly, and so that one's been fuel injected, FuelTech. Both of them got FuelTech on it, and that's really because that's what I understand, not because it's better than one or the other, but the FuelTech is very user-friendly to me, and so all 3 bikes, actually. Dad's bike has got FuelTech on it as well.
Wow, outstanding. So one more round, trying to hang on to that number 1 spot.
Yep.
And, I wouldn't count you out. I mean, you went 460 with a 2, right?
That is correct, 460 with the 2.
So it's going to take a 460 with a 1 or a 460 to beat you at this point. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, great performance.
Thank you.
Good luck to you tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be keeping an eye on you, and come on down to the awards ceremony tonight to collect your iron from 2025.
Yeah,
our Top Gas champion, now giving it a go in 460, Heather Baldi. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Right now with another one of our champions. This is Larry Berger, who had an outstanding second half of his season last year and took the number 1 plate in our V-Twin ET class. Congratulations for that, Larry.
Appreciate it.
And as I was mentioning earlier, and as you had mentioned too, I gave Larry the informal title of Most Improved Racer, and because we just saw him really find his sweet spot during the season last year, and then he became really formidable. And didn't you mention that you've also been named that here in your local bracket race? They called you their best improved as well.
That is correct, Gainesville, for the Summit Racing Series.
Summit Racing Series. And of course, Larry races here at Gainesville and also at South Georgia Motorsports Park, where I announce the Summit Bracket Series. Do you run at any other local tracks?
Occasionally Orlando. Occasionally.
Right on, right on. So tell us a little bit about your journey to the number 1 plate last year.
Well, just got a 2-step button put on the bike and got more comfortable And with a two-step, it just makes launching so much easier and more consistent. And things just came together. Started cutting the light, cutting the tree down, and yeah, I think the tree was a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun watching you come around, I must say. And so tell us a little bit about the machine itself. Of course, that's a V-Rod.
It is 2016 V-Rod. It's got some race heads and cams on it from Fitzgerald Motorsports. I changed over the rims to ZX14 rims to lighten it up a little bit, got rid of the big 240 rear. Daytona Twin Tech tuner. Got some destroyer parts on it, actually. It's got the destroyer throttle body and fuel injection.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Any idea the horsepower it makes?
Roughly 146.
At the wheel.
At the wheel.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty stout. And what's been your best lap on it, best CT?
Actually, today I ran my best lap, 10:53 in the quarter mile with a 1:54.60 foot. So we're getting it dialed in.
Nice.
Getting it dialed in.
Well, it's an amazing machine. It's very unique. And, of course, it's got an absolutely gorgeous paint scheme on it. Who did that paint work?
That was Pat Dry out of Jacksonville. He's a really good painter. I mean, he's got 100 hours in this, and if there's an error, he fixes it. And, yeah, really good. Probably the best in the business I've ever seen.
Far out, yeah, and it shows. And anybody else you want to give a shout out to for your ongoing success?
Well, of course, all my Gainesville peeps, they always give me support all the time. And, of course, I'd like to thank Broderick because he puts on a great show. And, of course, you're a great announcer, Jay. You guys are all fantastic.
Well, we're having a ball with it. We really are, and have had nothing but pleasure watching you find your sweet spot.
Well, thank you.
So thank you, Larry, and congratulations again on the #1 plate. And hopefully it's just the first of many.
That is true. I will be defending this year.
Right on. Once again, Larry Berger, our #1 plate holder, our national champion in V-Twin ET.
Look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Real Street is a real big deal. And, you know, some would say it's the little brother to Pro Street. A lot of riders really enjoy Real Street because it's a much different animal than Pro Street. You know, shorter wheelbase, a little more challenge as far as what they're trying to do. And we're here right now with Mike Sancho, who's operating in Real Street here this weekend. And Mike, where are you currently qualified in the Real Street category?
Well, there's 3 of us today, so I'm probably third right now, I think.
Probably third.
Well, we're going to try to improve that tomorrow. You know, we'll see how it goes. I haven't rode the bike in over a year, so to come out and be running mid-8s already, I feel pretty good about it. You know what I mean?
Right on. So what's your best time ever on the machine?
7:87.
Wow, that's strong. That's strong.
It's been a while, so I need to get back out there.
So what kept you off of it for a year?
Oh, I tore my ACL, and that was it. Yeah, that put me up for a year.
That'll do it.
Yep. Yes,
That'll
it
do
will.
it. Have you healed well?
Yes.
Did
Yeah.
they have to do surgery to
Yeah.
reattach it?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. And how'd you do it? Were you doing something highly physical, or did you fall off a ladder, or
No,
what happened?
no, believe it or not, I tripped over a dog.
Isn't that something? Sometimes life is hard.
Yeah, the
man.
easy things that take you out sometimes.
Yeah,
you know what
yeah,
I mean?
man,
So-
I can relate. So, Well, it's great to have you out here.
Excellent, excellent.
And you want to give a shout out to any sponsors, friends at home?
Well, the biggest thing I want to thank Johnny Turbo from Exotic Cycle. He builds all my engines. He's mentored me through the years and got me back out here doing it. You know, he's a good guy, and I'll be there till the end with Johnny.
I'll tell you what, Johnny is somebody we just spoke to a minute ago, and I asked him if he wanted to do an interview. Not that I'm settling for you, but Johnny was like, you know what? I want to get my head straight. I got some stuff to think about after that pass, and so he still had his race face on.
Right.
So we'll catch up with Johnny Turbo Dobrin later. But Mike, thanks again.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you out here this weekend, and it's really good to see you back on the bike.
Yep, and we'll be at some more events.
All right on. Well,
Excellent.
we got a whole season waiting for you.
Yes, we do.
All right, Mike.
Thank
Take
you so
care.
much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, in big-time drag racing, such as Top Fuel, Funny Car, and, even classes like Pro Mod, these cars and bikes can develop some enormous top-end speed. We're talking about well over 300 miles per hour for Top Fuel and Funny Car. And occasionally, there is an issue. Either the parachutes fail or the brakes fail or both. And in those instances, something has to be here at the end of the track to arrest cars and bikes that weren't able or were unfortunate enough to not be able to apply their brakes. And what you see over here to my right is the very end of the track with the related catch fence and sand trap, or actually it's we call it a sand trap, but it's more of a pea gravel type of composition. And then at the back there, you see all those yellow drums. Those are full of water. So it's a multi-faceted way to stop cars and bikes that are just out of control and unable to stop. And of course, without these arresting features, the cars would continue on into the forest, and we wouldn't want to see that. So it's a big part of the safety at a top-end facility like this, and this is what is used to keep those machines from just basically ending up in the next county. It's really technical, it's really intense, and with any luck at all, we don't have to use it hardly at all.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Man, we live here with the 2025 Wrong What You Brung. Leon Brown. Hey, man, look here, man. This is an inside joke, but it's funny altogether, because I swear for God, I had called that man Leon about 5-10 minutes straight. Done wrote his name on the damn armband wrong and everything. But in all due respect, my man Vernon came through again, and as always, we got his name right on the trophy. But that was a little challenging, too, because I was looking in that box, and I was wondering who had gave the trophy, man, the name. So we were all looking at it at the same time. But look, man, at the end of the day, you prevailed, bro. I mean, 100%. You went through all the channels. You made all the events. I mean, it wasn't even sometimes a big field, but you was steady and you was consistent. You made it happen. You brought home the hardware. And like, before you and I was speaking, man, it takes so much to get to that level of racing. The travel, the building the bikes, everything. And y'all did it, man. And then you got one of the coldest racers right here. This OG, he a young OG. You know what I'm saying? He a young OG. Rock Sanders, man, and I mean, I asked you this before, but man, how does it feel to have such a strong support system, in this game? Because it takes a lot.
Oh yes, sir. It feels good, especially when you got a team to go race with. Because it takes a great team to win. A lot of dedication.
Right.
So you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
It ain't no ifs and buts about it. So yes, sir.
And so, when you look over that last season, I mean, you pretty much had this thing locked in. People started trying to come get in the action around Kentucky. So they saw it was a real deal going on. And they like, hold on, they got money, they got this involved. And then they seen that the Cup really had something going on. Now they starting to want to step up to the game. Now, they missed a heck of an opportunity this weekend because we got one of the best prep companies out here this weekend. But that's all good. We're going to keep on growing where we got to go. But, man, what would you tell the other guys that's running the same type of motorcycle classes about your experience in the Manufacturers Cup through the 2025 season?
Oh, it's good. Everything organized. It just, I think everybody should come out here and run it, in my opinion. Because it's a good series to run, and everything organized.
Hey, man, we appreciate that. Look. Just a little note here. This the Hollywood, man. It ain't got nothing to do with my racing capabilities because I sure would have made that thing look like 2020. But this the camera that brought the whole Hollywood situation to life. It's all about bringing exposure to the sport of motorcycle drag racing. This is what this trophy stands for. It don't stand about nothing about how I feel about me and myself. This is a peer say, hey, man, you brought the light through the camera to our series. You deserve that position. We're going to race for it. There it is. That's the Hollywood. This is our championship jacket. Trey Brown on the back of that bike number. Run with your Brun 2025 champion. And here, there's a little special gift, man. We got this just because one of our racers, Harvey Hubbard, this is contributing to his family. The hubs, we're going to have them a tub of hubs. You're going to have your tub of hubs at your house for the season, man. Anytime you get down on some power, you pick us on them tub of hubs, man. And we're gonna congratulate my man Trey Brown one more time. 2025, Run What You Brung champion. You try to bring this thing home one more time, bro.
Oh yes, sir. We're gonna try to do it again this year.
About that, Rock?
Yeah, we're gonna try to make all the other races this year, and we're gonna try to, come in and start off what we did, start where we left off at last year, and try to come on and bring the championship on home again.
Y'all give my man Trey Brown a round of applause. This him, man, number one. Trey Brown.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
And away we go. Sandy Rodriguez.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Gracious Father, we thank you, Lord, for an absolutely beautiful Florida day. We ask you, Lord, to be with us. Let us get this event in, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to be with each and every person on the property. Be with the staff, Lord. Let them do their jobs diligently, Lord, and continue to give us the best possible track surface to race on. Lord, we ask you to be with the racers and their crews. Keep them safe. Let their machines run straight and true, and may the best man or woman win in their respective categories. And Lord, when we leave here, we ask for travel mercies for each and every racer, Lord, every fan that's here, Lord. Get them home safe, Lord, till our next appointed time. We give you all the praise. We give you all the glory. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last streaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Awesome, brother. Thank you, Brian. And before we get going into the racing, we're going to do some number one qualifier awards. So I thank you all for coming up here. I'm going to start the awards with Joe Clemmy, our number one qualifier in Pro Ultra Sportsman. Come on by, Joe. Joe, why don't you come on my other side here, and we're going to, you hold that up, and I'm going to shake your hand. Good. And number one qualifier, Joe Clemmy in Ultra Sportsman. Let's give him a hand. Good job, Joe. All right, next up, yes, once again, I'm saying his name, Braden Davis. Braden Davis, come on, give him a hand. Number one qualifier in Super Comp. Come on around, Braden. All right, so what was the secret to this number one qualifying effort?
You know, just get enough test passes in and you kind of know where to go with it, and just been kind of playing between a degree or two and 100 on the shift. So it's going to be different today with no headwind, so just going to have to drive it.
Once again, Braden Davis, number one qualifier in Super Comp. Congratulations, Braden. Thank you. All right, next up, she did it again. Josie Brooks, number one qualifier in Top Gas. The Polar Express herself, all the way down here from Ontario, Canada. Josie, congratulations. Any words of wisdom for the crowd and the people at home?
No words of wisdom. It was a squeaker to get this. Thank you.
Well, you got a lot of great competition to do it. Once again, let's give a hand for Josie Brooks, number one qualifier in Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. All right, next up, Competition Eliminator. It's a new category. We're trying some new things here. Please learn more about it. It really covers every possible bike you can be out there. A little different than bracket racing. It's an opportunity to race for national records. No breakout. Go as fast as you can, and hopefully it'll be fast enough. Roy Johnson, come on up. Now, Roy, I'm going to tell you right now, that says Super Eliminator. We'll be fixing that. So put her there. Let's hold that up for the camera. And Roy Johnson, you went 1.6 seconds under your national record index. Am I correct?
Something like that, yeah. I got a favorable class.
Well, there you go. So number one qualifier in Competition Eliminator. Come on over a little bit. Roy Johnson. Good to see you, Roy. Give him a hand. Next up, Real Street, Johnny Turbo Dobrin. Come on down, Johnny. Great to see you out here again. Thank you for coming to Man Cup. And what was your number one qualifying ET performance?
I think it was a 780 something.
780 something? Yep. Great job. Thanks for coming out. Johnny Turbo Dobrin on top again in Real Street. Thanks, Johnny. He's got more in it. We're going to find out today, right? Right on. Okay. Next up, Pro 460, number one qualifier. She held on to it. Put it down in the first round, and nobody surpassed it. 460 with a 2. Heather Baldi with her cheering section. So, Heather, I'm hearing a little bit of a disdain out there for you. What's that all about?
Well, they actually gave me the parts to even try to make first round, so those are kind guys. They really are.
They are amazing. Of course, that's the Doghouse crew out there showing their inverse appreciation for your accomplishment. Once again, amazing result. Congratulations for hanging on to that, and good luck today in competition. Heather Baldi, everybody. Let's give her a big hand. And one more time, Braden Davis squeaked around that fast turbo, got into the O's today, and I think, yesterday. And what'd you end up going for qualifying? Was it a 4:08?
Went a 4:08 at 175, just turned it down, made sure we go down track A to B, and first round today we'll give it a little more and see what the track can handle and then go from there.
I believe we'll find out. So, of course, we're always looking for that magic 3-second pass in the Pro Comp class, and we're going to have several opportunities to see that happen today. Once again, congratulations, Braden. Let's get a hand for the young man who is on such a star trajectory right now. And so that concludes our number one qualifier ceremony. I thank you all for showing up. Thank you. Let's give yourselves a hand. Come on. Thanks, everybody. We're going to get into racing right now. We're going to start by doing a rerun of one particular round, and then we're going to go right into the pros. So get ready. It's time to go racing.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
run down the track. Big shout out to Santi too. Is he our Racers for Christ representative here this weekend? And he takes the win. He said his prayers. Had a nice 0.95 reaction time, 8.72. Santi coming back for the next round. So again, we do need our pros to the lanes. We need our pros to the lanes. You'll be coming out here in just a little bit. Again, we're going to switch over to the Cycle Drag YouTube channel a little bit. We need Real Street, lane 4, Pro Comp, lane 6, 460, lane 5. Don't go anywhere, Hollywood, because I'm going to make sure when we get on Cycle Drag, we got to talk to you a little bit. Want to promote the series. We got the great Bill Hahn up here as well. Having a wonderful time. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. I'm loving it. Looking forward to this Real Street showdown, too. 3 top-notch Florida boys out there. Sean Henson, who has, I'd say, quite a bit of history in this sport, son of the legendary Barry Henson. How about Johnny Turbo Dobrin out of Sarasota? And then we got my man Michael Sancho, one of the top painters in the state of Florida. I laughed at him because his tailpiece isn't painted right now. You know, as when you're a busy businessman, sometimes your stuff is last, and that's why he's so successful. But I'll tell you, he did a great, anytime I ever got any painting done by Michael Sancho, he did a great job. You got to go see him for sure. We'll be seeing those 3 individuals in a little bit. We'll have to see how the ladder shakes out, who's got the bye. I'm not sure. We'll find out in just a little bit. And then one bike, Bill, that I know you could tell us all about that I think all the fans should get a good look at. It is a marvel of engineering, is Rob Giard's funny bike that has been out here for years. I asked Rob again yesterday. I said, Rob, I always get confused. Is it a Kawasaki or Suzuki? He said, neither. It's really a car, if I had to say. He said it's mainly...
That's not far from the truth.
He said it's mainly Puma billet. He said the head's based off a Kawasaki bolt pattern. But other than that, you guys have got to go look at that bike because sadly, here's what I'm hearing, that we hope it's not the end for Rob, but he's saying this could be his last season.
It's understandable because, of course, Rob's been at this a long time, and, you know, we all have to make decisions once we get to a particular point in our career. But the bike, as you say, of course, my late father had a large involvement in that machine. He and Rob were really tight right up until the end. And it is an engineering tour de force. You've got a separate engine and trans, like you mentioned, Puma bottom end, Kawasaki style head, but it's got a B&J, I think it's now got an Owens 2-speed in it with a slipper clutch. It's the most unusual bike out here in many ways. And Rob has never been a conformist. He has never been somebody to do it the way everybody else is doing. So here he comes now, and we're going to see him one more year. Now we're going into Real Street. And this is going to be the only pair, as I understand. It looks like, well, hang on. We're going to get Johnny down there for a bye run. Yep, Mike Sancho and Sean Henson are going to determine who is the other finalist here in Real Street. There goes Johnny into the water. He looks like he's going to make a pass. Maybe he'll just drop the beams. We'll find out momentarily. Right now, Sean Henson lays a tree on Mike Sancho. I mean, it wasn't even close. Took about 5/10 from him at the starting line and drove it all the way out the back door to an 8.11. But here comes Johnny Turbo. Johnny Turbo qualified number 1 with that 787 yesterday. So will he take a full pass or will he just bump the beans? If I know Johnny, and of course he's out here to get track time, not to just collect rounds, he will take a full pass, and my money is saying he will improve upon that 787. So gosh knows he's got the power and the experience to do so. So let's take a close, hard look here at Johnny Turbo Dobrin, Real Street killer for years.
Well, Bill, we just switched over to the Cycle Drag YouTube channel, so I want to welcome everybody to the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. This is the Manufacturers Cup season debut. Jack Rapella, Bill Hahn, and Hollywood Broderick Jackson up here with you. We're going to be live for at least the next hour, bringing you some of the best motorcycle drag racing action in Florida right now. I guarantee you that. So stay with us. When this is over, don't worry. We are going to go back to the Man Cup channel. Remember, you can see this broadcast on racemancup.com at each and every single race. But in just a few moments, we'll continue on with Real Street and Johnny Turbo Dobrin. But first, I want everybody to say hello to my man, Broderick Hollywood Jackson. There he is, the owner of this great series. So much history. Broderick, thanks a lot for being here, man. How you feeling with the season opener in Gainesville?
Man, I feel wonderful, man. It's such a great feeling to have our inaugural, not inaugural, but our season opener at such a wonderful racetrack. Gainesville holds a lot of history with motorcycle drag racing. It's been quite a few years since we've been back here, but it's always an honor to bring something that's good back to a place that welcomes us. And there's a lot of Floridian racers here, man. I want to thank you all for having us out here, man, bringing up and supporting us, and we appreciate that as much. And all the other Man Cup racers and Cycle Drag, we want to thank you, man, for letting us be a part of your audience as well. It means a lot. You and I have collaborated throughout the years and brought ideas to the table. And so here we are, man, and we finally going to get a chance to bring our production to your distribution.
Well, that's what it's all about. I really admire what you're doing, not only from the promotion standpoint, but from the media standpoint. You've got a great product. You're putting it in the homes of a lot of people out there. So if we can help bring some more eyeballs, that's what we want to do. So welcome once again. Guys, drop us a comment. Let us know where you are watching from. Give it a share, because in just a few moments, we're going to watch one of the baddest no-bar racers in the world, Johnny Turbo Dobrin out of Exotic Cycle in Sarasota, Florida, take a shot at this legendary Gainesville drag strip. Again, with me is a wealth of knowledge, Mr. Bill Hahn. Bill, great to have you here on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel. What are your expectations for the great Johnny Turbo? Is he going to lay one down? Is he going to test the limits? What's he going to do here on his bye run?
Well, I'll tell you what, we're having a quick look at the racetrack just to make sure that nothing happened with the previous pass there from Sean Henson. But Johnny, of course, qualified number 1 yesterday with a 787. And speaking of Johnny this morning, he definitely alluded to the fact that he thinks there's more in it. And I wouldn't doubt that for a second. He feels that 787 number was conservative at best. So what are we going to see here? A 770? Maybe a high 760? I wouldn't rule any of that out. We know Johnny Turbo Dobrin has the experience, capability, and the skills to make it happen.
If you notice something different about Turbo's bike, too, he has a yellow tailpiece on.
Yes, I did notice
and that is for good reason. He just got some more wheelbase via a roll change, so he said, you know what, the old tail didn't fit right. I put the yellow tail on, and he said, now I feel like I'm competitive with these guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, a couple inches of wheelbase, or whatever it was, I don't know the specifics, is a world of difference on a no-bar bike, especially something that ranges towards the shorter end of the wheelbase range like Real Street. So, of course, wheelbase is a qualification and determinant of how we continue to keep the class competitive and fair across the combinations, which include rider weight. So wheelbase makes a big difference here.
All right, we are set to go. Johnny Turbo Dobrin on the turbocharged Suzuki Hayabusa. What do you think, Hollywood? What are you expecting here?
Hey, man, I'm part of my league right here. I love to see him go, but boy, I'm telling you, he has to have one set of them on him to do this deal here, man, because I know when you leave those turbo bikes, a lot of people looking at it, seem like they're leaving kind of slow, but, man, when they get about 70, 80 feet, they just start eating real good. And I tell you, if he has that wheel management going really well, and it stays down, you can really see a 200-mile-per-hour pass right here. The headwind's a little up here, but
he gets a little air there, but he's right back after it.
What do you think, about 180?
139, 60 foot, fistful of throttle, top
783.
end. Yeah, 783, 191. Congratulations, Turbo.
190, yeah.
He's flying, man. I know he always gets his, he's got his good luck charm down there. His lovely wife, Annie. Every pass, he gets a kiss from her before he puts his helmet on. He said that's his good luck charm.
That's the way to do it. And, he was looking for a better number, but we saw him pop the front wheel a little bit there. He probably ramped in the power a little too aggressively, trying to take advantage of that longer wheelbase. So you got to consider that's half a tenth better than his qualifying number 1 time, and it was by no means a complete pass. He had to pedal it there in first gear, so we're going to see what he can achieve here in the final.
Now, this is more my speed right here. This is Pro Comp. This is the class that we were just talking about, and we got 2 turbos coming right out with each other. And this is how this class works when we were talking about, where we're talking about turbos and nitrous, but hey, the way you qualify is how they come out to play. In this situation here, we have 2 turbos having to come out and play because obviously a nitrous bike somehow stuffed it between them and qualified somehow, right?
That's right.
All right, so here we got Craig Rosenberg on the left, and we have the NHRA's new star's father, Travis Davis, on the right side.
Yes.
Davis Family Racing, of course, they have been racing as 3 generations now. Of course, I came up racing alongside Granddad John Davis, and then, Travis Davis, of course, has moved into the seat vacated by John, and now the baton is passed once again to Braden Davis. But it's so great seeing both generations out there competing. We got to see an actual father-son matchup yesterday in qualifying where neither one of them really got down the track. So we didn't get any absolution there as far as seeing who is the baddest. But I think we all know who the baddest is right now. Braden is just an amazing rider. He has learned so much in the family craft. And Travis and Brandy are so proud of their son. John Davis here again to watch his grandson kill it. So now, though, it's turbo time. Craig Rosenberg ran a 4:12 in qualifying, did get surpassed by Braden with his 4:08. But Craig, I've spent some time with him and, of course, his tuner, Dan Wagner, here this weekend. And Craig is in an interesting place because he is so new at what he's doing. And he's very careful. He's very anxious. He's very respectful of the power he is astride. So here we have it, the new guy with the new tech versus the, I won't call him the old guy, but it's definitely a little bit of older technology there in the Strange Lane. So great matchup here, 2 amazing riders. Let's see what happens.
Here we go, guys. First round of eliminations in the brand new Pro Comp category. Pre-stage candles on. Oh, whole shot going to Davis, near perfect. Isn't enough to the 660 mark. Win light. Davis, are you ready for this? With a 001, 414, 175 miles an hour.
Wow.
Unbelievable on a whole shot.
Woo! What a drag race. And I mean, Craig Rosenberg was right there, but just not enough. An 035 light, it pales in comparison to Davis's 001. Margin of victory, only 17 thousandths of a second, and that's what I'm talking about. Pro Comp, close racing. And you might say, well, those were 2 turbos. That wasn't a direct comparison. But it was, because they were 2 very different turbo bikes. It just goes to show you, once the bikes start to bunch up at a particular performance threshold, as long as everybody's hitting it hard, they're all going to be in that 390, 40, 14 range. We see this with the Pro Mod cars down there at the Winter Series, where we saw all 16 cars qualify within a 1/10 of a second. Now imagine that, 16 cars between like 352 and 362.
Wow.
It was astonishing, and it just goes to show you, once a particular configuration advances to a certain point, it's not impossible for somebody to step way out in front, but it is so improbable, and the parity and fairness comes away. So here we go now, next pair up. It is none other than national champion in Pro Open, which is now, of course, a retired class being replaced by Pro Comp. And he's taking on the younger Davis. Here comes Braden Davis, #1 qualifier, going to go up Rob Giard. What do you think of this one, Jack?
I think Braden just watched Dad lay a 001 down. He might have to do the same. And this is the aforementioned bike I was talking about moments ago. Robert Giard, and what could be his farewell season, a former funny bike champion. Let's see if he could pull a major upset over the young gun, the man who made a big name for himself in NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle last year. Here we go. Pro Comp, round 1 from Gainesville. Whole shot going to Rob Giard. Isn't enough. Braden is gone. Full tuck, fistful of throttle. Braden, 407.
Look at that, 407. And Rob Giard, I think, still pulled his best lap of the weekend with that 462. So he continues to improve on that amazing big old, what is it? Is it a top fuel funny bike? Is it a funny bike top fueler? I don't know. It's unique. It's fast. And here we go. Coming up next.
Mr. J. Regan, we got some calls.
We do need Ultra Sportsman. Ultra Sportsman to lane 4. You're coming up behind 460. Ultra Sportsman to lane 4. Ultra Sportsman lane 4, please, for pairings.
So again, welcome. If you guys are watching us on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel, we got 4 talented broadcasters up here. We got the great Bill Hahn. We got Hollywood Jackson, Jay Regan of MRE fame, and of course me, Jack Capella here from Cycle Drag. Loving every minute of Pro Comp round #1.
Man, I'll tell you, 6 bikes. We just saw the #6 qualifier pull a whole shot on a #1 qualifier, but not have enough horsepower to pull around him. Now we come up to Terry Wynn, another longtime supporter of the Pro Mod class. And you can say the same thing about Jeff Fasthouse here in the Strange Lane. And boy, we saw Jeff just take it all in 460 at the World Finals last year on a small tire bike. It looked like an 890 Super Comp bike, and damned if he didn't take out everybody in the field in 460. So now it's Terry Wynn and Jeff House. Here we go!
Side-by-side hole shot going to Jeff House, 035 alongside no 78, top into the racetrack. Wynn Lighthouse, he goes 411, 172.
Wow.
His wife loves it. Congratulations to them because they had some nitrous problems earlier in the weekend. They got it straightened out for final qualifying, and they are going on to the next round, printing tickets here at Legendary Gainesville.
I mean, look at this, Jack. The first round in Pro Comp in the new class and the new season. And I think every bike down the track, deep into the fours. Of course, we saw the 3 round wins between 407 and 414. Is Pro Comp back? I would say so.
100%. 100%. Some great racing that we witnessed there. And the only painstaking part for Mr. Rosenberg is he's got to go home and say, I had an 035 and I was late. How are you late with an 035? That just shows you how tough the competition is out here in the Manufacturers Cup Series.
Well, I'm not going to say Travis was afraid of him, but Travis definitely had something to prove out there, and boy, he did. So, obviously that does point out the possibility of the father-son generational matchup in the rounds to come. I haven't seen the ladder, but we know this much. If they keep winning, they're going to meet each other in the final. And what would be more fun than that? Travis Davis up against the young gun, Braden Davis.
He absolutely knocked down the tree. And speaking of guys that knocked down the tree, I know we got 460 coming up here in a little bit. This is your bread and butter, Hollywood. You're one of the top guys when it comes to competitors out there. Great turnout for 460. Congratulations.
I got to take my hats off to the 460 racers, man. They continuously show up and show out for the boy, man. They know I'm going to treat them right. They know that the race is going to be good and fair. And it's always a good little, and anybody who races want to be around the best racers. They want to race the best.
Boy, you got that right.
You can't take your hat off until you race the best. When here we got 2 of the best. We have our 2025 champion, Tyrone Lemons, in the right lane against an absolute tough racer in Jeremy England, man. I take my hat off.
Jeremy England.
I never had an opportunity to really watch the guy race until last November. He came down to the World Finals, and I actually got a chance to peek at him. And man, he's a really tough competitor. And he's putting together a really nice GS 1100 looking 460 bike. Man, you got to take your hat off to the guy.
It's beautiful.
And this is going to be one hell of a race right here. I mean, first
it is,
round,
yeah.
I mean, this is the champ going against one of the Midwest drag racing series this week.
Yeah, Jeremy England, of course, is competing throughout the weekend in no less than 7 categories, 7 different races Jeremy has entered into. And I was lucky enough to get a hold of him for a few minutes for an interview after repeated attempts. And whenever I'm out interviewing you racers, while I enjoy it dramatically, I always want to make sure you understand racing comes first. Don't ever be afraid to shine me on if you need to. I'll be happy to come back. My schedule works around yours. So all you racers, I love to get you your ink. I love to get you your exposure. But the main thing I love is you getting down the track unbothered. And so here we go. Jeremy England taking on our current national champion, Tyrone Lemons. And I'll tell you what, this is a tough one here. Of course, statistics say it's going to be Tyrone, but I would never count out Jeremy.
Jeremy goes in deep. Whole shot going to Lemons, though, to the 660 mark. We go at the
Whoa! How did that happen?
England overcomes the deficit. Lemons put a 007 on him. England goes 039, but Lemons either gave up the stripe or couldn't run the number.
Well, he could not get up there.
I don't think he could run the number looking at
yeah.
Up there. It looks like the 30. It looks a 308, 330 there.
Locked in at the 330.
He fell off about at least about 10, 15 mile an hour. So he had some problems there. But right here, man, this is 460 racing at its best. You can have a little bit of everything coming your way right here. I think we got Mantez Thompson Jr. against the father-son matchup.
Another father-son matchup. Mantez Thompson Sr. and the young upcoming Mantez Thompson Jr. Oh, let's give him a little room here. Make that pass.
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, he's coming. Can he get him? He's only got 660 feet. Will he catch him? Not in time. Both bikes slow, a 501 to a 529. Mantez is hating life right now, Junior, because he's going, man, I could have passed him. but I was not able to get it together. So Montez continues to work on that 460 no bar street tire. He improves all the time.
You're going to have your guy Charlie Farrar, who was once a big legend pro modified race against my engine bike builder, Deshaun Willer. We know Willer's on a backup engine right here. He had a little issue last night with a transmission, so this is going to be interesting to see.
Wow.
This is a lot bigger engine than the one he had in yesterday. He had a 1642 valve in. This is a big 1800 profile motor. He's not going to know exactly what this recipe is going to be. So
yeah, I'll tell you what, talk about hitting the track green on race day, huh?
Well, this is going to be one of them, watch this.
There are no easy rounds in 460.
No, they're not.
Charlie, 3-time AMA Pro Star Pro Mod champ. Can you go the next round? Will Deshaun get around and top end the racetrack? Deshaun!
Oh, look at
takes
that.
the
It
win.
Deshaun, he found it,
022
man.
to
462 on 460. Another close one. 34 thousandths of a second. Your victor, Deshaun Wheeler Machine, out here showing what he's got. And he's got a lot.
Horsepower bike, right lane. The Canadian Josie Brooks over in the right lane against the man Chad Ott on the left lane over here. Chad's a big time 460 racer, man. He's a heck of a racer, but you know what?
He is.
Josie is one heck of a racer herself as well.
No doubt about it.
And Josie's bike, of course, is a unicorn in 460 competition, in that it is the only normally aspirated, in other words, no nitrous, no turbo, just air and gas, and what God gave us to put in there. So she has a unique combination. It's been a tricky piece to work out.
Second off the line was double 08 Lumberjack style. Chad Otts takes the win. Doghouse. Congratulations. His lovely new wife, Angie, down there. She always wears the lucky cowboy boots. So shout out to him. And Hollywood, I'm going to give you a big shout out because I know yesterday during the broadcast, you picked up on a safety issue on Chad's bike, and you told him, hey, back that thing off. They got it right. Safety first. I think the carburetors were stuck.
Yeah, something minor, man. Chad's a good friend of mine, great racer, man. And I know
Doghouse Racing.
When that
the
blood's
best.
pumping out there, we want to send it, man. But, you know, one thing about this deal, man, you always can bring it back and fix it. Nothing was on the line for him to pull it back. So he made the right call, and, hey, he got it fixed, and he went right out there and made a 62 foot top of the field. Right now, we got Rick Perry left lane against our own national anthem singer in the right lane, Brian Smith, man. So this is a good racer. That's barbed wire in the right lane against the concrete man himself, Rick Perry.
No doubt. Rick Perry, an old pro mod legend out of Clearwater, Florida for Team MRE. We'll see what he can do. Brian Smith in that fast Kawasaki. Ready to go bar to bar here, Gainesville Raceway, Manufacturers Cup race number 1. Towards the finish line we go. Win like this one, I'll give it to Smith. Perry bobbled off the line. Smith able to take the win with a 465.
Wow, Brian Smith's got to be crossing his lucky stars on that one. He goes a 165 reaction time and still turns on the big W down there at the big end. So Brian Smith dodges a bullet here, and with any luck at all, he'll look at that time slip and go, whoa, better tighten it up for the next round.
We got that Wagner family over here in the left lane out of
Yeah,
Missouri.
they are everywhere.
And we have a Canadian over in the right lane over there, Big Jim Bernier. Bernier, I want to say his name too wrong, but he's a Canadian. He comes out with the Josie Brook team, came down here, and that's the first time actually riding this 460 bike. That's another bike that's out the Wheeler camp. That's the old Silver Bullet bike there. And Michael Wheeler raced before. Deshaun Wheeler's won some races. Jim looks like he got a little bit of a whole shot advantage in the right lane.
The Canadian gets out first.
Oh, but I guess something went away out there. He got out of it or something because he gave the stripe up, and Mac Wagner went back around him.
The number 2 qualifier from St. Louis moving on. It's going to be a very, very tough field today. 460 competition. You know, Hollywood, you and Jay Regan were talking moments ago about how did this class start. I had to go back, and we got to give a shout out to Bobby Hoover, Marion Ford, and Jason Miller of the XDA. They got together around 2013, 2014. They needed a catch-all for some of these pro mod bikes that couldn't run the number anymore, and now fast forward all these years later, this has got to be the healthiest no wheelie bar class in all of motorcycle drag racing.
Oh, you bet it is. You bet it is.
We got one of the best over here. Smoking Joe Rodney, left lane, is going to be going against our OG Curtis Griggs in the right lane. This will be a good race. That's one of my personal racing nemesis over here, Smoking Joe. But back to your point, Jack, I'm sorry. this class is healthy. It's very valuable because it's very sustainable. You know, you don't want to come out here and break the bank on a race bike and go really fast and have some really stiff competition. This is where it is. But let's see what happens out here with Smoking Joe and Mr. Curtis Griggs.
Here we go, 460, round number 1, full throttle to the 8th mile mark. Top end of the racetrack, Curtis breaks out, too quick, a 455. Smoking Joe dead on with a 9, 460 with a 9, puts him into round number 2, Bill.
Hey everybody, I need Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman, please report to lane 4. Once again, that's Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Yeah, and you know, we're talking about those father-son matchups, but you know what could be brewing here in 460 is a father-daughter matchup between Heather Baldi, Nee Wagner, and Mike Wagner. Let's not rule that one out. Of course, we haven't seen Heather take her pass yet. I'm guessing that she's got the bye run. As her #1 qualifier status would denote. So we have some really interesting multi-generational matchups here this weekend.
Yes, indeed we do. 460 round number 1 rolls on. It is Manufacturers Cup race number 1 of the 2026 season. I hope you guys can join us at some point. If you're watching live on Cycle Drag, in the chat, let us know where you are watching from and give this video a like. And very appropriate, I just shared the link with the great Scooter Kaiser of AMA Pro Star back in the day. He had so much history at this track. I said, Scooter, you got to see this. Hollywood brought drag bike racing back to Gainesville. He's loving every minute of it.
Oh, man, that's awesome, man. I love Scooter Kaiser, man. He has a brother, right?
Harry, Mr. Turbo.
Mr. Turbo, that's right. Let's get Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman, need you in lane 4. Ultra Sportsman, lanes 4.
Courtney advancing with a 468 to 126 miles an hour as we continue to cut this field in half. Here comes a man who's done a lot of winning, John Krakalici out of Clearwater, Florida, taking on, arguably, one of the toughest in the game right now, Jeff Jones. He won the first race of the Winter Series against Ronnie Procopio.
Looked really good down there. And, you know, beating Ronnie Procopio is an absolute feather in the cap for anybody in 460. That guy really, in many ways, is the king of 460.
Man, y'all got to hold that conversation down while I'm in this booth, man. We can't hear
That's
too
true.
much about
Hollywood's in there as well. Well, Hollywood.
Y'all can say that conversation for another broadcast, but not this one.
Moving on.
This is to my point about how tough this class is. This could be a final round, and it happens in round 1. Krakalici, Jones, 2 of the best. That's how tough this class is.
Yeah, and all due respect to Ronnie Procopio, man. He's a tough competitor, man. I love that guy. And, hey, he'll tell you
the
anywhere
Legion
we go.
of Doom.
I'm going to ask him to bring it out first round any chance we can for 500. He knows.
Oh, boy. Jones taking his time, getting into pre-stage here. Krakalici in. Jones moving in slow. Oh, a red light start. Krakalici missed it by 4,000.
Look at that. Jeff Jones goes 121 on the light, so John Krakalici is going to see that 004 red and just cry in his beer because it's time to have a beer now for John, unfortunately. First round losses are so debilitating, I'm telling you. But, you know, John Krakalici, one of the sweetest guys in this class, somebody I have raced with for decades. And we're so happy to see each other back here in the Man Cup Series. You know, he's been out here racing into his golden years. So a lot of guys out here really pushing it hard into the, you know, the 50s, 60s, even 70s. So motorcycle drag racing remains a strong outcome. There goes Heather.
#1 qualifier, 028, looking strong. Bike sounds good, 462. Kudos to her and her crew because, as I said, they had some problems in Q2 and Q3, so they were able to get those problems rectified and get that bike back running as it should. We got some lane calls coming up. What do we need, Hollywood? Super Comp. We need Super Comp to lane 5. What else are we calling in here? Multiple. How many categories do you have here in the Manufacturers Cup, Hollywood?
Right now, I think we did only a dozen this weekend.
Okay.
There's a lot of classes on our schedule, but we only do that because if someone happened to show up with those bikes, we want to have a place for them to race. We have a core set of bikes that we really run here. And you'll see that as the season goes. You look over the points at our website. But, you know, we don't want to have it excluded from anyone who wants to show up with no-time bikes or middleweights or heavyweights or something with bikes. We got the track ready for them. We got to throw a shout-out to TVC, man. Total Venue Concepts, Curtin Johnson, and the guys down here, man, they done a hell of a job to keep this thing rock and rolling, man. We got to throw our hats off these guys.
They really have.
Matt Smith and Rashad Jones rolling in right now. Matt Smith, your number 12 qualifier. Rashad Jones, number 13. Rashad goes red. Matt Smith drills him with a 004. That's at Doghouse Racing Team from Mississippi. Matt Smith sees he's got the W, rolls off early, and it is over for Rashad Jones.
See what we got coming up next. It looks like the great Mike Lingo down there, right side of the drag strip, and Jeff House.
Look at
coming
that
off
House.
His big win in Pro Comp moments ago. Can he keep it rolling? Number 14 qualifier here in the 460 category, backed by Fast by Gas. We got to give a shout out to the legend up in Grand Island, New York. We hope to see him at some point this year.
We will.
It's so cold in the Buffalo area. Jay told me, Paul said, I don't want to have to de-winterize my stuff and then winterize it again when I get home. That's how cold. That tells you it might be a little too cold
That's
where you
Buffalo
live.
for you.
It is pretty cold.
And of course, that's Jeff House on his tiny, tired 460 bike, which hangs with the big boys, can win on any given weekend. But this time, Mike Lingo straps a light on him with a 007, beats him to the finish line with a 461 and a 464. And so Jeff House's day ends early. So he went from feast to famine. And but he's, as I remember, he's still in Pro Comp, isn't he?
Yes, very impressive package on race day for Lingo. 07 and a 61. Yes, Jeff House isn't in Pro Comp. Hollywood, while we got you up here, I got to ask you a question. How did the Man Cup come back? When I say come back, too, the Manufacturers Cup technically has never run at Gainesville Raceway. ProStar did, and I consider Man Cup kind of a derivative of ProStar. It was started by Jay Regan in 2010. But for you to bring this series back to Gainesville Raceway, how did this happen?
Man, I got to just tell you straight up, it's all about Jody. Jody gave me it's God and Jody. How about that? You know, unfortunately, we had scheduled our event at South Georgia Motorsport Park, and Raul and all us, man, we have a great relationship there. But unfortunately, the date that we had the year before, this year would have fell on Easter weekend. And you know, as tight as South Georgia's schedule is normally, it was just really going to be tough for him to work us back there. And you know, I just kind of thought about it a lot, and I talked to the NHRA folks while I was at PRI. And they said, Jody's the lady, you know, Jody's the person you speak to. And I spoke to her, we hugged, we spoke, and I told her what we were doing, what we wanted to try to do. And, you know, she really made it happen. I can't really take more credit than that. Her, Raleigh Miller, and even our girl, Jeanette, up in Nettie, up in WWT, Worldwide Technology. All those people kind of collaboratively help us, the Manufacturers Cup, get back into the NHRA circuit of racing. You know, it's a big obligation. I don't take it lightly. It's a big obligation, and you have to carry a high standard to actually have your events at these type of facilities. As you look around, you know, you ask me how do you do it? You do it by having an event circuit that runs with class, first of all, and respect. Once you get that type of reputation going, and then you get invited back to places that want their facilities to be handled with class and respect and reputation, because they have a lot of reputation to uphold. All these billboards are people that trust them with their marketing efforts, so that can't be in the backdrop of something really stupid. So you try to take your hat off to the racers first, the facilities, you know, as well, and the organizations that all collectively came together. It was just a conversation, and once the product was put in front of them and they see that we were a good product to have, the doors were open.
Well, I think it's great because there is so much motorcycle drag racing history here at Gainesville Raceway. AMA ProStar had some of the biggest races ever. I think you've really got something to build upon. The staff here is just tremendous, and it's got to be one of the best drag strips in the world. I know it's one of the longest drag strips in the world. As again, we need super comp to the lanes. But you talk about history here.
We also need top gas to lane 6, please. Top gas to lane 6, and it's super comp to lane 5, top gas to lane 6.
What are we shifting gears into here?
I see Mr. Clemmy out there, so this should be...
This is Ultra Sportsman. This is our 950 heads-up index class.
Number one qualifier there in the
this is
Bernie's
Advanced
lane.
in Leathers. Let's get this right because we want to give these sponsors a big prop, man. This is the Advanced in Leathers Ultra Sportsman heads-up index class, and this is running to the 950 to the quarter. And, you know, we go this in this 80 miles and 6.0 class. There's a lot of good index bikes that do this as well as bracket racing. So this is the class we were talking about. The guy can go buy the bike off the showroom floor, put it in Pro Tree, and here you go, get some runs.
You know, practically any of the big bikes with just a little bit of prep and a reasonable rider weight will run this index.
And that's a reflection of how far motorcycles have come in the last 20 years. Because
I'll
talking
tell
about
you.
the big races here, remember the entry-level class used to be Super Gas 990. You used to have to put a lot of money into a motorcycle to make it go 990. Now,
That's right.
not so much.
950 is an excellent number to get people who, and for me as a racer, you know, it seems to me a little easier to get someone to hit a pro tree off of a full tree. So if I got a guy or girl who want to come out, and you know, you say, hey, look, your bike's running right about 948, 952. Let me try you in Ultra Sportsman versus the Street T, because Street T is a deadly class.
Oh, yeah. And that's a great point. You know, a pro tree is a little easier to manage for a beginner than a sportsman tree, especially a staggered sportsman tree, which is what ET racing is typically about. So Charlie Brown goes 240 out the bulb up against Brett Bennett. He's in trouble early. Will that play out on the big end? It does. Brett Bennett takes it with a 966 on that 950 dial, and a 155 light. Got almost a tenth on Charlie Brown off the starting line.
Brown under by just 9,000ths of a second. That is brutal. You are watching Ultra Sportsman. Welcome if you're watching here on Cycle Drag. Let us know in the comments that you're here. Shout out to Sloppy watching in Michigan. Scraplin, who says the track looks great. Jennifer Leachman, track is awesome. You guys are right. Color TV 7407 says USA has some serious drag bikes. Yes, we do. If anybody's watching from a different country, hey, get on that airplane one of these days and come check out a Man Cup live and in person.
Hey, we got people here from all over the world. I mean, we have my guy over here for the Paula Patrice. He's from Bonaire. We have the guys that come from the other countries all the time.
Yep,
you know?
Canadians we have, and
we
occasionally we'll have them from Europe, South Africa. It all depends on the event, but I'll tell you what, if this Gainesville thing keeps up, of course, this used to be the event that the international racers would come to. We used to have an event here in the spring and an event here in the fall during the heydays. So motorcycle drag racing is back at Gainesville. And of course, Gainesville's always had the bikes here in their local series. Now we're bringing it back on the national level. And there goes Matt Curley. Gets an 053 bulb against Joe Lindsay. It is enough for the win. Matt Curley goes on the Index Plus 200s. 952 on a 950 dial.
And one more thing, we always got to give out a lot of credit to MTC. You know, I've told everybody how much I appreciated all of them, but I'm going to tell you one thing about Eric. Eric has been there from the beginning.
Yes, he has.
The very first day I took the keys to the car, he was one of the first people to come up to me and say, hey, man, let's make it happen. He's been there from day one. So MTC Engineering, Eric Hotsteller, I really appreciate you. And like I said, man, you made it happen for Gainesville just as well. You gave me the dough to make it go.
Nice, I love that. Eric doesn't miss many races, guys, so stop over and say thank you to him. He is everywhere. They make great components at MTC as we watch Mantez Thompson Jr. and Don Horta battling it out. Somebody near perfect off the line.
Wow, 004 for Mantez.
Oh, he somehow led him around.
What happened? Mantez lost ET down track. And you know, with that light, he probably saw that finish line coming up so fast, rolled back a little too hard. An uncharacteristic loss for Mantez Thompson Jr.
Bill, here's one of my favorite racers, because if anybody out there is watching and they think you got to be 125 pounds to go motorcycle drag racing,
the big man.
Look no further than Stan the Man Russell, 380-pound big man, and he is one of the best racers out there.
He is.
And he's a damn good fisher,
champion.
too. He does a good fishing job, too. We went fishing on the boat. I didn't know anything about how big men and big boys go fishing, but you got to let him sit on the center. I know he's a guy, and he's a heck of a racer, man.
Yep, and in the Birdies lane, we got Joaquin Ortiz, who won yesterday in Pro ET, and he takes out the big man. Stanley Russell gets caught up on that big end. He's about 1600ths off of his dial, and even though he got a little edge on Joaquin off the light, it was not enough to perpetuate all the way through to 1320. Next up, Chris Rolls, one of my favorite racers. I like this guy. He's just fun to be around, and you can say the same thing for Duffy Freeman. Duffy Freeman, I don't think I've ever seen Duffy without a smile on his face. He is the epitome of the happy to be here kind of racer, and he gets him. Duffy goes 070. Chris Rolls goes red by 019.
And you know, Duffy Freeman comes from a very historic racing family. His dad is McNeil Freeman, races NHRA, one of the legend racers in Division II. That race has all the old school slow cars he would race it, but his dad was one heck of a drag racer.
Isn't that something?
That's right, man. Legend family, man. So he knows drag racing.
Love that. 2 fast no-bar bikes on the line right now. It is Gregory Crawford in the strange lane as he gets set to take on rider 123 as we open things up. First round of eliminations here from Gainesville Raceway. Hope you're loving it out there on Cycle Drag YouTube. Big shout out to our production crew. Hollywood Productions doing a great job. Vernon and the boys down there in the truck. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. 081, somebody getting annihilated on the tree.
Ouch.
We'll see if that parlays into a victory. Yes, it does. Gregory, unfortunately, was late. Had to go under trying to chase his competition. Unfortunately for him, he will load it up early here at Gainesville Raceway.
Yeah, that one pretty much went according to Hoyle, as they say. He gave up almost 2/10 on the tree. And in this race, at this level, that is a lethal mistake.
Jeremy England here from the Midwest with multiple motorcycles taking on G. Clements in round number 1. Another very, very tough matchup. Hollywood, if you could, why don't you tell us a little bit about where the tour moves from here and where we can catch Man Cup this year if anybody's watching and the tour comes close to them?
Yeah, this year the Manufacturers Cup is taking on a 6-state, 6 tracks, America's greatest racetracks this year. Well, next stop will stop in Alabama, the Still Alabama, the Alabama International Dragway. Almost tongue twister right there. Alabama International Dragway.
Yeah, it's a proven fast track.
A proven fast track, man. You know, we would love to take TVC over there with us, but boy, they got that thing over there working. They set records over there without you. But we'll be in Alabama next month at the Still Alabama facility, Alabama International Dragway. We will also this year make it to Worldwide Technology, which is in Madison, Illinois, which most people just like to call it St. Louis.
Or Gateway.
Or Gateway,
yeah.
Right. And
for us old guys.
We're going to be back at US 60 for any y'all want to catch us up at Dragway 60 in Hardinsburg, Kentucky.
Oh, and what a place that is.
Yeah.
Have you seen what they've done with this year already?
Man,
it was already
they are really
huge advancements last year, and they've done even more now.
They really got their ball together up there. You know, Chris and Shelly up there, they're a really good unit to make that place come alive. And I'm looking forward to working with them again. That would be the time when the KOG and the Manufacturers Cup collaborate. And shortly after that, we'll be going to the Indianapolis Raceway Park, and then we'll wrap our season up this year at the South Georgia Motorsports Park.
Let me get a final call for Supercomp to lane 5, please. Final call for Supercomp to lane 5. Once again, that's Supercomp to lane 5. And again, calling Top Gas to lane 6. Top Gas to lane 6, please.
Cannot wait. So, Hollywood, we're encouraging everybody, if they can make it out to one of these races, be here in person. We're so happy that everybody's watching the live stream. That's great. But there's nothing like being here in person and hearing the thunder and smelling the smoke. That's what racing's all about.
It's all about that, and having a family out here, having the children to be able to come in the gate, the family, the parents to relax a little bit, let the children go out and run around a little bit and explore. That's the environment and culture that we're trying to breed here, so that we can create more little minds that are thinking about how to be engineers and how to be STEM type people. Motorcycle racing as a whole is just one big bucket of STEM opportunity. We know that.
That's a great point. And I mean, Hollywood and I were talking this morning a little bit about that type of, what we're talking about is trade opportunities. And, you see this talked about in the media and in the big picture that we've neglected the trades in this country, that we haven't really spent enough emphasis on showing people how to work with their hands, as if this was a lower tier thing. Oh, you're above that. You need to go to college. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm certainly, I'm not against anything like that. But, in the years to come, I believe we'll see a lot of opportunities in the trades, because no matter what happens in the technology world as far as, AI and jobs and all that stuff, people are going to always need their stuff worked on. There's always going to be opportunities for plumbers, for HVAC, for cars, for mechanics. These aren't going anywhere, no matter what. And as Hollywood mentioned, getting young people involved in learning how to throw a wrench and run a wire and all those things that we grew up with, it's going to be a big part of having a stable life in the world to come. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the trades. So keep an eye on that, and keep this in mind for all the young people in your life. There's more than one way to turn a buck in this world, and there's nothing wrong with doing it with your hands.
And coming at you right now, our sponsors, our event sponsors class, the MTC Engineering Super Comp, coming at you. 890 is the index. We got a Division II champion, Dalton Markham up here, and that looks like my man Sam Parrish over here on the right side. I'm not sure, but it looks like this is going to be one heck of a first round.
Yes,
right here.
great showdown in round number 1. How cool is it to have the entire Markham family here as well? Spooky's running multiple categories. I'm talking about a guy there, former NHRA world champion, and they just introduced me to Spooky's grandson, who, watch out, because he's going to be a champion as well.
That's right. He's coming in junior dragsters already. And, I talked to, of course, Spencer Johnson's young daughter has been playing on a junior drag bike as well, but unfortunately she's going to have to switch to a car to really get laps because of the junior drag bikes not being heavily supported in this nation. And there goes Dalton, 014. Samuel Parrish right behind him with an 022. This is anyone's race at the stripe.
Wow.
Dalton pulls it off.
894, 142 miles an hour, takes out the 895. Second off the line in 022. These guys are ready to go at round number 1 of elimination.
15,000 margin of victory.
Long time now.
That's it, yeah. It's all over but the crying. We're going to see how many more of these young ladies and young men continue to move up through the rounds. Next up, it's Angel Lopez and John De Tomaso in the strange lane. 890 is the index, and John picks the very, very seldom used outside line. Look at John. He's all the way out there, 10 feet away from the standard line. And I love seeing guys and gals go out there and see what they can find, because there's sticky everywhere on this track. Heck, we could pretty much run bikes 4 or 6 wide and they'd all hook up.
Especially with the traction crew that we have here at Gainesville Raceway, no doubt about that. I've heard 0 complaints about the track here this weekend, even with the hot sun beating down, and it looks like John hooking up good on the outside line. We'll see if it leads him to victory. Another great drag race, bar to bar, 1,000 foot. Through the stripe we go, win light this one going to Angel, 893, 148 miles an hour.
Yeah, you bet. That 024 line for Angel pretty much decimated John right there at the starting line. John throws a very sleepy .155 reaction time, and at this level, that won't get you far unless you're just plain lucky.
You know, Bill, talking about how this sport has changed since the AMA Pro Star days too, and Super Comp, it used to be unheard of to see a no-bar bike out here. And now the wheelie bar bikes are the minority in this category. It's crazy.
Oh, the technology's come so far. You know, of course, Ken Stotts and I used to have a lot of fun with that back in the day. Kevin Peterson going over to the left. But, you know, I was saying Ken Stotts and I, we were pioneers in that whole pro street thing. And back then, you know, street tires were weird. You know, you just didn't even see them hardly at all. Everything was slicks and bars. And these days, it's really pretty much the other way around. Slick and bar bikes are becoming the minority. And that's not to say anything against them, but it's just the technology that's come so far, not only in tire compounds, but in track prep, in chassis understanding, power management. What was once considered to be kind of an edgy, you know, really almost bizarre choice to run a street tire bike is now as common as can be.
Yeah, suspension has come a long way as well, and I want to give a shout out to Kevin Peterson because he did exactly what you're supposed to do in that situation. Got off to the side, and the good news is we're clean and green, no fluids coming out of the motorcycle, so we'll get right back into racing action, and that begins with Bernard Gilbert, left side, taking on Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the strange lane.
Yes, Dwayne Schmidt, DJ, of course, one of the amazing racers here in the northern Florida area. He also runs at South Georgia Motorsports Park. He's got a little bit of trouble here, but can he overcome it? He does! Look at that, he goes dead on with a 1, overcomes a small but not insignificant deficit at the line. Bernard Gilbert just threw a 006 light, went 892 and lost with a margin of loss, or margin of victory, depending on how you look at it, of 0.007 seconds. That, folks, was a drag race.
When you come to the Man Cup, you better bring your A game because Bernard just went home with a 006. That is painful, but that speaks to the level of competition we have here. CJ Mims spins hard off the line. His day is over. Jeremy Davis going to take the free pass down to 1320, 079 reaction time, and CJ might have just missed the setup a little bit there.
Well, something went wrong. You know, of course, CJ pushes the light. He's a young racer. He is, of course, our Street ET champion. And he's still got a lot to prove. He's out there this weekend for his first time on a slick and bar bike in top gas, and he's done well there, but his day ends early here in SuperCon. Brought to you by, of course, MTC Engineering. Next up, Randy Smith and Taylor Harper.
And if you guys are watching us in the live chat here on Cycle Drag YouTube, I want to know in the comments, what would you rather race? A no-bar bike or a wheelie bar bike? I'm going to ask you, Bill, which one would you rather compete on?
You know, I've worked with both, and to be honest, I would say my preference still runs with the slick and bar, but call me a traditionalist, you know, but there is absolutely no reason why somebody shouldn't build a street tire bike these days. Yeah, I spent some time this weekend with Jeremy England speaking about the various pros and cons because he races both. I wanted to get an objective opinion from somebody who runs both style bikes even on the same day. And it was a great little video segment. Jeremy, of course, very cerebral racer, very well-spoken, and I think we're going to see a lot of him in the years to come. But, you know, the nice thing about the street tire bikes is that they're more relatable, okay? Because that's what people are used to seeing on the street. In a lot of ways, it seems less intimidating. I was just talking about CJ Mims. Of course, he's only now getting on a slick and bar bike after 3 years of competition on a street tire bike. So here he goes again, Mantez Thompson Jr., Kevin Adams. Wow, basically no difference at the finish line, at the starting line. What's going to happen at the finish line? Oh, look at that.
Kevin Adams, 947, 96 miles an hour. He takes the win for the razor sharp racer out of Ohio. He continues to go rounds here in the Man Cup Series. Looks like I love it when we see the wheelie bar versus no bar showdown. Fun little rivalry to keep an eye on. This is Mantez Thompson Sr. taking on our Racers for Christ representative, Santi Rodriguez Jr. We saw him win a rerun about an hour ago, and here he comes up once again to try to take a shot at Thompson Sr.
Oh, yeah, you know, this is our ongoing national champion in SuperCon, Santi Rodriguez. Of course, he races in SGMP when I announce up there, and he is brutal. I mean, it is unusual to not see him go to the final round, and his ability to be consistent on that bike is really without peer. He gets the bulb, and that's pretty much all it takes for Santi. Yep, I mean, I hate to say it, but if Santi gets you on the tree, it's pretty much over because his ability to put down consistent printing tickets is among the best I've ever seen.
026, 896 on 890. Santi looking good as we bring up the next pair, Dave Young and John Upthegrove, who's been having a great weekend on his no-bar bike.
And once again, let's get Schwartz Law Group top gas to lane 6, please. Schwartz Law Group top gas to lane 6. Once again, that's Schwartz Law Group top gas to lane 6.
Oh no, problems for Young. Was the bike not in gear?
Something does not happen there, and John Upthegrove takes an easy win. He looks over his shoulder and he goes, what happened? Where is Dave Young? Dave Young with the one thing no racer ever wants to do, push him back off the starting line. But sometimes the technical gremlins are just a little too much. It's better to back it off than make a pass down the track on a bike that is not running correctly.
Yeah, tough break for him, but an unfortunate part of this sport. We will see Dave Young back, I'm sure, at round number 2 of the Manufacturers Cup Series. All right, continuing on, 2 no-bar bikes coming up, 2 tough competitors. Rylan Rowe in the Burns lane alongside Mike Thompson Strange lane.
Oh, Rylan Rowe, of course, the younger version of the Rowe racing team. Rashad Rowe, his father. And Rashad Rowe had a little bit of a tough weekend with his bike. We went over to interview him earlier in the weekend, and he's like, well, I'm a little involved right now doing some repairs. Had the top end of his Hayabusa engine apart. But Rylan's had a good weekend. He is a number 3 qualifier here. Mike Thompson's got his work cut out for him, coming in it from the number 30 spot. And look at that, Rylan Rowe goes trip zip.
Wow. Woo. Massive run-out start for Mike Thompson. I don't know what happened there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need top gas to lane number 6, please. Top gas to lane number 6, please.
Yeah, look at that. Rylan Rowe throws a 0 reaction time and sees the red light. In other words, sees his own wind light. Drives under the index by 3,000ths of a second. That is one solid tune-up pass. A lot to look forward to from Rylan Rowe in the subsequent rounds to follow.
Here comes the aforementioned John Spooky Markham. My vote for pound, one of the best bracket racers in the world right
Unstoppable.
now. He'll take on Michael Smith. Smith goes red, and when you're an NHRA world champion, sometimes that's what happens. Guys know they got to take a shot at the tree against you. Markham gets one here. He had a game 0-20, 891 and 890. Spooky coming back for the next round.
Spooky rolls out the throttle on the big end, goes 891 on the 890 index, and you know, I was doing some math not too long ago, and looking at Mr. Markham's record, I came up with the fact that 5 out of 6 times when you line up against John Markham, you will lose. And I mean, as crazy as that sounds, that is how many rounds he goes, wins versus losses on the regular. And I mean, that's almost debilitating.
He's a student of the game, and so is Joe Clemmy, left side of the racetrack alongside Damian Solis. But Solis in trouble because Clemmy put a light on him, and he makes it stick at the far end. 907, plenty of room to play. He had no 34 to Damian's 134. You can't go 134 against somebody named Clemmy, or you're in trouble.
No, you can't give up a 10th. You give up a 10th, you may as well just not even make the pass. But of course, Damian Solis gave his best effort, but did not get near the dial. I'm sure Joe Clemmy played with him at the finish line, because why wouldn't you at that point? You got a 10th at the tree, you're going to play it at the stripe.
And Bill, let me make sure I give my credit to where credit's due, because you want to talk about one of the greatest ever, Roy Hagedorn, multi-time NHRA world champion. In fact, when I spoke with Brett Kepner, the historian, he put Hagedorn on his Mount Rushmore of motorcycle drag racers. Hagedorn is that impressive.
He really is, and his wife Candy is no slouch either. But you know,
Rodney took a shot at him here.
Look at that, huh? Whoa! It could be upsetting. It is not.
Rodney had him on the tree, 004 to an 018, but Hagedorn is just so good at judging the stripe. 905, 129. Takes out Rodney's 921, 131. That's where you got to just shake your head if you're Rodney and be like, I put a 004 on him. What more can I do?
Well, you got to run a number for one thing. But yeah, and just for Brett Kepner to put Hagedorn on top, I have no contest to that. If Brett says it, it is true. Brett is the ultimate statistician of our sport. And it's just amazing. His recall. He can bring it out of his brain in an instant. He is the encyclopedia of drag racing statistics with no peer. And here he goes, Lindbergh Simmons. Apparently Kevin Peterson unable to show up from the number 27 qualified spot. Lindbergh Simmons takes the win on a competition single from the number 5 qualifying spot. He goes 891 with a 5 on the 890 down.
Again, we need top gas to lane 6, and this would be an interesting conversation, and I want you guys to jump in on Cycle Drag YouTube if you're watching us with your Mount Rushmore. That is your top 4 most influential people in motorcycle drag racing. I'm going to give you a second to think about it, Bill, and I'll give you the one that I named a few years ago, and I think it's the same. I said the late, great Dave Schultz, the late, great Elmer Trett, the late, great Jim McClure, and then from the promoter standpoint, I threw in Keith Scooter Kaiser in there as the greatest promoter the sport has ever seen. And there's been, hey, if we were doing a top 20 list, we could probably debate for 6 hours, but that was my top 4. We'll have to get your top 4. And in the comments, leave us your Mount Rushmore of motorcycle drag racing.
Well, yeah, top 4. And this is a conversation I've had a number of times with different people. Always interesting, always controversial, captivating. But, you know, of course, my preferences run more towards the types of bikes that I'm more accustomed to, you know, funny bikes, Top Fuel, and the like. And there goes Richard Holder with another competition single. He goes 033 on the green. And out that back door with an 890 index, he goes 883.
And here comes the one and only Braden Davis. Once again, made a big name for himself in the NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle category last year on a Vance & Hines rental bike. This year, switching over to a V-twin with flying Ryan Ayler, doing a great job. A young man who certainly has a bright, bright future in this sport. Braden Davis, we watched his dad turn on so many win lights over the years, and it's going to be more of the same for Braden. Got the bye run here, number 1 qualifier. We'll see how close to that 890 number he can come. 003. Come on, that's just showing off on the bye run. Knocks down the tree. And only 9,000 under. You can go under on your bye run. That won't hurt you. He will advance to the next round, but pretty safe to say that motorcycle is dialed in, running the number.
Well, you know, and Braden never wastes an opportunity to throw a good light. And speaking of statistics, sometimes I like to, spin the dream wheel and determine who's got the best reaction times average. And I don't have anything documentary to back this up, but I think Braden is definitely in that group as far as best average reaction times over time. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about my Mount Rushmore of motorcycle drag racing. And of course, I have to be careful because I don't want to fill it up with all of one type of bike, okay? Because that would be easy because, of course, the top two that would come to mind always would be Elmer Trett and Larry McBride. So how do we limit ourselves to only 4? That's
tough. That's
challenge.
why I kind of bounced around with different categories. I picked a pro. I feel like the greatest pro stock motorcycle racer, and there's been tons of great ones. Dave Schultz. I feel
undeniable.
Like the godfather of Nitro Harley racing has got to be Jim McClure.
Also undeniable.
And you talk about other people that could be in that mix, though. You got Ray Price on the pro stock side. You got John Myers. You got so many great ones.
Right.
And then I just thought about who was the greatest promoter ever, and there's been Hollywood could be on his way to being a great promoter, but
Absolutely.
You and I sat here for some of those pro star races at Gainesville Raceway that were so legendary, and we hope to recreate some of that was really, really special. So that's why he made it on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, and Keith Scooter Kaiser was an amazing influence in AMA Pro Star. I remember when he bought it, and it sent ripples through the industry because, hey, here's this new guy. What's he all about? He bought it from Joe Sway and family, who had completed the transition of AMA Pro Star away from the IHRA where it started. So let me work on my Mount Rushmore a little more as we continue to bring you the racing action here.
And Bill, if you don't mind, let me jump in for 1 second.
Absolutely.
We need V-Twin ET. We need Street ET. We need Pro ET to the lanes right now. V-Twin ET, Street ET, Pro ET. We need you to the lanes right now. If you're not there, you're late. Hollywood steps back in. Hollywood, you got to think about your Mount Rushmore as well. I know there's a lot of good names out there.
All right, Schwartz Law Group is bringing us top gas right now.
Maybe Ken Schwartz will be on your Mount Rushmore. He should be here this weekend. Shout out to him. I wish he was here to watch.
I bet he wishes he was here too.
He's always watching online, so we do appreciate that.
Yeah, the weather up north is a little bit ugly right now, but coming now into Schwartz Law Group, top gas. It's an 820 index. Jeremy England, who is running 7 different classes this weekend, is lining up against Juan Cintron, and Juan Cintron's got some form.
Yes, he does.
Juan goes 001 on the bulb, and this could be troublesome, and it is.
Pushed him under. The 001 pushed him under. Juan Cintron, a former AMA Pro Star champion,
Absolutely.
doing a great job out there. He's been in the sport a long time, Hollywood.
Tough competitor, Juan Cintron. Comes with a big family to the racetrack, too, man. Everywhere he goes, he brings his unit with him, and when you got a lot of family members with you, man, you can really race real comfortable. So that may have contribute to that 001 red light. He wasn't letting Jeremy take nothing back on him. I can tell you that much.
That's right, yeah. Plus, he makes some great tequila, right? Wait, wrong Cintron.
Dwayne Leachman, Scott DeLong on track right now. DeLong pulling away. Leachman having a problem. DeLong, if he doesn't break out, it should be his. Yes, indeed. 828, 133. Dwayne off to the side of the track. We'll make sure he gets off safely, and we'll send the next pair. Before we continue again, I need V-Twin ET, Street ET, Pro ET to the lanes right now. Don't miss your first round of eliminations. V-Twin ET, Street ET, Pro ET to the lanes right now.
And if you got a chance to see Dwayne Leachman, that's what a good racer would do. He recognized that he had a problem, and instead of giving the whole race
Get out that groove.
He got it out the groove and got it close to the wall, which helps the safety safari and the safety team here get everything back and running and keeps the program rolling relatively well. So you got to take your hat off to that's an experienced racing at Dwayne Leachman. It looks like he had a problem relatively early.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look down there.
Really good. He got it over to the side. And hope he's all right down there, and we get this show rolling real quick.
And before we forget, Scott DeLong for the win. And he is one of the local racers here. He runs here not exclusively but regularly at Gainesville and also at South Georgia Motorsports Park. So I guess I am a little preferencing him because I just love to always see the local racers do well when a national event comes to town, and that's the thing I'd like to communicate to all of you racers out there watching on Cycle Drag YouTube and on our live feed. keep in mind that, don't be intimidated by going to a Manufacturers Cup event, okay? About the only thing you need to be afraid of is going out first round, because unless you sharpen your game at home, that is a large possibility. But the point is, when you come, you will automatically gain more game, because these people will push you to the limits of your capability. You will improve. You will learn from our crew, because there's nobody out here who is not willing to share information to help you understand how you can be a better racer. We're always all about bringing new people in. So if you're watching from home, you like what you see, come on out, race with us, learn more, and become part of a family that you choose yourself. These are people who are worthy of your attention and your inclusion. If you're a hard worker, if you're a dedicated person, if you love drag racing, come and be a part of this, because it really doesn't get any better. This is fun, this is accessible, and you don't know what you're missing if you haven't tried it before.
Well said. Back into action here with Top Gas. And to your point, Hollywood, a great move by that racer to get off to the side of the racetrack. We got no fluids, we have no delay, and we're back racing again.
We're back racing. We got my man Steve Breakstone over in the left lane. And we got there MJ Shirley in the right lane. It looks like a pretty good drag race going on right here.
Steve knocking down the tree, 005, and he gets the win. 8:32. I'm astounded at the lights we are seeing here in round number 1. Clearly, these guys got the rollout mastered, and they have brought their A game.
Man, it's win to go home time, man. I'm for sure down here they don't want to take that home with them.
2 go down, 1 comes back.
Continuing on here comes Mr. Doghouse himself. He was victorious in 460. We'll see if he can get the win here in Schwartz Law Group. Top Gas. Left side of the racetrack, Jerome Gordon alongside him. And we thank everybody for leaving all the great comments and likes on Cyclodrag. Make sure you join us. We got people watching from Finland. Hello from Finland.
Hello, Finland.
All right, Otts in a dogfight. Top end of the racetrack, he wins another one. Chad is on today. 8:25 on an 8:20 with an 060 reaction time. Doghouse is rolling.
Yeah, Doghouse rolling. And Chad's raced in actually 2 classes this weekend. He's in 460 now in Top Gas. Those are the 2 fastest index, quickest index classes we have on the premises this weekend. So,
and speaking of Finland, of course, that would be the home country of the amazingly innovative Jaska Salakari.
Can't wait to see him.
And there's one, I love Jaska's knowledge. I love Jaska's bikes. But one of the things I love the most is listening to him speak.
Yes.
Okay, he's got this Finnish growl in his voice, and it is so entertaining to me. And I don't know why. I mean, I'm not hot for the guy, at least not on that kind of level.
But you kind of let that roll off your tongue real nicely there, Bill. I mean, it was like,
but it's just the things that come out of his mouth. There's such knowledge. He is just amazing. There goes CJ Mims, and unfortunately, there goes his round up against Josie Brooks. She intimidated the young man and takes the win.
Well, we got to give CJ a little credit here. That's our Street ET champion from 2025. He made a big step up to a big tire Top Gas bike. So to see CJ go out there and actually run an 812 and take a real good hit at the tree, that 005 is not anything to be,
it's
to be
close.
looking at. It's very close. We're talking about 5,000ths of a second here. We're not talking about 1 Mississippi 2. He's 5,000ths from being perfect there, and with an 812 with a 6, I'm sure he's going to have something to do coming up to Alabama. What do you think about that?
Oh, he'll be there. That family is absolutely dedicated to this. Watching his mom and dad beam every time he takes a pass and wins a round is really one of the most rewarding things I get to do at this track. The family atmosphere is just so encouraging and so rewarding for me to watch and see everybody take part in. And look at that. Seth Buccieri drills Mike Hansen with a 002, gets to drive under the index with the advantage of taking at the starting line. And, you might think, 002 light, he killed him. Well, the margin of victory, only 19,000ths of a second. Mike Hansen gave it all he had, but did not win the double breakout.
And
they both drove under.
And he wasn't going to give up that stripe looking at that,
Nope.
like that ticket. He
No
seen
doubt
it.
about it.
That reaction time was close enough for him to keep more than a wheel out front. He wasn't going to give it out. And, that's just the deal. Now, half the other racer, and this is a good time to talk about what it means to go index racing. He had the 002 light, but he broke out. The other racer could have 100% gave up the throttle and let the stripe go and stopped chasing him and would have won that race, right?
He could have dumped him. You bet.
And unfortunately, Rashad Rowe not able to make the call, so Brandon Cunningham going to get a free pass into the next round. 096, 823 on a 164 miles an hour. What happened to your boy Rashad?
Man, he has some problems with his bike. He has a bike that's running double duty. You know, he's putting a lot of hits on it in 460, trying to get it dialed in, and then he takes it back and bring it to the top gas class at 820. So it's probably just a little bit of getting everything synced out. But Rashad is one heck of a racer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, an ultra tough competitor. So I'm for sure by Alabama he'll have all this stuff figured out and be ready to rock and roll.
He will. I saw him this weekend struggling with the engine. He had it a little apart. He wasn't the most affable or enthusiastic man at the moment, so you know, I gave him the space he needed to put it back together. But that's racing. You know, sometimes you got to fix your stuff at the racetrack, and you got to go home and make it better and come on back. Because if you don't come on back, what you out here for? Go fix it and come back.
Dalton Markham in the strange lane alongside Mark Ciaffi, Burns lane. Continuing on here, Schwartz Group, top gas. We've got another battle. To the stripe we go. Will another Markham turn on another win light? Oh, Dalton gave it up. He gave it up. 7:39. Wait a minute.
That's a little weird. That's a little
what
weird. We
happened?
see a 7:39 ET for Dalton Markham.
Did we perhaps have a hot dog wrapper in the light or something? I don't know.
I don't know.
Took it off a little early right there, because looking at his early numbers, you see that everything seems to be right in line until it gets past 1,000 foot. And at that point, with something like you said, you know, we have those things. Sometimes grasshoppers break the. No, that happens.
Yeah,
We've had grasshoppers break the beam. We'll probably be seeing Dalton Markham back up in the tower real soon.
I get the feeling we're going to have to take a closer look at the incrementals and specifics there, because picking up almost a second and a quarter mile versus the index is not necessarily appropriate.
Well, next pair, Dwayne proves the timing system's working well, because he goes 820 with a 7.
Right on.
Dead
Number 3 qualifier
with a 7.
Showing what he's got.
Great job. As we continue on here, again, shout out to everybody watching in the live chat. XL1450 says, go Braden. Aggravated Progressive says, sadly, I'm watching from 1 hour away. Well, Progressive, get down here. Get on
There's
your
still time.
and come watch.
There's still
Just
time.
first round.
Scraplin says that's a great race, so thank you guys so much for watching this. We got some amazing ET action coming up. And again, last call for V-Twin ET, Street ET, Pro ET. You guys should be in the lanes right now.
You know, speaking of that, I've worked with Jason Miller at the World Cup Finals a couple times, and I was doing similar work as I do with Broderick here, as far as doing racer interviews and staging interviews. The fun thing was, I was getting people walking up to me saying, I was watching from home, the race looked so amazing, I had to just come see it in person. So we were literally off drawing viewers and spectators, just because we were creating so much dynamic. And to me, that was like the greatest compliment I could imagine. If the live feed is so killer that it's making people set the remote down and run to the racetrack and be a part of it, man, it doesn't get any better.
That's what we hope. You know, it is a very visceral sport. You got to be here to feel it, smell it. There's nothing like being at the races live. If you can't be there, we're glad you're watching the live feed, because that is a tremendous asset to have to promote the series. But be here in person if you can, and even better, try drag racing. Once you give it a try, you never know.
George Chick Jones left lane against Kevin Adams. Looks like we got a race here.
Yes, we do. Adams was in trouble trying to reel him in and overcome that deficit at the top end. No, Jones holds him off. 826, takes out an 829. Jones with about a tenth of an advantage on the starting line. He's able to move to the next round.
Chick Jones to the next round. Y'all know it, man. Come on, that's how it goes, man. This is the beautiful thing about index racing, is that it could be anybody's day.
Well, can anybody stop the red-hot Heather Baldi, because she has brought it here on Sunday after a tough end to her Saturday with some motorcycle problems. They're heading in the right direction. They look to get by Michael Smith in the strange lane.
Current Top Gas champion Heather Baldi goes 031 on the ball. Michael Smith gives it up a little bit. Heather Baldi, knee Wagner.
833, 130. Let's get their last name correct.
We're going to go with Wagner on this one. We're going to go with Heather
That's the
Wagner.
family name, so we know
we're going
we
to stick
can't
with Wagner. We
lose with
can't
that.
go wrong with Wagner.
Can't lose with
All
that.
right, then. Heather Wagner it is.
Heather Wagner.
Hey, and that happens, you know.
She has her jacket, her championship jacket said Heather Wagner.
Heather
now.
Wagner. We got to go with that. It happens sometimes,
that's
life
our
happens.
girl.
The great Angel has had a few last names,
Listen,
right?
Heather Wagner is one heck of a racer.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, when she strapped in the 460, I was a little worried to see if she was going to be able to handle it. But when I tell you that young lady can cut a tree and handle the best of them, she got the business done. So we're going to take our hats off and move on down the line. Eddie Albert and Braden Davis, the NHRA phenom, is in the right lane. Is taking on for his this is top gas. I think he's on a bar piece on this is Dave Young bike.
He's game on the tree. He's 2-0 so far today. Make it 3-0. Braden Davis, 822, 023 on the tree. The youngster going to be hard to beat today. Again, thank you guys for joining us so much on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel. Make sure you smash subscribe, smash like, and make sure you plan on getting to a Man Cup race because this great crew, they do this 5 times a year. They live stream at every event that you can see on RacemanCup.com. We'll be back there a little bit later on today as Jim Barriner and Shane Cunningham come up next here. Oh, actually, it looks like Shane not able to make the call.
Yeah, he had some problems this weekend. Unfortunately, the Cunninghams, they have a very good piece in these bikes, man. His dad, Floyd, they put some very good motorcycles together. Unfortunately, they had a little problem with a head they got recently on their 14 that pushed the valve. They just want to take their chances of doing any more further damage. He's going to lay it out, and hopefully we'll get to catch him in Alabama.
See what Jim can do. 150 reaction time here on his free pass. How close to 820 can he come? A very game and competitive 822 with a 2. Looking good here on race day.
Yeah, that Cunningham clan, you take a look at those 2 ZX14s that the boys run, and they are just absolutely perfect. They're like bookends. I think it's an orange one and a green one, and just the best of everything. Floyd has outfitted them very well, and yep, we will see them back in steel and back in force, I am sure. Next up, there he is once again, John Markham, a name I get to say all the time, and I love it. John is just, he's like the salt of the earth type. So easy
Great
to talk
guy.
to.
Love him.
So intense.
And you know who his
at the
lookalike
racetrack.
is? Tim McGraw. He could be Tim McGraw's
Tim McGraw.
stunt double,
that?
and he's just a student of the game. He told me when he fell in love with drag racing, he sat down and studied it like he was cramming for a college course and never stopped with that approach. He knows so much about every game that can be played out there. Sometimes you listen to these bracket racers speak, it's like they're talking in a different language.
Hey, man, that's why we all had to come in the same place because everywhere else in the world we're crazy. When we open our mouths, that's a regular person about 2,000.
Regular people just don't understand.
It's all good, but looks like Markham's having a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah.
The bike looked like it left pretty decent. The 60 foot's close, but he's having some issue out on the top end. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it off. But speaking of John, man, John is a national champion.
Yes, he is. I was there. I was there in Vegas.
2-time division champion for sure, 1-time national champion, and he has the most Hollies.
He's unbelievable. Comes from a great racing family. I was there in Vegas. I want to say it was about 5 years ago. It was such a great story. He took the late, great Tom Sudman's Kawasaki, Mr. Kawasaki, and won the national championship
And
on it.
that bike is still in competition.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, John Markham, of course.
They sent a bike with a bike on.
He finished the 2025 season with no less than 4 top 3 finishes in Man Cup racing with 2 championships. So I'm not entirely sure why that was allowed to happen.
What happened?
I don't think there may still be Mr. Markham out there.
Oh, no. Okay. So we're going to take a look at it right now as Brian Miner went down with an 834 and then made a big move to the left. So right now, talented crew from Gainesville Raceway is going to make sure everything's okay before we get back into racing action. Thank you guys for joining us live on Cycle Drag YouTube. We've got V-Twin ET coming up. If you love Harleys, if you love the big twins, stay with us. Street ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes as well. And yes, let's hope we can get Spooky off the racetrack. What a reprieve for him. Sometimes luck needs to be on your side, even for a national champion, that he advances with the bye and is able to hopefully get into round 2 and get the bike fixed.
Well, I've got a theory about luck, okay? And having been around this game for, well, probably longer than I'd like to admit, not that that's a bad thing, I've seen a lot of racers come and go. And the thing that disappoints me the most, it's really kind of a twofold thing. I hate when a racer gives it up, because oftentimes what they'll do is they'll spend so much money on their combination that they are bereft of funds to the point where if it breaks, I always try to teach them, don't build the most fastest thing you can afford. Build something a little under that so you can still have a little money left over for the inevitable things that go wrong. And in this realm of actuality, what I've seen happen so often is racers who just get so close to making it happen and just come up short. They come up short financially, they run out of time, they run out of love. So the point I'm making here is about luck. Luck will and can and does exist for everybody, but you gotta keep coming. The only way to collect your good luck is to keep showing up, because statistically, you will prevail. Your luck will come, your good luck, your good fortune, but it'll never happen if you don't go. You gotta keep going. Everybody gets it good once in a while, if not more often, depending on how hard they work. And one corollary on this, when I was just a kid and racing with my buddy Mark Smith from Chicago. Mark, if you're out there listening, love you to death. The point I'm making here is we were young, we were bright-eyed, we didn't know what we were doing. We talked to some racers at the local track. It was a husband and wife team. The husband drove a Chevy Nova, the wife drove a KZ 650. We idolized them, and what they told me was, boy, we had a bad season one year, and it was just horrible. And Mark and I were like, oh my God, an entire season? We couldn't even conceive it. Oh, it sounded like the end of the world.
$2X02. Top Gas Bike 2X02. We need you back to the lanes for a rerun against Dalton Markham. So that was the run that we were talking about moments ago where something wasn't 100% right, and Hollywood is going to grant the rerun. So great job by him. That occasionally this happens out here. We got a timing system that's pretty much bulletproof, the great CompuLink system that we've been using for years, but just occasionally something can go wrong. A
little ghost in the machine, and like you mentioned earlier, it can be as little as a grasshopper or a gum wrapper or something that just gets into the infrared beams down track and triggers, I guess what we would call an unintended event. And, we've run into this before at some of the tracks I've worked with where, and it's kind of a unique accommodation, but we tell people, make sure that if you see airborne trash flying around, grab it before it gets out on the racetrack, especially when it's particularly windy, and especially in these days of plastic bags. Plastic bags are another one that they'll get out on the track, they'll blow through the lights and create all kinds of issues. But, you brought up the grasshopper one. I think I remember that one, or I think I've seen that one. Grasshoppers are big enough insects that they can literally make this happen. So, like you say, in this case, we saw Dalton Markham record a 739 ET in an 820 index class. We know that ain't right. So good. Yeah, we're going to see them do the rerun here shortly. And, as I don't often do the announcing up here, I don't know what the next class will be.
I think we're heading into V-Twin ET, and you guys should actually be in the lanes.
There you go.
Along with Street ET and Pro ET. Need you in the lanes right now. Big shout out to the more than 100 people we got watching live on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel. Thanks. Do us a favor. Drop your location. We want to know where you are watching from. I'm going to put Bill on the spot again. I'm going to put each and every one of you in the spot watching us live. What is your all-time favorite motorcycle and why? I'll kick things off. Kawasaki Z1 KZ. How could you imagine that, right?
Well, I'm right there with you. Of course, that's the series I raced for years. And I raced Hondas, I raced Suzukis. I pretty much, ran the gamut, ran the spectrum. But, my go-to would be, my first love, the KZ 1000, the Z1 series. And, certainly that's been the small block Chevy of the bike drag racing world for so many years. These days it's been relatively surpassed in maximum performance by the Suzuki GS series. And it just happened over the years that the 4-valve head became a more effective platform. We could get more airflow out of them. And some will argue that the Suzuki bottom end is marginally stronger than the Kawasaki. But, we still see Kawasaki's making big horsepower. And I think I saw this on Cycle Drag not long ago. You featured the fellow from Arizona with that green Kawasaki funny bike that's gone like 6 O's. Who is that gentleman? I know I'm a friend with him on Facebook, but his name escapes me at the moment.
It's Gary Christopher, Chad Christopher and Gary Christopher. They're
All
actually
right.
from Canada, but they come down to Arizona to compete. That's where
Okay.
you saw them break the record, and man, they are going after it. It's unbelievable how far they have pushed the envelope.
Yeah.
You know what motor they had? You remember the old Gator maker?
Right,
the Billet Kawasaki
Jim
KZ
Dougherty,
cases.
I knew him well.
They have
the late
some
Jim
old
Dougherty, yeah.
Gator maker engines, and I think their best DT quarter mile. They're still running quarter mile. I want to say they went like a 6:08.
I was going to say 6:08. I mean, just a hair's breadth from the fives, which, depending on what source you use and what credibility there is, has yet to happen with, a funny bike style configuration. Of course, Chris Moore with the Moore Mafia claim they've gotten there with their no-bar bike, and in a class where you're not supposed to divulge your times, they decided that was significant enough that they would. So, and that's amazing. We know there are a number of no-bar bikes in that category, I should say, in that realm, knocking on the door of the high fives. So it's almost academic whether it happened or not, because if it did, we would not be surprised because we know that it's there. But who would have thunk it? No wheelie bar, rear suspension, street tire, moving into the high 5 seconds. Jack, could you have imagined that 20 years ago?
No.
I mean, if I'd have told you that, you'd have been like, get out of here. It didn't even seem possible. But the technology and the dedication of the racers in that particular category has just, it's known no bounds.
It really is amazing. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And some of the comments rolling in, too. We're asking you in the Cycle Drag YouTube channel in the chat, what is your all-time favorite motorcycle and where you're watching from? Shout out to Scraplin. He's watching us from North Carolina. Aggravated Progressive from the Villages comes in and says, I miss my old GS 1428. So plenty of old school fans. And Bill, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to check out the Suncoast Old School
boy,
Syndicate
have
over
I
there
ever.
at the Rick Perry trailer. But fans, if you are here and you have not looked at these old school motorcycles yet, you got to check it out. I think the most impressive has got to be Dave Keaty. He has got a bona fide drag bike that is street legal. I mean, I'm talking, this thing doesn't even have a kickstand.
You could perform surgery on any surface on
Any of
that
it.
bike. There is not a nut or bolt that has not been detailed on that bike. Yeah, I had the opportunity to interview them yesterday, Todd Moore and Dave Keaty, and learn a little bit more about the Suncoast Syndicate, which, of course, I've also been following on Facebook. And, I offer everybody should take a look at that. If you like the older bikes, and why shouldn't you, check it out. They have gained 12,000 followers on Facebook in a little under a year. And while that isn't a big number in the grand scheme of things, when we consider that for such a limited, attraction, for such a unique thing, they are just astonished at how much traction they have gained with that. And it's like you say, it's amazing. And they also have a huge international following as well,
Sure.
because, of course, these bikes were not just imported to the USA. They are all over the world, and they are really the backbone of why we're here. Now, when you look at the big picture historically, of course, we generally attribute the revolution, the shot heard around the world, with the emergence of the Honda CB750 in 1969. And undoubtedly, that was the first bike to really change the future, to really see the future.
Many say it created the sport bike.
It really did. And I mean, until that point, a widely produced inline 4 transverse did not exist. Honda changed the game, but without a doubt, which often happens in such pursuits, the second and third players in, Honda may have changed the game, but the second and third players in looked at everything Honda did and did it better. And you see this in all kinds of pursuits. Often people want to be the innovator. They want to be the first to do something. I'm telling you, in a lot of cases, the best place to be is not first. It's second. See what they did good, see what they didn't do as good, one-up them, and go at it. And truly the formula that Kawasaki and Suzuki applied.
Yeah.
You know, once the Honda showed the way, they took the bit and ran with it. And boy, you know, I don't know the numbers. Do you have any idea just how many Kawasaki Z1s were produced?
I'd love
Z1,
to know. I'd love to know total.
KZ1000?
That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
To your point,
I know it's not in the millions, but it's got to be in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. You know?
To your point, the story that I heard too is Kawasaki was ready with a 750, and they took a step back. They said, "No, we got to one-up Honda,"
Right.
And that is
So
why
the
they took
900.
their time with
Yeah.
the 1973 Kawasaki Z1 900, a secret project that was dubbed the New York Steak in Japan. Why? Because Americans
Right.
love their big
The New York
steak.
steak.
We love
Yeah.
the best thing on the menu. And the best thing on the menu next for us, Cycle Drag fans, Man Cup fans, is V-Twin ET. That's what I love about this series.
Oh,
There is a
yeah.
place for every motorcycle imaginable, and that's why we want to see you on the property. And we began with our number 3 and number 2 qualifiers here. Left
Who
side
happen
coming
to
up.
be our number 1 and number 2 plate holders. That's Larry Berger in the Bernie's lane and Mr. Smith in the in the strange lane. These are the racers who took the number 1 and number 2 plates last year, Jimmy Smith and Larry Berger. And Larry Berger, if you're familiar with him, of course, he is generally considered to be one of our most improved racers in the series and in the local bracket series that we follow, because I'll tell you what, about halfway through last year, man, he just found it. It clicked. And once he found it, he became unstoppable. Lovely success story, and it looks like Larry might have the edge on this one. He certainly put a bulb on Jimmy, but do not count Jimmy out. He is a killer on that old Harley.
Got him top end 1050 at 122 miles an hour on the strength of his 056 reaction time, banked about a tenth off the line, and that was what caused his competition to break out. But he certainly rolled out, and they made it interesting there at the end, didn't
Look
they,
at
with that margin of victory?
Margin of victory, a scant 8 thousandths of a second. So we love to see that type of close, tight racing, and that's what you will find here at the Man Cup, where the best of the best take on the best of the best. And little malfunction there for our racer in the... No, I take that back. Perfect aspect here. Almost identical reaction times. And a little bit of a driving under the dial for the 14-second bike in the Bernie's lane.
This is so interesting, too, because I talked to a lot of these competitors yesterday, and most of them also race Hayabusas and ZX14s. And I say, why are you out here in the V-Twin category? And they all tell me the same thing. It is so much fun. Kind of slows down the game a little bit, and it's really enjoyable.
We've got one guy who actually competes with a chopper.
Ken Kobe.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ken Kobe,
Oh,
recovering
my
from
gosh.
cancer, by the way. So thoughts and prayers to the chopper man in Ohio. Wishing the best for him.
He is something. The first time I saw him race, I'm like, oh, look at this guy. This should be entertaining. And he banged a light and won the round, and I'm like, on a chopper? Are you kidding me? Wow. I made sure to spend some time with him in the pits, and he is quite the character.
One of the best V-Twin racers in the country is the man coming up right-hand side of the drag strip, Vance Howdyshell, the Gator himself.
Yes,
right
sir.
here, right down the street from his alma mater, big UF fan. We'll see if he can get it done here in round number 1 alongside rider 2057.
Of course, Vance had a lot of fun with his Harley electric bike for a couple seasons before the powers that be decided that that wasn't going to be anymore. So yeah, definitely a free thinker there, and absolutely a lethal racer.
Top end of the racetrack, Howdyshell. The Gator breaks out too fast. 4 hundredths of a second under. Give it to the Burns lane, 13:24. We've been saying it all day. As great as a racer is in the other lane on any given Sunday, anybody can be beat, and it is so
That's right.
hard to stay consistent in this sport, even for the high-level racers.
It is. You know, Vance gave up 600s at the line, and that's all it took for his competition to hit the stripe first.
We've got Street ET coming up next and Pro ET. So glad you guys are watching. Bill Hahn along with us here on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel. Of course, my name's Jack Corpella. Thank you guys for subscribing, for liking, for dropping your favorite motorcycle down below in the comments. This is Broderick Hollywood Jackson's Manufacturers Cup Series, living on here at legendary Gainesville Raceway. What an event it has been. What a start to the season it has been. And something I mentioned to Hollywood, too, is we just hope and pray the gas price situation in this country works itself out. We get some relief. And what have we seen in racing? As soon as those gas prices and those fuel prices drop, we see more people out hitting the road, traveling, going to events.
Yeah, it's an important aspect because, of course, travel costs are really, other than the machines themselves, one of the single greatest, incidental costs for racers. And traveling long distances can be expensive, especially when fuel prices go up. So, with any luck at all, it'll be a temporary affliction. And, we're keeping a close eye on it because, of course, we have some longer distances that we're traveling. We used to be primarily a southeastern series, but now we're, angling a little further up into the Midwest with our races at Indy and in Kentucky at US 60 and Steele, Alabama, a little further north. But so the point is, like you say, this is a factor. We're trying to keep a finger on the pulse, and with any luck at all, world conditions will improve and we can get back down to where gas and diesel, because of course a lot of our racers run diesel rigs, becomes more affordable. With any luck at all, that'll happen soon. So, and I know how it is. It's expensive. You put together a big rig, you got to get it there. So hang on tight, everybody.
I found one intelligent way to beat gas prices.
What would that be?
Ride the Hayabusa up.
There you go.
It always feels good filling that Hayabusa tank up vis-a-vis a big old F-150 or something, right?
Yeah, I've always been a fan of more fuel-efficient vehicles, but I know people love them big trucks. So it is what it is. But here we come, and I think we're moving now into
Street ET. Yes, indeed, Street ET, guys. No wheelie bars, no slicks in this category. Features all street bikes as we are ready to battle. Hope you're loving the coverage. Much more coming here from race number 1 of the Manufacturers Cup Series as we kick off the 2026 campaign from legendary and historic Gainesville Raceway right down the street from the University of Florida, as I said. Thanks so much to Bill Hahn. He's taking a quick break as we continue on here, guys. Next pair rolling up. It's a Kawasaki ZX14 in the right side. Looks like left side, turning on the red one here as we cruise down track. How about a 936, 144 miles an hour. Again, hope everybody's having a great day. Street ET on track right now. Pro ET will be up next. Pro ET will be up next. Beautiful, beautiful day for racing as well. Nice, cool breeze, hot sun. Gotta love it. None of that dreaded 4-letter R word, too. We'll just keep that away for the entire 2026 season. We are off to a wonderful start. Again, we're asking you in the comments, what is your all-time favorite motorcycle? Where are you watching from? And will we see you at a Man Cup race this year? We certainly hope so. Lots of Hayabusas here. Lots of ZX14s here. Old school GSs, KZs, everything in between. I've seen some Yamaha MT-09s, some Harley Davidsons on the property. I love the diversity amongst the motorcycles. Right side gets the win in this one, 1038 at 125 miles an hour as we continue on here in Street ET, round number 1. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. After Pro ET, we'll go into competition eliminators. So wonderful to have those guys with us here this weekend. Rick Steinert and his crew taking Super Eliminator to the next step. Here comes Edward Ruffin in the Burns lane. He's dialed in at 975. He'll be taking on George Clemens, dialed in at a 947 on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Opening round of Street ET. Great reaction time advantage for Edward Ruffin. We'll see if he can make it stick. Down to the top end of the racetrack, wind light. Oh, he gave it away. He gave it away. There are two ends of the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, and Edward had a 10th off the starting line, but he's going to be upset because he took too much white stripe. He goes 970 on a 975, breaks out. Clemens takes the win. He had plenty of room to play, but it happens down there sometimes, and that's what we're talking about. that luck word. You put yourself in a good position. Occasionally, you get a gift. And here comes everybody's favorite big man, Stan the Man Russell. Once again, down into 964 on his Suzuki Hayabusa. Strange side of the racetrack. Doug Kirkland alongside him. Down in at a 930. Treat drops. And check this out. I think this is part of the new True Start the Gainesville Raceway is using. Used to be first reaction time was an automatic loser, but now with True Start, it is the deeper or the more severe infraction that will lose. Kirkland was negative 036. Russell was negative 019. Kirkland had the worst red light. That means Stan the Man Russell moving on to the next round. That's cool. I am a fan of True Start. I like that. Used to be a huge advantage for the guy leaving second, but now he's got to go green, or at least not red light as bad as his competition, in order to get the win light. Continuing on here from beautiful Gainesville Raceway, it is the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Again, make sure you stop down and see Eric and the boys from MTC. Even if you don't buy anything, get a sticker, get a t-shirt, say thank you for backing this event in the Manufacturers Cup. Christopher Burns Lane alongside Taylor Harper. Taylor, lumberjack style, 003, knocking down the Christmas tree. Christopher goes red. Taylor will advance to the next round. How about a 12:58, 83 miles an hour? We'll get you into the next round of Street ET. Big shout out to Scraplin in the comments. And also XLH 1450 watching us saying all tires are now expensive. That's right. Unfortunately, a lot of things expensive in our world, but we're hoping we do get some relief and racing continues to benefit from that. We appreciate each and every one of you for being here, and we remind you to go to that Man Cup website and get the full schedule and plan on being at least one race this year. Would love to see you in person. Here comes Charlie Brown, Burns Lane. He's down at a 934, taking on Fittipaldi, Peters, Strange Lane, down in at a 1014, creeping in. Here comes that 5/10 flash. We are off. Negative 026 for Fittipaldi. Charlie Brown goes in 096, takes the win, 961 at 135 miles an hour, coming back. Great turnout in Street ET. Pro ET, you're up next. Competition Eliminator, you should be in lane number 6. Two Twisted Racing chimes in the comments and says, ZZR 1200 Super Comp for me out of Northeast Ohio. Great motorcycle choice, and thank you for the comment. Again, if you're watching live on Cycle Drag YouTube, make sure you hit like on the video and let us know where you're watching from. We're also asking you, what motorcycle do you race? What's your all-time favorite motorcycle? Leave that in the comments, and we will give you a special shout-out. Javante Jones, Burns side of the racetrack. He's down into 990. Roy Johnson alongside him, down into 1095. Roy goes red. Javante will punch his ticket into round number 2. A lot of money already handed out here this weekend as well. We had the high dollar gamblers race yesterday in Pro ET and Street ET. The question is, who will win the big money here today in Gatorland? A lot of tough racers here from all over the United States vying for the ultimate prize. Street ET, round number 1 on the racetrack, which is in outstanding condition thanks to the folks from TVC and Gainesville Raceway. Have heard nothing but positive feedback about this drag strip here this weekend. It is a great day for racing. Joe Chancio chimes in. I do agree. Hope you guys are enjoying it 100% as we continue on. Street ET, round number 1. Bill Hahn gets himself a fresh cup of coffee.
Oh, I'll tell you, man.
You got to love being, these are the luxuries you can enjoy when you come to the posh tower that is Gainesville Raceway.
It is something. I'm telling you, they ply us with beverages, snacks, and it is an absolute edifice to drag this part of this tower. But I can still remember the old days when the tower was right over there by that VP tank, where that's at right now. And, you know, we used to come down here. We talk a lot about AMA Pro Star. But, of course, prior to that, and even during it to some degree, was the Drag Bike USA sanction, which
for what it's worth, put on a fair amount of races here too in the spring and in the fall. Well, of course, that would be our good old friend Tom Laughlin Jr. of Drag Bike USA, who unfortunately had a bad run of luck at the end there when practically every race he held for over a year was rained out, and it just gutted his coffers, and he said, that's it, I'm done. So coming up now, look at this, Chuck Woolham and Steve Usher, a 987 dial and a 938 dial. We're going to see which one of these racers, and of course Chuck on the somewhat unusual Yamaha injury. He's here from Reddick, Florida, and he ends his day early with an 024 red line.
Tough break for him. I was just going to talk him up too. There's a lot of new age drag racers that love that MT07, MT09 platform. They love the affordability, and those motorcycles are fast. Look at that. I mean, he goes a 992 right there. Unfortunately for him, a red light start, but hopefully we see him back at another Man Cup race real soon.
So that MT07 platform, what particular engine is that? Is that
It's a triple.
The triple,
Four-stroke triple.
Nice.
Yeah, the guys love them. If you go to like Orlando Speedway or you come over my way at a Showtime in Clearwater, you'll see a ton of them. Those guys love them.
That's
affordable,
great.
like I said, not very expensive, a lot of bang for your buck.
Well, and I'm glad to see that coming back because, there was a time when you saw all kinds of unique bikes at the track. Then it became pretty much an inline four thing for a long time. Now we're starting to see that come again. So here's Tate Horta of, that would be Dan Horta's progeny, as I understand, and Joaquin Ortiz, who won yesterday and somehow wins today on that pass. Look at the lopsided thing here. 036 light for Tate Horta, but can only manage a 952 on his 927 dial. Joaquin goes 109 on the light and is basically the recipient of a gift-wrapped win by virtue of being able to run much closer to his dial-in. So Joaquin dodges the bullet there and lives to race another round.
Big congratulations to him. Pro ET, you're coming up next. Competition Eliminator. We need you to lane 6. That's the new version of Super Eliminator. And I just got a text from Mr. Super Eliminator himself, the great Bill Baxter, who has the world's quickest and fastest two-stroke. We hope to see Bill Baxter back at a Man Cup race real soon because he's always a sight to see.
Oh, I'm telling you what, those machines are just amazing. I like to call them chainsaws on acid. And they make a sound, and they have an efficiency like no other because, when you look at those bikes, they're very much built like the old school approach, which was, these days we've had to build bikes with a lot of bulk and a lot of strength, but those old two-stroke bikes are so light and simple and wonderful, and it's an efficiency that a lot of modern bikes lack because they've become so big and heavy and overbuilt. But it's something that I hope to see too. Watching Alex Hughes bang out mid-high sevens on that two-stroke, and it's just such a unique language, such a different world.
No doubt about it. We want to say we need another lane call for Pro ET, lane 4. Competition Eliminator, lane number 6. We got some shout outs in the comments as well. Got to say hello to Jason Bolliott Kantjarian, who says, wow, Roy Johnson is still racing. He said, I beat him in the 99 World Finals.
Is that Jason Kantjarian?
How about that?
Kantjarian. Jason.
Good to see him as well.
Jason, let me give you a shout out. Jason's a Facebook friend of mine, and I love talking with him. He's got a great attitude, always fun.
All good, man. All good. We're happy to have you. We're happy to have the golden voice of anybody who wants to impart some knowledge. This is something totally new that we're trying, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Hollywood has such a great production. What I told Hollywood is let's throw an hour or two on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel and see what happens. And you've been doing a great job here. Jay Regan has certainly been doing a great job. Now, Jay
has carried us for years.
Yes, he has. Founder of the Man Cup. How about that? Can you believe it's been since 2010?
Well, but let's be inclusive of all. We do have the Nifty 9. Those
the Nifty 9. But it was the brainchild of MREJ, correct?
Yeah, and he brought it forward with Dave Schnitz into the modern era. And, of course, they hired me. They took a chance on this guy who was a good racer but had never really done any announcing work. And they said, well, he's got knowledge. He can't shut up. He's got a good voice. Maybe we'll make him into an announcer. Let's just try it and see what happens. And so I do owe them a great debt of gratitude because although it was something that I retired from after a number of years with Man Cup, and that was just primarily due to the fact that the rest of my life was not meshing well with being away for 5 weeks a year to do the events. Recent changes in my world have brought me back to this, and I'm really happy and I'm really proud. And it is, I like to tell everybody, this is my second favorite thing to do at a racetrack. Okay, and you know, of course, people say, "Well, what's the racing's the first, right?" And I say, "No, that would be making love in a motorhome." Okay.
Too much info. Okay, Bill. Now
maybe
I'm starting to get
that's second. Okay, no, racing is still first.
Too much info.
Racing is still first.
Too much. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your knowledge. Maybe that was a point to cut you off right there, but you know what I always tell people.
Family friendly.
Oh, don't worry, that's family. You didn't tell us with who, so it is definitely family friendly. But what I tell people is the reason I have this outlet, Cycle Drag, on Facebook and YouTube is I am a firm believer in the mental health ailments and how difficult life can be. Life gets a hold of all of us, and I think motorcycles are such a wonderful escape. The drag strip family is such an awesome community. I think about some of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. I've met around motorcycles. So what I believe this is, what drag racing is, it's a wonderful escape from how tough
it's an outlet.
Life can
really
be. And I
is.
think sometimes you need that to carry on.
You do. You do.
You
and
need your dessert tray of life sometimes to deal with
I like that.
dinner and everything else that you got to deal with on a day-in basis.
Well, and you bring up an amazing aspect, and you really hit me close to home with that one, because even my son will tell me, and has told me, that I am never a happier person overall than when I am getting my regular racetrack fix. And I am so fortunate that I have, basically developed the opportunity here to get my fix this way. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not done racing. I still like to play, just like you, but this has been an almost unanticipated way to stay involved and be involved. And I love my Man Cup family. I love my SGMP family. And I'm getting really motivated here at Gainesville as well. So anyway, yes, you're right. It is the release. It is the dessert of life. And I think many of us here are hopelessly addicted to it.
No doubt about that. As it looks like we're ready to switch gears into Pro ET. We may need a little help here from our talented staff to ask her to please reset our computer as we get set to go. But, my story, I was working a news gig and having to travel to a lot of homicide scenes and fires, things I didn't want to go to. I'm a sports guy, but you work in the news business, sports is kind of dying. They send you to stuff like that. Wow. A lot of times I'd be rolling around in the news truck with my partner watching races that you were commentating or elsewhere, and it would brighten my mood a little bit. So I figured for everybody that can't be here, the fact that we can bring them this action, you never know where people are at or what they're going through in life. The fact that we can give them a little slice of Gainesville sunshine in the Man Cup is a wonderful thing. As Don Horta and Joe Lindsay get set to be our first pair here in Pro ET. Whole shot going to Joe Lindsay by a bunch. But you never know. We've seen some strange things happen. Here comes Don Horta, fistful of throttle. Oh, Don gets by him.
Look at that.
Overcomes an 0.25 with an 0.96. Goes 9.15. Lindsay either gave up that stripe or just couldn't run the number. Horta takes the win.
Wow, unexpected. Real close at the big end. 25 thousandths margin of victory for Don. But, you got to win this game two places, at the starting line and at the stripe. Everything in between is almost inconsequential, as long as it's consistent, as long as it's uniform.
All right, next pair rolling up to the ready line here in Pro ET round number 1. Competition Eliminator. You should be in lane number 6, and it looks like we're on hold for just a second as we get ready to get back to it. Perhaps the folks here at Gainesville Raceway saw something they didn't like on the drag strip, and what a team they have here. I got to shout out all the folks out there in the green shirts keeping everybody safe. This is definitely a top-notch facility, one of the best in the world.
Absolutely, and of course, in many ways this is the crown jewel of the NHRA crown. certainly one of the nicest facilities in the world where drag racing is concerned, and has been for many years. I was enjoying looking at the photographs on the wall up here in the tower, and looking at the jam-packed stands from the very first Gator Nationals way back in 1970. I mean, isn't that pre-Jack Corpella era?
Long pre-Jack Corpella, not even thought of. As Jeremy England and Pablo Gonzalez come up, this is another final-worthy matchup in round number 1. Two great Hayabusa racers. England looks over. Pablo's in trouble, but it hasn't stopped them before. Here comes that Suzuki Hayabusa into high gear. England takes the win. 16 on a 14, 0-19. Pablo is in trouble with an 0-51 against England.
Yeah, Pablo is not having a typical day, because I had mentioned earlier when we saw him lose on a red light that he has been on an absolute tear this year, has won no less than 5 races, and I think what we saw here was he got a little off his game by that red light and slowed down a little too much. Jeremy England there, happy to make up the slack.
Duffy Freeman coming up strange lane against John Spooky Markham, who is on a tear here today. We'll see if it continues. Spooky is in trouble. He's going to have to use every trick he's got up his sleeve.
He's coming to get him, but he's got a lot of ground to make up, and he cannot. Oh, Duffy Freeman only has to break out by 1,000th of a second to stay ahead of John Markham, but Duffy Freeman drilled him on the light, 009 to John Markham's very unusual .078.
And spectators, if you're new to drag racing or anybody watching on the live feed, when we say double breakout, that means both competitors went under their dial-in, and it is the competitor who goes under by the least amount that takes the win. So Markham was 950 with a 3 on a 56. Duffy just missed it, actually by 1,000th of a second, 980 with a 9 on 981. Duffy takes the win. As we've got our next pair rolling up, it is Dwayne Schmidt Jr., Burns Lane, taking on Jeremy Davis, Strange Lane.
Look at the difference in dials here. Dwayne's going to be out over 4 seconds ahead of Jeremy. And here comes Jeremy. And you know, it's always the tricky thing here, especially in ET racing, for the racer who has to leave second. Box racing, it's a little less challenging, but in no box racing, it is challenging as can be. And Jeremy Davis keeps his composure, throws a better light, runs closer to his dial, and that's how you win.
And what makes for a great busy day here at the Man Cup is entering multiple categories. We're seeing so many do it. It's what most of these racers want. They want track time. They want seat time. Vance Howdyshell coming up. And what an opportunity for him, because he had a tough loss in V20T, but he's got an opportunity to get off the schneid right here if he can beat Bernard Gilbert in the strange lane.
There you go. About 1 second separating these bikes. So here comes Bernard. He's got to catch him. He's got to reel him in. He's got 1,320 feet to do it. And can he make up that second? He does.
Oh, tough day for the Gator man, Howdyshell. He brought it there with an 065, 993, but Bernard Gilbert gets by him by just 1/100th of a second. Congratulations to him.
Look at that. A margin of victory of 19 thousandths of a second. Look at that. And you know, Vance Howdyshell, he didn't put together a bad pass, but it just was not good enough.
Next pair rolling up as we continue opening round of Pro ET Competition Eliminator. You should be in lane number 6. Here comes Kevin Jones, Burns Lane, alongside CJ Mims, Strange Lane.
And CJ Mims, one of our rising stars, current Street ET champion. And CJ spins the tire, fish hooks it off the line, got killed on the light by about 700ths as well. I don't think this is going to go his way.
Far end, Kevin Jones takes the win, 941, 138 miles an hour. CJ Mims at 920 at 144 miles an hour. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but they do not run buybacks in this series, correct? This is it, a one-shot deal.
This is it, yeah. Buybacks used to be part of it, but now we do something a little differently, which is where we have an automatic buyback.
Oh, okay.
Which is to say that pretty much everybody who runs in the first round comes back for the second round. This simplified things and gives people one chance to get that out of their system before it's all over. You know, second rounds are for keeps.
Get a mulligan as Lindbergh Simmons goes red. He'll need it. Misses the tree by 7,000ths of a second. Gregory Crawford, 123. Top end of the racetrack. He runs it out to a 10:27, goes under, won't hurt him in that situation. First is worst, and the red light of Lindbergh Simmons was the worst infraction. And you've got a note, Mr. Bill Hahn, from the great Jay Regan, MRE.
All right, we need Real Street and Pro Comp and Ultra 460 to the lanes, please. Ultra 460, Pro Comp, and Real Street need you all in the lanes. And I'll say that one more time for the people in the back. Real Street, Pro Comp, and 460 to the lanes, please. And you should know your lane assignments by now. Go to those lanes, and we'll be rolling you out on the track shortly. Yeah, and Lindbergh Simmons there went 007 red, and he's going to be hating life because, of course, his competition threw a 100 light. And sometimes you just miss that tree. There goes Brian Miner.
0:30 reaction time. Automatic free pass into the next round here with the competition by. He goes 840, 181 miles an hour. That'll do it for round number 1 of Pro ET. I believe competition eliminator coming up. Our pros on the horizon already. Can you believe it? We are rolling through a beautiful day, and the good Lord has blessed us with Chamber of Commerce like weather here at Gainesville Raceway this weekend. Beautiful.
So
what a weekend here in Gainesville, too. They had the big orange-blue game. They had the Spring Arts Festival. I know this because, number 1, I'm a Gator. Number 2, not the easiest to get a hotel this weekend.
Yeah,
big
well, I
weekend
noticed the
in Gville.
traffic was a little
up
at times.
But
And,
everybody got great weather for it. Great weather for the races,
Yeah.
great weather for what's going on downtown. And
of course, the
always fun to
Gators
come to
are a
Gainesville.
religion in this part of the
Oh,
country.
big time.
And I mean it in the most respectful way.
Big time.
And, I mean, when I used to live not far from here in Morrison, Florida. Locals will know where that is, which, we're about a half hour out of Gainesville. And I had never seen such absolutely slavish devotion to a college team until I got here. And I mean, it's like NFL style devotion. And forgive me for not understanding just how much loyalty and support a college team can bring, but the Gators have just a hammerlock on this entire region, and it's a beautiful thing. I talk about when we used to come to this race back in the day, what an amazing thing it was for us Northerners to load the trailer up in the snow and ice and throw those trailer doors open down here to palm trees and blue skies. Yeah, the only bad part about it was we had to go back home.
Yeah,
when it was
back
done.
home.
Oh, and I'm telling you, after you if you super download all of your dopamine and adrenaline all weekend long at the race, then that long drive home into that dreary weather, and I developed something I called climatosis. Climatosis would hit me, and I would just be bummed for days.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, the post-race hangover.
Not exactly sure what we're going into here. I did get a text from Hollywood Jackson who tells us the Dalton Markham Top Gas rerun can happen after Comp Eliminator. Are we still? I think we're still finishing up Pro ET here.
It looks like it. It could be Street ET. Nope. Wheelie bar bike there. So that, of course, is Joe Clemmy, who was the #1 qualifier in. I'm not sure. Hang on 1 second. We'll wait for our computer to upload and reload here.
Got to be Pro ET, if you ask me, based on the bikes coming as well. Clemmy family, one of the toughest out there. I know Joe's brother Tom, I'm sure, watching our live feed right now. Hope to see him back at a racetrack real soon. And we'll see if Joe can advance here. He's got a tough hombre alongside him. And Spencer Johnson. Not much separates these two on the tree. Old school and new school. Wheelie bar versus no bar. Street tire versus slick. Big end breakout Spencer. Joe goes 9:11 on a 9:08 with an 0:20 reaction time. That'll get him into round number 2.
And Clemmy Magic, one of those storied families that have put up a number of good racers over the years and been at it for a good long time. I'm reminded of the Hagedorns and the Procopios, and they are definitely in that category as far as their prominence in this sport.
No doubt about it. As we bring up the next pair here in Pro ET, remember we do have a Dalton Markham rerun coming up. That'll be after Comp Eliminator. We've called our pros into the lanes as well for round number 2. In fact, that'll be some finals if they run the real street race. We're down to the final round.
Yeah,
in that
that's
one
right.
Coming up as Matt Curley, Kevin Peterson gets set to battle. Another wheelie bar versus no bar showdown. 2 great reaction times.
Look at them go.
Locked, bar to bar to 1,000 foot. That Busa pulling away. That Busa takes the win. 9:29, 1:27.
Peterson nails it on the light with a 007. Man, Curley, nothing to be ashamed of with 025. But when that 00 light comes on in the other lane, you got your work cut out for you. It ain't easy.
And the Lot Lizard KZ going home. I don't know how in the heck you came up with that name for the KZ, but
maybe we don't want to know.
Maybe that could be a good point.
All right, Real Street, we need you in the lanes. Pro Comp also in the lanes. And 460 to the lanes, please. One more time. Let's say it again. Real Street to the lanes, please. Pro Comp to the lanes as well. And Ultra 460. Need all y'all racers to the respective staging lanes, please.
Continuing on here in Pro ET. Loving every minute. What a great first round it has been from Gainesville Raceway. Home of the Gator Nationals, home of the Man Cup. Here comes Ricardo Marte.
Josie Brooks there in the right lane. And yeah, and I love to say his name. Ricardo Marte.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Marte putting it on Josie. 003 on the Busa.
I am impressed.
Oh, look at it in a 4,000 package.
It is. Best package we've seen today. Ricardo Marte goes 003 on the bulb. Goes dead on with a 1 for a 004 package. And I will say this, that is unlikely to be surpassed today as far as a package performance. Ooh. Not impossible, but that is down in the range where it is almost unbeatable. So Josie Brooks.
Yeah, poor Josie. She had 032, dead on with a 2.
Dead on with a 2, 032, and you lose. And that's the quality, that's the caliber of racing that the Manufacturers Cup brings.
Next pair coming up, it's Luke David, Burns Lane, alongside Shane Erie in the Strange Lane, down at 9 flat. Very interesting paint job on that, too. Almost looks like one of the old Gulf oil bikes or something.
That is exactly what we see there. Yeah, it's the Gulf oil. And I believe it is Mr. Baber, George Baber, helping out with that racer with Shane here.
George here with his lovely daughter, Christine, taking some video out there right now. Luke David killing him on the treetop, and the racetrack takes the win. He was 018, 929, 136 miles an hour. Shane, 903 at 145.
Yeah, Shane gave it up on the light. He was definitely closer to his dial, but man, look at that. He was almost a 10th and a half off on the bulb, as I like to call it, the fatal mistake. Hey, there's the big man again. Isn't that Stanley?
You know what? It looks like Stanley, but it's another one of our big men. I think it might be Troy Volker. We're going to have to hit our button's been a little slow up here on the computer screen, so we apologize for that. But that is the man, Troy Volker, who nicely gave me a 0 sugar monster yesterday. Thank you, Troy. And he flies for a big man. Oh, but Troy just missed the tree. 6,000. Too much monster.
Too much monster. Oh, you're not kidding.
He was too ramped up, ready to go. Yeah. Dwayne breaks out, but won't hurt him.
Watch that caffeine intake. And if I race again, I have become an admitted coffeeholic. So I'm not entirely sure how that's all going to play out.
I live on caffeine, man. That is my biggest vice in the world. So I'm hoping it's not killing us. We'll figure out. Well, there could be worse things, right?
Well, there are, yeah.
If we drank a bottle of Jack Daniels, it would probably be worse than caffeine, right?
Well, yeah. At least you're not killing your liver too bad. And they say actually caffeine can have a positive effect.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
On
get you out of bed.
Vascular health, cardiovascular.
Bobby Burt coming up, Burnside, alongside Samuel Parrish. Are you a caffeine addict as well? Let us know down below in the comments for the over 100 people watching live on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel. 2 great lights, second off the line was an 013. This is going to be a dogfight.
Nice.
Top
5,000 separating them at the tree.
Wow, double breakout. Bobby Burt takes the win. He was 008 on the tree. Sam was a 013. They both go under.
Tough one.
Bobby takes the win.
And we often see that where both racers will go under when the reaction times are so close. And, I would just love to be in their heads at that stripe as they're playing that game up there. Because, they both got there at about the same time. And it's like, who's going to stay in it? Who's going to pedal it? And fun stuff.
They're playing chess down there. It's amazing to me how they can react so quickly, especially at those speeds, to be able to look around and make the proper adjustment. Remember, the way bracket racing goes, the goal is to win by the least amount possible, as a wise man once told me.
Yeah, exactly. Or, another one is drag racing typically goes to the person who makes the least mistakes.
Yes, exactly. And the least amount of mistakes in this one goes to the Burns lane. Left-hand side of the drag strip taking the win. And I got to ask, am I saying it right, Burns? That's Josh Hart's place, right?
Well, I don't know if it's Burns or Bernie's.
Bernie's.
That Y in there.
I don't know. Now, isn't that Josh Hart's place? That sure. I thought they had a big Gainesville pre-party there, from what I understand of it. The ladies here at Gainesville would know more. Maybe you guys in the comments would know more.
Why don't you keep the ball rolling here, and I'll
you have to check it out.
Googles.
Yeah, I think it.
Let's see what the Googs has to say about Bernie.
I think it's like a museum type place, kind of like Big Daddy Don Garlett's spot down in Ocala, which got to see him do an interview with him. What a wealth of knowledge, still sharp as a tack. You put a picture in front of him, and he'll be able to say, "Oh, that was 1963, went 230.95." I hope if I make it to 93, 94, I'm that sharp.
He is amazing. My landlord at my home is 93 years old and similarly sharp. And I must say, not to plug up my ego here too much, but there we go. I think this is that rerun, and danged if Robert Powell didn't call it. He goes 5:20 on the light. Dalton Markham gets out with that 0:30.
9:09, 1:20. Somebody in the comments, Bennett Racing Film says, yes, that is the Harts. And, of course, Josh Hart now running for John Force Racing. It was great to talk to him at PRI. So dream come true for him, and he loves drag racing and everything about it. So that's cool that he has a local establishment here and has backed our friends at Gainesville Raceway, one of the best tracks in the world, no doubt. We got two boosters coming up. Are we officially into Comp Eliminator yet, or are we still in Pro ET? I think this might be Comp Eliminator, which is the new and improved Super Eliminator. Have you talked to Rick Steiner at all about that?
Absolutely. And Rick and I did a bit of talking about this prior to introducing the series. Of course, that's where I got my start way back in the day, was Competition Eliminator and Super Eliminator. Of course, those were the classes prior to the emergence of the index classes. Index classes really were pretty rare at the time, but of course came to dominate the sport. Speaking of, here comes Brandon Cunningham and John Upthegrove. Almost the same reaction times. Slight, tiny advantage to John, but he does not parlay it into a win. Look at that. Brandon Cunningham goes dead on with a 0.
Wow, 8:17, 161 miles an hour, cruising on to the next round. The only thing I'm missing in the new Super Eliminator is I want to see some two-strokes out here. Paging all two-stroke boys. We got to get them out here. We got to get Bill Baxter and the rest of the crew out here.
You definitely have a soft spot for that. Yes, I'll tell you. They are fascinating. And, yep, absolutely right on Bernie's. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate it.
Well-known auto restoration and custom shop specializing in classic and vintage cars.
Here comes the great Mike Perry out of Team MRE 042, taking on Shane Cunningham. Perry with his brother Rick. Great racing family, top end of the racetrack. Unfortunately, Perry not able to get the win here. He goes 9:38 on an 8:77. Shane Cunningham, a 9:06.
Rick Perry, another one of those guys, or Mike Perry, another one of those Perry brothers who they're always smiling. I love those guys. They always have a good attitude. And once again, I need Real Street, Pro Comp, and 460 to the lanes, please. That is Real Street, Pro Comp, and Ultra 460. Please come to the lanes. Hey, one more time. Real Street, Pro Comp, and 460 to the lanes.
Great racing that we're witnessing today. Shout out to David Eben in the comments, watching us from Appleton, Wisconsin. What's the weather up there? I hope it's warm. Certainly not as warm as Gainesville, Florida. You guys got to let us know in the comments where you're watching from. Damian Solis goes nowhere. What happened to Damian? Steve Breakstone's going to take the win, 8:65, and it looks like helmet coming off and a conversation to be had with Damian and track officials.
Well, it is just one of those things. Maybe he didn't have it in gear. Maybe the bike stalled. But he is done for now. But of course, for Pro ET, they will all return in the second round. Well, we may already be in the second round because we aren't entirely sure. Again, I haven't been announcing for Man Cup for a number of years. I'm like you. I'm up here subbing for Jay. Jay has a much firmer grip on the round succession, and but I do believe we started the first round a little bit earlier.
And here is the living legend, Roy Hagedorn.
Once again.
We'll see what he can do as he continues on. 890 the Dallin alongside Scott DeLong, 915. The Dallin for him.
Florida favorites here.
Red eye start for Scott DeLong. Hagedorn 040 on the tree.
Yeah, Scott aimed too hard, and Scott had a lot to prove there because, of course, like I say, these are two Florida fanatics, and who's the biggest target? Who's on that Mount Rushmore more than Roy Hagedorn?
He is moving on to the next round. Congratulations to him. His lovely wife, Candy, not here with us, though, this weekend, unfortunately. Maybe she's watching at home, watching out there on Cycle Drag YouTube. So,
well, that's quite a surprise.
I know, right? Normally, she's just as tough as Roy when it comes to cutting a light and running the number down at the big end.
Pretty amazing stuff, because you don't see too many husband and wife teams. Another one that comes to mind, of course, would be, Ronnie and Robin Procopio.
Unbelievable.
And, boy, is she a sweetheart.
We hope to see
Man,
Ronnie
can
back,
she
too.
Race.
From what I understand, they had to go to a wedding this weekend, or they would be here with us. So we definitely look forward to seeing Mr. Procopio back as he joins the 460 fray. But still, a great turnout, all things considered.
Yeah, speaking of Procopios, I was talking to Dan Wagner. We did an interview today. I've been chasing Dan for
Dan the man.
He is so elusive, not because he's hiding from me, but because he is just jumping from trailer to trailer to trailer. He helps so many racers, and he gave me a little insight into the agreement that he entered into with Joe Procopio. Of course, after Dan's shop burned several years ago, he was, more or less without a place to ply his craft. Joe Procopio stepped up to the plate and gave him a little space in one of his warehouses. And so now continuing on the Dan Wagner legend. And to that end, all of their competed classes in XDA last year, they won, except for the one Robin was. They won with Joe, I think they won with Joe Procopio, Ron Procopio, another racer. So it was pretty much a clean sweep, but I guess Robin missed like one race or something and just faltered in the points. But anyway, big shout out to the Procopios, and congratulations for reaching out and giving Dan Wagner a place to continue his ongoing legend. And we're so glad to have Dan here this weekend, and I'm sure he's out there right now tuning or twisting wrenches on one of many bikes. He has given a lot of attention this weekend to Craig Rosenberg, who was our #1 qualifier in Pro Comp for a time. And Craig, very, very much learning how to handle an enormously powerful, turbo Pro Comp bike. So big shout out to all those folks. And we're doing a little bit of grooming on the track before we send the next class. And once again, I'd like to remind our Real Street, Pro Comp, and Ultra 460 bikes need you in the lanes, please.
No doubt about it, guys. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage out there on Cycle Drag YouTube. Big shout out to the Hollywood Drag Racing TV coverage. Remember, when we switch back over, you can go to racemancup.com, click the live button as always, and that will take you to the live stream that they have created here. What an awesome platform they've given fans, sponsors, and as we've been saying time and time again, it's great to watch it online, but we want to see it here in person. This is a big, big deal. Motorcycle drag racing returning to Gainesville Raceway, from what I'm understanding, too. Multi-year agreement. So let's keep this thing going. Mark your calendars and come on down here and support Hollywood. I remember talking to Hollywood when we first got news that he bought this, and I said, man, Hollywood, it is going to be the most rewarding thing you've ever done, also one of the most challenging things you've ever done. I tell everybody, thank your local promoter, because it really is a thankless job. I liken it to being an NFL referee, right?
Yeah.
Because you never really get credit on the good calls. You get raked over the coals if something goes wrong. And it takes a special kind of individual to do it. So Hollywood really stepped up. Jay Regan had the ball for a long, long time. Prior to that, it was AMA Drag Bike and Keith Kaiser and these guys. And you got Jason Miller still going strong. But we don't have a ton of people running these sanctions like we used to. So
and
support those who do.
Yeah, like you, I have watched this, and I don't want to say from a distance. I've watched this up close, being part of the sport for a long time. And, often people have said, hey, Bill, why aren't you out there promoting your own races? And I'm like, I have seen what these men and women go through, and I am not so sure I want to put myself through that because, it's gambling on a huge scale. You are investing enormous amounts of money. You are at the whim of the weather. You're at the whim of the economy. You're at the whim of, demographic trends. It is, potentially lucrative, but potentially ruinous. And, but, let's take a moment. I have so much history at this track, and I want to tell a little story. Okay, we're doing a little track cleanup right now, so I'm just going to keep the action rolling here with some of Uncle Bill's tales. And one race in particular, and I always had a great time down here at Gainesville. It seemed to be my lucky track. Of course, my late father, when he was still alive, lived near here. So, and as I've talked we were always so delighted to, escape the frozen tundra to come down here and race. But one race in particular sticks in my mind. Now, one of the things that Drag Bike USA used to do, which I found to be amazingly fun, was a super final. And they would take the winner of their what they called overhead cam funny bike class and their Harley funny bike class, which is essentially Harley Top Fuel, and pair them up against each other in a super final, which was a Pro Tree handicapped, and dial-ins were based on your quickest pass of the weekend. Whatever your quickest pass of the weekend was, that was your dial-in. Now, I had been having a hell of a weekend. I had run over 3 days, like 7 passes between 770 and 777. I was locked in, which, back in those days was really unusual for a pro bike to be that consistent. And Jim McClure dialed a 765. Okay, so here we are. We line them up. 765 for Jim, 770 for me, practically a heads-up start. And back in the day, of course, what we did with the turbo bikes was we whipped that throttle. Remember that? Whipping them on the wrist. Just boom, 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 and then drop that hammer, drive it off the line. So I'm over there doing my whoom, whoom, whoom thing. And after about 30 seconds passes, and I'm still over there going whoom, 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 I start deciding, okay, something is seriously screwed up here. All 4 stage beams have been lit for like 30 seconds. Nothing is happening. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the heck? And I knew in my mind, the moment I stop revving it, they're going to drop the tree, and I'm going to lose. So I noticed that out of the corner of my eye, I see somebody like flailing around. And I was in the right lane. Apparently it was a starter, and he was afraid to get out in front of me because he thought I was just going to leave. My entire turbocharging system, this is dusk, is glowing red hot, and I noticed that he's basically trying to flag me off. And I'm like, what is going on? So without even stopping revving it, go boom, 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 I backed out of the beams and then stopped revving it, and I looked at him and I said, what's going on? And he goes, oh man, I'm sorry, we didn't get the dial-ins right. You're gonna have to do a rerun. I'm like, great. He says, yeah, just push it back over there. We'll send you down the track in a couple more pairs. I'm like, no, you'll send me down the track after I go back to the pits and cool this thing down. I had left a quart of oil on the track out of my catch can. I had been sitting there pumping it so long, the entire engine is just crackling and snapping and popping. Anyway, so we go to the pits, we cool it down, we come back, we ended up making the pass about an hour later. This was fateful because at that time, and I'm sure it still happens today, Gainesville Raceway had a tendency to get a little dew on it later in the evening, okay? Now, keep in mind, I'm running a Top Fuel Harley. He's got one thing he can do, whack the throttle. I got a couple more toys. I got the free revs, and I got a clutch lever, okay? Yeah, he's got a slipper clutch. All he can do is whack it and go. So, sure enough, it went my way because I was able to ease it off the line. Jim McClure woofed the tire. I ran away to a win, ran another 7, I think like a 774, and I was just on top of the world. Not only had I won Funny Bike, but now I had beaten the baddest Harley Top Fuel guy in the world. I'm like 27 or 28 years old. I just think I am king. And so here's what happened next, and this was the funny part. We're up by the tower. We're all getting ready to go upstairs to get our payouts from Tom Laughlin at Drag Bike USA. And one of the other racers comes up to me and he looks at me and he goes, hey, wow, man, you really got him, didn't you? And I said, I'm all full of bluster, got my chest out, and I said, yeah, I blanked all over that old man, didn't I? And the guy looks at me and he says, there was Jim McClure standing right behind me. Oh my God, I was so embarrassed. Jim, being the amazing man he was, just laughed and said, well, you sure didn't get a good reaction time, did you? And I'm like, yeah, but I got it off the line. And oh man, I was so embarrassed. But anyway, that's one of my Gainesville stories. I have a million of them. Let's move back now to what we came here to do, which is racing.
Yes.
And Mike Thompson and Rylan Rowe.
And we think this is round 2 of Pro ET is what we believe here. Don't quote us just yet, officially, unofficial. But Rylan Rowe doubted in 889. Mike Thompson doubted in 924. Second off the line was an 036. We got another dog fight. Thompson looking over, drifting towards the wall. Top end plays the game. Oh, he let Rylan Rowe by. 893 143, 148.
Wow.
You don't want to look over too much. Interesting, the different strategy, too. I remember the great Bruce Sauer, I used to ask him. He told me he never started racing until 1,000 foot.
Yeah.
He said he'd be
That's
a
a good
robot
point.
till 1,000 foot. You see some of these guys, they start looking over at 60 foot.
Yeah, no, and Sauer, definitely one of the sport's greats, and part of that Ohio clan that was so formidable. And I always loved going to race in Ohio. What a racing crazy state that is. They got everything, and so many tracks, and they got circle tracks. They got tractor pulls, drag racing, the entire state. Of course, home of the famous Norwalk. Here we go. Mike Hansen gets a gift. Darrell Perkins goes deep into the red with a 162. Mike Hansen survives a 117.
All right, now coming up next, I don't want to give him the announcer's jinx, but I do believe Braden Davis is a perfect 4-0 today in eliminations. How long will that last? Will he turn another win light on? We're about ready to find out. One of the true young talents, one of the graduates from the Junior Dragster program, and I was just speaking with great announcer Alan Reinhart about that a few days ago. Had a chance to interview him, and I said, is the Junior Dragster program still popular? It's still doing what it was intended to do? And look no further than Braden Davis. It is. It's the minor leagues for a lot of these racers.
It really is. And I get to announce those Junior Dragsters at the South Georgia Motorsports Park, and I just have a ball with it. I make sure to give them at least as much, if not more, love than I give the full-size cars. And it's amazingly competitive. Braden Davis is such a well-composed young man, too. He is mature beyond his years. He has such a grip and is so intelligent. And there he goes. He's looking over because, of course, he's going against a little. Oh, and Rashad Rowe, slow.
How about that, Braden? Make it 5-0, 909 at 116 miles an hour. Braden is on one today, looking to leave Gainesville Raceway with some of Broderick Jackson's money. We'll see if he does so.
He is a machine, that young man. And Rashad Rowe didn't give up anything on the line. As a matter of fact, Rashad Rowe with a slight advantage at the line, but was unable to complete the pass, perhaps some type of mechanical failure.
All right, let's see. Next pair rolling up as we continue on. Massive turnout in the ET category. So many tough racers here with us at Gainesville Raceway for sure. And Bill taught us about the automatic buyback into round number 2. Some of these racers get, I'm sure they appreciate that, especially early in this season. Opportunity to get more seat time. Don Horta and Fittipaldi in the right side. Don Horta lays a killer 0.13 reaction time on Fittipaldi.
In trouble.
Top end of the racetrack, win light goes to Don Horta.
Yeah,
9:17 on a 9:12.
That was pretty much all over at the starting line. It was fun. We had Fittipaldi at the chapel service this morning, and he graced us with his ukulele playing and singing. It was truly influential. And I thank him very much. Of course, Santi Rodriguez is our chaplain and puts on a wonderful, wonderful service. So big thanks to all those people. Next up, Duffy Freeman and Kevin Adams.
This should be a battle. Kevin Adams, red-hot racer from Ohio.
6 seconds
keep it going.
in ET here.
Love these long delays, too. It'll test the resolve and the concentration of that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did he roll out? Remember, it doesn't take much. A speck of dust on your tire will break that beam and cause you to go red. You guys watching the live stream at home probably got a better view than us, but devastating for Kevin Adams. He had to sit there for so long, and something just creeped on the motorcycle.
Yeah, I've been there. I have. When I used to run Pro Street with Kent Stotts, I would occasionally take the Pro Street bike to events that he couldn't attend and run it in the Street ET and Pro ET classes. And wow, do I have some stories about that, lining up against like 25-second mini bikes in a quarter mile and sitting on the starting line for literally 17 seconds before I could leave. Talk about needing the patience of Job. And what fun it was, though. Great memories. Okay, coming up. Who's next?
That is the one and only former world champion, Spooky John Markham's already got that stage light turned on. Seth alongside him in the strange lane. Green light. Oh, I thought it was a green light, but the true start threw me off. It was green. It turned into a negative 001. Markham is going to be disappointed that that one just missed the tree.
And I'll tell you, I've been following John's trajectory now for some time. That is a rare occurrence for him to go red. And that just shows you how rare it is. He went red by the smallest amount possible, 0.001.
We've got the next pair rolling up. Some of the best motorcycle drag racers in the country are here with us. Gainesville, Florida, having a great time at one of the most top-notch drag strips in the world. No bar bikes, wheelie bar bikes, old school bikes, modern bikes, they're all here. A great mix with us here this weekend as we roll the next pair up to the starting line. Right now, probably needs reset. Bill and I having announcer problems up here. If you don't hear the names right away, some of the guys we know.
Oh, there he is.
Jeremy England and Pablo Gonzalez. We should have been able to spot these two from a mile away. Pablo with his
different bikes. Sometimes it's a challenge.
That's true. Pablo's got those Sean Gann flashy type leathers out there, and we got another dogfight. What happened to England though? Two great lights. This just shows you how differently the bikes are set up. They meet at the finish line.
Look
Pablo.
at that. Pablo gets absolution. Because, of course, he struggled in the other two pairings we saw. And this time he goes 017 on the bulb. He goes dead on with a 3. And Jeremy England puts together a beautiful pass, too, but it's just not enough. Margin of victory, a minimal 0.015 seconds. That's 15 thousandths of a second for you guys paying attention. And next up, Gary Russell and DJ Dwayne Schmidt Jr. are going to give it some battle here for some Florida bragging rights. Gary Russell spends a good portion of the year down here from his northern home. He might be down here full-time by now, but of course DJ is a full-time Florida resident and a heavy hitter here at Gainesville and the other local tracks.
Pair of green lights, and we are bar to bar at the 8th mile mark. We got a showdown. Watch that finish line stripe. Top end getting there first. Strange lane. It will be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 893 on an 886. Had a great 039 bulb, and that will put him in to round number 3.
Local boy done good. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., part of that ZX12 cabal that involves Scott DeLong. And, they run a very unique combination with the ZX12 motor. The ZX12 motor has not been heavily supported in drag racing. And, it's kind of a transitional piece between the ZX10 and the ZX14. Of course, there was the ZX11 too, a derivative of the ZX10, but I digress. ZX12 is a unique animal in and of itself. Some will tell you that the clutch is not as big as the other machines, but what I find really fascinating and really satisfying is that Scott and Dwayne have perfected that combination, and they've got a whole garage full of different ZX12 powered bikes. Some of them street tire bikes, some of them slick and bar bikes. They collaborate, they've made it happen, and they're big time.
Very, very cool. Well, you know what, Bill? This has been so wonderful. I want to thank our great producer over here, Vernon of Hollywood Drag Racing Productions. Everybody watching on Cycle Drag YouTube, could we get some love in the comments? Tell Hollywood Drag Racing thank you. Again, the idea here was simply to take this platform I have with 712,000 subscribers and counting. Make sure you're subscribed because we're chasing a plaque someday. We want that gold play button.
Of
Vernon's
course.
going to help
Everybody
us get there.
subscribe up.
But what we want you to do now is we're going to switch back over for the next round of pro eliminations, and that is coming your way on the racemancup.com website. You go there, you click on the live button, and you can follow it whether I'm there or not. Hollywood and his team, they're broadcasting live, and they have really done a great job, and they've come a long way with this presentation, and I think it's absolutely awesome. So.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege having you here, Jack, and thank you for doing some cross-pollinating with the platforms. Of course, that type of collaboration only brings good things. And I'm having fun up here. I have not done any type of significant announcing at a Man Cup race for a number of years. Typically, I'm down in the pits doing the interviews and the live feed work. But it's always a ball. It's always a ball working with you. And there's a lot to look forward to this year. Hollywood Drag Racing and the live feed is a product we're all very proud of. You know, we are really an exceptional organization to have our own live feed capability. You don't see that much at this level, if at all, and they have invested heavily into it. So once again, thank you, and I can't wait to do this with you again.
We'll run through the top 5 fans real quick in the chat. Actually, let's go top 10 for the heck of it. DHS number 10, Jennifer Leachman number 9, Cart Doc number 8, Two Twisted Racing number 7, Bennett Racing Films number 6, Joe Chancio number 5, Jason Bullitt Kent, or you say his name right? Can you say his name again? Kent Jerry, and thank you very much. XLH
Hey, Jason.
1450 number 3, Aggravated Progressive number 2, and our number 1 fan in the chat today on Cycle Drag YouTube is Scraplin D3X. Thank you guys so much. We're switching back over to Raceman Cup. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. It's always fun.
Jack.
And we'll see you guys back down on track. Make sure you subscribe. Much more coming, guys. Thanks so much for watching. We do appreciate it.
All right, I need bike number 2X02 to the lanes for the Top Gas rerun immediately, please. 2X02 to the lanes, please, for Top Gas rerun. .2X02, need you back to the lanes. We had a clock issue and we need to rerun you. 2X02, Top Gas, need you back to the lanes for a rerun. And once again, that's 2X02, bike number 2X02, competition number 2X02. Need you back to the lanes for a rerun. And of course is in Top Gas. All right, looking at the bikes down in the staging lanes right now, I'm seeing a pro comp pairing that looks like it's going to be delicious. That, of course, will be Travis Davis is going to take on Jeff Fasthouse. And Jeff has 2 bikes here this weekend. It's his usual stable, and they really couldn't be more different other than the fact that they're both Suzuki powered. One is a full-blown pro comp, pro mod, big tire, long wheelbase monster, and the other one is a dainty 18-inch or a 17-inch slick that you wouldn't even think was a 460 bike, but man, is it ever. And how good is it? Good enough to win. He has won. I believe it was our World Finals last year that Jeff Fasthouse won on his tiny tire bike. And like I say, you would walk past this bike in the pits and think, oh yeah, that's a super comp bike, you know, maybe a Top Gas bike if the racer's really effective with it. Oh no, this bike goes 460s. But coming up next will be Jeff House on his big boy going up against what appears to be Travis Davis.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Involved who made this possible, including the excellent Gainesville staff. As I have mentioned and have told some stories here, I have a wonderful history and so many great memories here at Gainesville Raceway. Of course, this used to be where my late father resided, about 50 minutes up the road from here. So one of the great things about coming to Gainesville from the frozen north in the early spring was not only to get out of that tundra environment, but to also see my father, who of course Bill Hunt Sr. was a huge mover and shaker in this sport in its early days. And interesting note about his business trajectory. If I might go way back to the 1960s. Not too many people here remember those days. I barely remember myself. I was very young. But Bill Hunt Sr. was a hydraulics technician. And he learned the trade from his mentor, a man by the name of Ted Barber, back in Chicago, where we all hailed from. Dad went out to California to chase his fortune, and I ended up back with my mom in Chicago. And Dad built a strong hydraulics company called Action Hydraulics. And as he became more formidable and more well-known. And, of course, Dad was an amazing engineer and an outstanding technician. His fortunes changed a little bit when the local, much larger hydraulics companies got wind of him, and they did their best to squeeze him out of business because, and this was the approach they chose, which was really some dirty pool. The projects he could bid on were, of course, limited by the fact that he had a small company. He couldn't do huge stuff, but the smaller stuff he could do well. And again, he was developing quite the reputation. Well, the big hydraulic houses in town that could do the big stuff didn't really like this young upstart coming in and messing up their smaller jobs. So every time they bid on a smaller job, they bid it at a loss, knowing that they could handle the loss if somebody took the bid, but knowing that this would also force Dad to push his prices down to where he would have to take a loss, maybe even a greater loss as a smaller company, in order to get the contract. Once Dad got wind of this, he's like, well, I've kind of backed myself into a corner here, and then something happened. The Honda 750 came out in 1969, and Dad, who had been a drag racer, decided, okay, it's time to shift gears. And overnight, Action Hydraulics transformed into Action 4s. And for those who are students of the early history of motorcycle performance, at least from an import point of view, of course the Harleys were already a big thing back then. This was one of the first companies to take the then brand new Honda 750 and provide performance parts for it. And a great job they did. They set records, they built bikes, they really were in on the ground floor. And so after that successful business transformation from Action Hydraulics into Action 4s, Dad would sell that business to his partners, or sell his interest in it to them, and begin a company which really completed his ascension upward, called American Turbo Pack. American Turbo Pack, and these are all California companies, of course, was the first company to bring turbocharging to motorcycles in a big way. And by now, I was a young teenager. I would occasionally spend summers out there working at American Turbo Pack with Dad. I'd go back to Chicago for the winters, for the school year, as it were. And ultimately, Dad would move the company to Florida. After he sold American Turbo Pack, he started Bill Hahn Products, which came to Florida because Dad was a little tired of having to go 2,000 or 3,000 miles to every race. Okay, there weren't many motorcycle drag races in the California region at that time, none really. And every single race meant trekking fully across the country. Everything on two wheels was happening east of the Mississippi. So Dad decided to finally move to the East Coast, but he had to move to somewhere that had the weather he liked, so it was to Florida. At this time, Ken Tipton of MTC Engineering was also considering a move eastward for many of the same reasons. So they collaborated, and MTC Engineering and Bill Hahn Products moved together to the Florida region. Of course, MTC would settle down in the Cocoa Beach region, where Dad was for a time before he moved to the other side of the state, which is where I would rendezvous with him to come to these races some years later. And that's the story there. Dad ended up in this part of the world. And so when we came down to Gainesville, it was just a ball. And so great to be back out here talking about all those iconic tracks we're going to this year. Of course, we'll be at Indy, site of the Big Go this year. Yeah, that's right, Indy. The iconic U.S. Nationals have been held there. I do believe Indy is the the lengthiest stop on the NHRA Tour. We'll also be at, formerly known as Gateway Dragway in St. Louis. Let's see, I think it's a worldwide something. Got to get up to speed on that one. Another one of the iconic stops. And we'll also be at US 60 Dragway in Kentucky, which is rapidly gaining a reputation as one of the most kick-ass eighth-mile tracks in the nation. Some very proactive owners there continue to upgrade the place. Last year when we went there, they had already made great strides forward with it. They've done even more this year. They've got a brand new tower, new racing surface. Just a fun race we had out there with all the grudge bikes. We expect to do that again this year. And, of course, we'll be bringing the tour back south for the World Finals, once again held at South Georgia Motorsports Park. So it's going to be a killer year here in Man Cup, and we've got some new classes, some new configurations. It's all designed to continue to evolve the motorcycle drag racing sport for all y'all. Pro Comp has shown its teeth early here. Now look at this, Pro Open and Pro Mod, put them all in one class, and we've already got a 6-bike field. So that's not huge, but it's not small either. And 6 quality bikes, and to that end, every single pass in the first round of eliminations, all 3 pairings netted ETs in the 4.0 and 4.10 range for the wins. So, and I mean, even the non-winners, hate to use that word loser, even the non-winners were putting up good numbers. So I don't think there was anything less than a 4-second pass for the whole round. So that's really encouraging. And that's a great start for the new Pro Comp class. And, you hear me up here gushing about what Pro Comp once was, and this is what Pro Comp can once be again. A multi-configuration class that adds some real dynamic excitement to high-powered, all-out, heads-up, whoever gets there first wins drag bikes. And so I need to truly commend all the racers who came out here this weekend to support Pro Comp. You are all stars in your own right, and I mean that without the slightest hint of exaggeration. We are proud and pleased and grateful to have you here for this inaugural Pro Comp event, and we are looking forward to an amazing year with Pro Comp. And with any luck at all, we'll even have a little bit of controversy. But as I was saying, what, you're looking for it? Well, controversy means things are happening. It means that something is needing some correction. And you know how it goes these days. Controversy does help to fill the seats and get the clicks, but the point is, we just want the class to be fast and competitive and true parity achieved. It can be done, like I said earlier, it has been done. It's not difficult to do. You just have to commit yourself to it. And so a home for truly badass, all-out quarter-mile and eighth mile in this instance, drag bikes will exist. And we're happy to have that going on here in the Man Cup Series.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere. We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because
competition. It's like the baseball, it's the equivalent of the baseball perfect season. And a rare occurrence in drag racing to lock up the plate without losing a round. It's only happened a handful of times. And the run we had was fun. It was amazing. But Scooter Kaiser, who came up earlier in our conversations with Jack Carpella, would come up to us in the pits. Of course, at the time, he was the owner and, the race director of ProStar. And he would tell us point blank, he'd say, you guys are bad for the class. We had become so dominant that it really wasn't fun anymore. And I mean that in the truest sense. We were a pariah. We were losing friends by the month because it was just a foregone conclusion that we were going to win the race if we showed up. We had become that good at what we were doing. And, it was expected. Neil and I and my crewman by that point had been going at this for 10 years straight, going to every event in the nation, continuing to develop the product and the machine. It was, everything had come our way, and we were sitting on top, and we were just absolutely dominant. So we had a talk and decided that this isn't really what we wanted to do. We had always been interested in competing, in reaching higher. I hadn't made a tuning change to the bike in over a year because I didn't want to go any quicker. We already had such a pad on the field that it would only draw even more, conspicuous attention. And and I didn't like that. Heck, I didn't even need to be there. Neil and my crewman could have run it themselves. I was just kind of along for the ride. And none of this was what any of us wanted. We felt bad. I was losing customers. I would sell parts during the week and then hand them their butts on the weekend. It was all turning into something none of us ever wanted. So we decided to retire the team and step aside and let Funny Bike go on without us. And it was a good decision. It was a hard decision, but it was that time. And so just a little bit of a reverse insight into where I've been and what this track has meant to me. So happy to be here this weekend with y'all. And this, of course, will be the first of many. And we're just so blessed to have such amazing facilities in the Southeast here. But, we're not going to stand pat on that. We will be up in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Alabama, and then back to Georgia. Not in that order, of course. So thanks again to everybody for coming out here this weekend. We're having Ralph and Total Venue Concepts continue to fluff and buff and put a little love on this racing surface, and we will return to racing action shortly. Thank you for listening to my long-winded tales. Hopefully you've gained some enjoyment out of them. I know I have.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
Starting line, something that I had a front row seat to as my bike with Neil Lane aboard was the next bike to go. We were in the water when Scott's bike lofted the front end and broke the wheelie bar mounts, at which time, and some of you have probably seen the photographs of this on the internet, thankfully it was captured. I watched Scott get catapulted, absolutely flung up into the air about 20 feet straight backwards as that bike flipped and land on his butt right in front of me. And it was one of the most astonishing things I've ever seen in racing. Fortunately, he was not severely hurt. He was pretty much just sore and bruised. I can't say the same for that Paul Gass designed, formerly Floyd Hunt's ridden double-engine two-stroke bike. Of course, they were able to rebuild it. It wasn't destroyed, but it was definitely hurt. And, and a cautionary tale in here. The failure that occurred was due to their use of solid rod ends on the bottom wheelie bar mounts. Now, this is something to be concerned about because solid rod ends, that's of course just, solid, no spherical inserts, are they're durable for the most part, but wheelie bars do flex side to side. Okay, it's not always just a straight pull. And so without the spherical rod ends down there to help, manage the sideways movement, it ultimately fatigued these solid rod ends. Now you see a lot of wheelie bars with solid ends, but they're usually engineered out of bigger pieces. These were just little 3/8 24, solid rod ends. And both of them snapped. Odds are they had been fatigued by flex over time. And when one failed, the other one was right behind it, fatigued and ready to fail too, because they both cracked loose at the same time. And so anyway, do not use solid rod ends on your wheelie bars. Not for the top, not for the bottom. Usually what we'll see these days is much more robust approaches, and that's the way to do it, because we learned that day that is how you get a wheelie bar to fail, and fail spectacularly. And again, Scott was not hurt badly. Mostly his ego and pride took a hit, but it could have been much more severe for him, And we've all seen what blowovers can do. Usually the riders aren't too badly hurt, but it's a completely uncontrollable situation for the rider. He is at the whim, or she, of what the bike is trying to do, and it's usually not pretty. Appears we are about ready to return to racing action. Track is cleared and track personnel are reassuming their stations, so stand by and we're about ready to send them once again. right, coming up next, our real street final. And thanks to a small field, we have come to this juncture quickly today. And it's going to be fun. We got Johnny Turbo Dobrin back in action once again with his slightly longer wheelbase Real Street bike. And of course, if you're familiar with Real Street, it's kind of like a junior version of Pro Street. And the idea here is to have kind of a stair-step approach to these high-powered street bikes. Of course, Ricky Gadsden is one of the heavy hitters in this class, and we saw him at our World Finals last year go 200 plus miles per hour in Real Street. So horsepower is not the challenge here. It is a much shorter wheelbase than Pro Street. And there are some other more nuanced differences between the two configurations. But the basics are these are shorter wheelbase, so they just can't be fed as much power as early in the pass as the classic Pro Street combinations can. Okay, so here we have some real street royalty. Johnny Turbo Dobrin and Sean Henson, Barry Henson's son. Of course, if you remember Barry back in the day in the 2000s, he was a killer. And right here, there is a distinct advantage for Johnny Dobrin. He throws a 009 light on Sean Henson. Sean's 069 does not follow. Look at that. There it is. He goes even quicker than his previous semifinal pass. So Qualifier with a 787, semied with a 783, wins with a 781, at a smoking 192.38 miles per hour. So Johnny came out here to take advantage of the longer wheelbase accommodation in the rules, and he sure made good on it. So congratulations to Johnny Dobrin for winning here in Real Street. Next up, semifinal in Pro Comp brings us, that's right, it is Fast House and Travis Davis. Travis Davis, of course, on the bike I think they finally refer to as the old girl. I may be wrong on the specifics, but I am correct on the intention. This bike has been in the family for a while and is currently electronic fuel injected, was previously mechanically fuel injected with one of my father's systems, and I think it was originally ridden by John Davis going back in the day. Right now it's Jeff House and Travis Davis. Something goes horribly wrong for Jeff, and he decides to pull right off the edge of the track, and it would appear that Braden is saying it's time to make the pass, and I'm not entirely sure what will happen next. Let's watch as things unfold. Jeff decided to just park the bike and get over the wall. So will they send Travis, or will they just chalk up a W for him? It looks like he's getting off the bike, so some decision will be made here as to the next move. Jeff goes back over the wall, gets back near his bike. You can tell they're not going to send Travis at this moment, at least not until Jeff House's bike is off the track. So unique set of circumstances here, but of course safety is the paramount concern. And as a rule, and the right lane has been declared the winner. I've just been notified. So just an unusual circumstance, but again, once Jeff was already out there a bit, his bike jumped the line for some reason. Could have been any one of a number of mechanical or electrical issues that came up, but in terms of determining the winner here, we decided to just call it as it was at that point. Once you roll the lights like that, it's basically over for you, and your opponent will be the winner. So Travis Davis will proceed to the final against our other semifinal winner, yet to be determined. Now I'm looking down here to the staging lanes to see who that is. And I don't know if that is, I get the feeling that's just going to be Braden by default. me get a clarification on that. So apparently Braden Davis had the bye run for this round, so it is going to be right where we started in Pro Comp. First lap down the track on Friday night. Father and son, Braden and Travis, will go at it in the final. All right, I need Ultra Sportsman to the lanes, please. Ultra Sportsman, report to the lanes one more time. That's Ultra Sportsman, needs you in the lanes. So, all eyes will be on the Davis family as father versus son in the final. And I really wanted to see Travis make a lap that time, but he's already got a good one in his holster from earlier. Of course, Travis blew the chain off the bike in that first qualifying round against Braden, and Braden had an issue too, didn't leave the line correctly. So that's going to be something to watch. Wow, check that out. Pro Comp final. Travis Davis and Braden Davis coming up. Ultra Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Ultra Sportsman, let's get you in the lanes. And that's Ultra Sportsman to the lanes, please. And what better to follow up Pro Comp with but Ultra 460. And here comes a fun pairing. Chad Otts here from Mississippi taking on Jeremy England from Ohio. And we have the established veteran taking on the young upstart here. So fun stuff all together. Both are formidable. I don't know if I could honestly reasonably predict a winner here. We've got the number. Let's see here. Let's look at the qualifying order, as it were. As soon as I get some information on my screen here, I'll let you know. Chad Otts, of course, here from the Doghouse team. They made the trek all the way from Mississippi. And Jeremy England running in no fewer than 7, count them, 7 races here this weekend. Between the Gamblers races and Pro ET and Street ET and Top Gas and 460. This guy has been all over the place this weekend. He did find time to do a pretty cool interview with us yesterday about street tires versus slicks. Number 3 qualifier, Chad Otts takes on number 10 qualifier, Jeremy England. Look at this. 2,000 separate them in the 60-foot, in the reaction time. And at the end of the day, Jeremy England goes 463 on that 460 index and takes on Chad Otts. And close race with great reaction times, but Jeremy came up with just a little more performance at the stripe. Next up, number 1 qualifier, Heather Baldi. She held on tight to that number 1 qualifying position. Taking on Matt Smith, also from the Doghouse team. Matt Smith drills her on the ball, but she's not far behind with an 036. But Matt Smith turns it into a win. Look at that, wins with a slower ET. Heather Baldi, 462 with a 3 against Matt Smith's 463 with an 8 for the win. Margin of victory, 15 thousandths of a second. And it all came down to Matt Smith's reaction time. 15 thousandths of a second, the win. Matt Smith throws a 006. So quite the upset there where the number 12 qualifier takes out number 1. And of course, that's Heather Wagner. We're going to have to change her name in the system. She's had a name change here of late. If I can get Super Comp to lane 5, please. That's MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane 5. Once again, MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane 5. Next up, Brian Smith and Deshaun Wheeler. Also excellent reaction times for both. Very little difference at the starting line, but even though Deshaun Wheeler had a 7 thousandths margin on the reaction time, he breaks out and appears to have gotten dumped by Brian Smith. So 4:56 for Sean, just a shade too quick. Brian Smith takes it to the next round. That was a squeaker, I'll tell you. 0.27 light for Brian Smith, 0.20 for Deshaun. And typically when they're that close, we don't see that much of a difference on the big end, but you know, this is measured in hundredths and thousandths of a second. So very unforgiving, very precise. Next up, Courtney Wheeler in the Bernie's lane, and the Strange Engineering lane brings us Smokin' Joe Rodney. This time we've got a bit of a difference in reaction time. Smokin' Joe's got to make up 300ths, and he does it. Look at that. Courtney breaks out by 4 thousandths. Oh, that's a tough one. Courtney had him on the bulb, lost it at the stripe. Hollywood Drag Racing Ultra 460 action continues. And what a field we have here. Just dripping with excellence. Next up, Montez Thompson Sr. and Jeff Jones. Winter Series winner earlier this year, Jeff Jones. Beautiful motorcycle he has. Montez Thompson hits it hard with an 0.15 light. Jeff Jones right behind with an 0.29, but it's not enough to catch him. Both riders go 461, but only one can win, and it is Montez Thompson Sr. Nice pass for him. Number 5 qualifier just took out number 8 in Jeff Jones. We had a ball watching these bikes run down at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series down there in Bradenton, Florida these past few months. But of course, we are now moving into the regular season, kicking it off here at Gainesville with the Manufacturers Cup Racing Series. And these two racers right here, Mike Wagner, Heather Wagner's dad, and Mike Lingo. Another amazing light here in the left lane. Mike Wagner goes 0.15 for the win. Lingo's 0.47, even though he goes a hundredth of a second quicker in the quarter. He took off 300ths of a second later than Mike, and the math says that will give the win to Mike. Congratulations to Lisa, Mike, Heather, and the entire Wagner Racing family. Looks like we've got MTC Engineering Super Comp in the lanes at this time.
And could you ask for a more perfect day of drag racing? Look at this weather. We're going to give the track a little scrub and rub, a little broom and groom from our experts at TVC, Total Venue Concepts. Ralph is here from TVC. And now, yeah, we've got what's called the rotator out there, the rubber. And it does what it says. You know, we're literally rubbing rubber as we rotate the tires on that rotator assembly backwards against the track surface. And what this does is transfers rubber from the slicks directly onto the surface and is part of the modern phenomenon known as track preparation. It used to be we'd just wait for the machines to put enough rubber down to achieve a similar effect, but these days it's a way different game. So he just put down 4 big old wide strips of rubber. And now I believe he is overlapping, getting the gaps between those strips. So it will be a full coat of rubber all the way down. And I believe they'll squirt a little bit of that magic traction juice on it to help wash it all in. And then we'll be ready to go.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Again, showing off their various wares. They've got a new air-operated clutch that you should have a look at. Listening to Eric describe this particular product, I suppose what they used to use was a pre-manufactured style of air cylinder, which was working well, but Eric decided that he could do better and design their own style air cylinder to incorporate into the clutch cover, which is what they have now. It's apparently a vast improvement over the previous arrangement. So if you want to play with that new air clutch technology, make sure to stop by and talk to Eric and or call or email them during the week, and they can get you up to speed on this new product. And of course, anything they offer is always of the highest quality, highest capability. MTC Engineering been bringing it since 1959.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
Joe Clemmy rolling down there on his legal buy run, so he advances automatically to the next round. He was your #1 qualifier with a 9:503, so he moves forward. Your next pair, Matt Curley, left lane, Joaquin Ortiz in the right lane. 950, the fixed index here in Ultra Sportsman. We're going to move to Super Comp after this. MTC Engineering Super Comp next up, and lane 6 is open. Lane 6 is open for Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Curley and Ortiz both put down green lights. It is Curley, double breakout. Ortiz going 945, more painful than the 949 of Curley. Curley moving on. Jeremy England down from Ohio. He's in multiple categories. He qualified 11th with a 957. Duffy Freeman qualified 17th with a 966, but throw that out the window. They each have a round of eliminations under their belt. Looking to see who of this pair is going to move on to round 3. England turning that top bulb out. Green lights for both riders. England, double breakout. Duffy Freeman way under 930. England was 940 himself, but Jeremy England had a monster hole shot on that one, and he made Freeman pay. Last pair. We will have 5 riders returning into the next round. There will be another bye run next round. This is Big Dave Young, left side. He's up against Brett Bennett. Brett was your number 2 qualifier. He carried that number 1 qualifier all day, and it was snatched away from him. Dave Young, 958 for the victory. 953 for Bennett. So, you know what that means. Brett was a little late on the tree. Dave Young making him pay. All right, we'll take a couple-minute intermission, and when we come back, we'll bring it up MTC Engineering Super Comp action. My top gassers, I do need my top gassers to lane number 6 for your next round of competition. Schwartz Law Group, top gas, lane 6. And once we finish up with Sportsman, we're going to go back into a round of ET action, and everybody's on a ladder. Street ET, Pro ET, and V-Twin, you all have ladders to go by. So, ET riders, if you are not left in Sportsman competition, you can find your respective staging lane. Start making your way up there, because you will run after top gas.
Look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
after Top Gas. Lindbergh Simmons next up in a strange lane. Jeremy Davis, local runner, in the Burns lane. Win, Lindbergh Simmons. Jeremy Davis, 9:21, but he was late off the line. That did not help him at all. Next pair. Here in MTC Engineering Super Comp action, Kevin Adams left side, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., DJ, as he's affectionately known up in these neck of the woods. It is DJ's 895 prevailing. Adams with a 007, couldn't parlay it to a win. John Marking, defending series champion here in MTC Engineering. Oh, he's got a tough customer. Young Braden Davis, the upstart. Braden is definitely the next gen of racer. He and others got the right build, the right mindset, and he can ride anything. But John Markham didn't win the championship for nothing. He knows how to race, but oh, look at that, a rare red light for John Markham. John goes 014 red. Braden was 018 to the good and goes 890 with a 4. Davis moving on. Davis goes from one heavy hitter to the next. He takes and moves into the next round. He's going to have Roy Hagedorn next round. He's knocking over all the old codgers, or at least attempting to. Next up, Rylan Rowe. Okay, he's up against John Upthegrove. Both of these riders got through the first round unscathed. Each round, in theory, getting a little tougher until we crown a champion. Deep stage, right lane. Green lights. Good drag race here. Look at that, Upthegrove, 894, besting the 895 of Rowe. Rowe had a very slight advantage on the tree. Even with Upthegrove going deep, he takes and gets the win. John Upthegrove. Joe Clemmy just made a lap in Ultra Sportsman. He's back, and he's facing Dalton Markham. Markham from Kentucky. Clemmy, the Iowa transplant, calling Duval home nowadays. Uh-oh. Well, Clemmy just went in. Markham's in. Green light and green light. Finish line will tell us that Markham 896, besting the 898, and Markham did carry the reaction time advantage as well. So there you have it. We've got 8 left in Super Comp next round. Braden Davis will take on Roy Hagedorn. Dalton Markham, he's up against Lindbergh Simmons. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will take on Santi Rodriguez for Gainesville home track bragging rights. And round 2 of that Gainesville bragging rights, John Upthegrove and Scott DeLong will battle it out. Those are your 4 pairs for next round. Very shortly, we will kick it off with Top Gas coming out of lane 6, and I do need my remaining ET competitors. Please bring them back to your respective lanes. All 3 categories are on a ladder, and you will run after Top Gas.
Aspects of drag racing these days, of course, is track prep. Track prep has made the difference in so many categories, both 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled. And we're here right now with Ralph Mayberry from Total Venue Concepts. And Ralph's going to tell us a little bit about what he's here to do this weekend. And, of course, your company, Total Venue Concepts, headed up by Kurt Johnson, has made an amazing, indelible mark on the sport of late. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing here this weekend with Gainesville Raceway.
So this is our first race with Hollywood and the Man Cup. We come in and we do everything to prepare the track, to scraping it, to putting it back together, to put the glue, and then maintenance during the event, cleanups and whatever entails. We pride ourselves on taking really good care of the track and making it for whatever kind of vehicles that are running. You know.
Outstanding. And, we're going to have a quick look at the tractor here. Of course, I love the name Overkill. Does that have a particular significance?
It's just a name that we build our own brooms. We build a complete tractor. That's the name of our broom. Kubota, we use Kubota tractors. It's just stuff that we have refined and found a way to make better and not as hard to get.
I've noticed that, of course, you've got multiple teams in play. You had mentioned Kurt Johnson is out at Pomona this weekend for the NHRA event. Yep. And you folks also sell equipment to track owners so they can do their own particular chores of maintenance, don't you?
Yeah, we sell everything that it takes to run a track. As the sprayers, the tractors, the rotators, flat drags, scrubbers, whatever you need for a racing surface or a drag strip, we have.
Well, that's amazing. And, of course, like I mentioned earlier, track prep makes the difference these days. And, as a drag racer myself for a long time, I can remember when track prep was kind of really didn't exist.
It was a make-it-yourself deal.
Yeah, the track was what it was. And I remember I used to run a 6-second funny bike back in the day. And even though I was in the Chicago area, we had no tracks in that immediate region that would hold it effectively enough for testing. We had to go as far south as St. Louis just to get a decent bite with the machine. And but these days, it's a whole nother animal. And Total Venue Concepts has really just redefined the genre. Congratulations on everything you guys have achieved, and much future success to you.
Definitely. Like I say, it's.
She's going to go get this out of the way so she can get back into Pro ET action where she still is alive. 820 the number, 820 with a 5. Josie all over it. Outstanding run for Brooks. Jim Bernier and Chad Otts. Otts, a former national champion here. He's on Pooter. Adams Family Racing backing. He's got his #1 henchman out there, Matt Smith, lining him up, spotting him. They got all that Fast by Gas sponsorship. Heck, they own half of Mississippi over there. Bernier's in. Otts. Oh, both riders getting a green light. Who's got what for the finish line? Otts. Breakout by Bernier. Otts taking the dub. Chad Otts moving on into the next round. Next pair, we got Seth Buscieri coming out of the MJ Performance Center. Big Mike turning the screws on that. And then you've got Juan Cintron in the right lane on his Kawasaki. Loving that slider. Juan can weld 2 pieces of wood together. He can weld anything you put in front of him. Nobody moving in too quick. There's Cintron. Buscieri pushing it, but he's in. Oh, Seth goes red. Juan Cintron left too early as well, but less painful. then Bushieres, 8:21 with a 7. Outstanding pass for Cintron. Cintron would have went red had Seth not. Seth went 033 red. Juan went 014 red. This is a case of first or worst, and it is Juan prevailing. Seth had a great pass, 8:23. They were both on the number. Tough battle right there. All right. Braden, he's just out here trying his best to make all the old guys look bad. Braden Davis next up in the right lane, and he's got another OG of OGs. He's got Chick Jones in the left lane. Chick getting it up on the tire and moving it up there. All right, this is going to be a battle. Braden Davis on the Dave Young, Dave's Auto Body motorcycle. And there you go. There you go. Chick, left side. Braden, right side. Green lights. This is an outstanding drag race right here. 8:22 to 8:25. George Jones gave it his all. That was outstanding. 8:22 with a 2. Chick had an 019 light, and he was second out of the gate. Braden was 018. Margin of victory down there was 3 thou. That was a really good race. George Jones, nothing to be ashamed of there. Braden Davis moving on the next round, and he will face Josie Brooks in the quarterfinal round. We've got our first pair lined up, and Josie will carry lane choice due to her having the better number in relation to the dial-in. Scotty DeLong right side and Steve Breakstone in the left lane. Scott, more traditional slick and wheelie bar bike. Scott, Steve Breakstone having the no wheelie bar ZX14 left side. Wow, what a race. DeLong, 8:25. It was 8:25 with an 02 light. Breakstone was 8:26 with an 02 light. Woo.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Now, with a guy who has made major waves in motorcycle drag racing for quite some time, and recently has also endured a tragedy when we saw his shop burn down several years ago. He has come back hard. He has decided to continue to show what he's capable of, and of course I'm talking about none of
Minor. He qualified 14th. Dwayne Schmidt was qualified 3rd. Some tough customers right here. Green lights. Win for Schmidt.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I have another very fascinating gentleman to talk to right here, right now. And this is one of those behind-the-scenes players that I like to refer to who they're not necessarily in the limelight, but they are extremely influential and essential to our sport. And this is none other than the man behind Timblin Chassis, Walt Timblin, who is somebody who I've known and been racing with for practically a lifetime. When did you start building chassis, Walt?
I think 1994 I went full-time.
1994 full-time, so we're talking about 30-plus years by now.
Yep, 30-plus years.
And in that time, do you have an idea of how many chassis you've built? Even just a working idea?
Bill, I did for a while, and I just lost count. I mean,
I know what you mean.
We started with conversions back in the day, you know, of course, and then we went to top gas was a big deal, and then top eliminator with the Matt Smith years come along, and we done everything in top eliminator and outlaw, and then pro mods. Built a couple of funny bikes, Travis Davis being one of the first ones.
Of course. Which is longtime customers, Davis family.
22 plus years old, sitting right down there in the pit.
Wow. And, when he was as old as Braden. Yeah.
Older. He wasn't thought about for about 4 years. Yeah. But he's about 20. So then we got back into the turbo deal. It kind of rejuvenated and built several top, turbo bikes, and they've done well. And
that they have.
People all over the world have took notice of what we've done, and it's blown it up all over the world.
Well, it's amazing to watch. Of course, I used to ride bikes like this back in the day, and may do it again. Who knows? But what I'm getting at here is back then in the 90s and stuff, we were still really learning what we were doing with chassis and horsepower. And, one of the things that has made a huge advance is the stability of the chassis. A lot of the stuff we rode back then, it was snaky. It took some great courage sometimes to swing a leg over one of those. And I'm not taking anything away from modern riders. I'm actually commending the chassis builders and just the big picture to have developed bikes that are much more capable, much more stable, much more consistent and repeatable. And, on that note, Walt, what would you say is the primary difference between a bike like this, which is designed to handle a turbo bike that makes a lot of power on the big end, and on mid-track? What's the primary difference between this chassis approach and, for instance, a Pro Mod nitrous chassis?
Twin ET action. Lindbergh Simmons in the Burns lane. He's away green. DeLong trying to chase him down. Green light for DeLong. Oh, a breakout for DeLong. 6 under. Lindbergh Simmons, 1642 on a 1642. No idea how you could possibly do that. Lindbergh punches his ticket to the final with a dead-on shot. And he's going to race one of these two guys right here. Defending Series champion Larry Berger in the left lane. He's up against Kevin Jones in the right lane. Jones gets the spot. Berger, can he chase him down? Wow, what a lead. Kevin Jones was 004 red, but Larry Berger with the true start was 017 red. The win to Jones. 12.04.8 on a 12.05. He was 2 thou under, and he was 4 thou from perfect on the light. So outstanding package there. Larry was all over his game as well. Larry pounds out a 45 on a 48. Finishes in a semifinal finish at the first race as he defends his national championship. We're going to move directly into Street ET very shortly. I would like to get my 460 bikes. 460 bikes. I need a catch-up round out of the remaining riders that are left. 460 bikes. There's probably going to be about 6 or 7 of you left. We're going to run you directly behind the ET bikes. 460 only. Let's bring that back to the lanes. Remaining riders in 460 for round 3. Let's get them back to the lanes. Got Street ET on a ladder. We'll get them paired and we'll roll them down through. If you are in this round of Street ET, you're officially late. Need to be up here. Pro ET, same thing. Down there on a ladder, let's get them paired. Let's get them moved down through. Brett Bennett taking the dub there. Whew, murder on the tree, 005. Put him through to the next round. We are in Voodoo Custom Street ET. Looking to pare this class down in half again. Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET, you're next up. Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET next up. I need my 460 riders remaining in competition. I need you guys and gals to bring them back up. We're gonna knock a round out and catch you guys up. Jeremy England from Ohio, left side in the Burns lane. Javante Jones, Georgia runner, right lane. Jeremy building some mile an hour to a win. 9:15 on a 9:15. Javante 9:94 on a 9:90, and Javante had 400s in the bank. Jeremy England turned the light on by 4th thou. There's some tough bracket racing right there. Good job, Jeremy England. Moving on. Mike Hansen, left side. He's down 8:47. He really was moving on in both sides of that Gamblers race. And Joaquin Ortiz, that name, it just keeps coming around. Good drag race right here. Again, green lights. And give it to Joaquin, 5 off. 9:45 on a 9:40. Hansen unable to run the number, 8:55 on an 8:47. They were both 0-2 on the tree. Just tough competition here in Voodoo Custom Street ET. No other way to put it. Bernard Gilbert from Georgia, left side. Steve Usher, also from Georgia. This is Atlanta bragging rights here. Somebody's going to be bragging, somebody's going to be whining right here. These two guys raced off against each other for years. Oh, give it to Gilbert, 893 on an 893. Great drag race. Usher runs off 943 on a 938. Again, both riders were 0-3 on the tree this time. Kevin Jones, right lane. Charlie Brown, left side. Charlie, number 0088, he's dialed 939. Both riders away clean. Jones dialed 940, they're nearly even. Jones, 949 for the W. 949 on the 940. Brown, 951 on the 939 in a losing effort. Next pair up, Voodoo Customs, Street ET action. Guys and gals looking for the hardware. Greg Crawford, left side, Gregory Crawford. Brian Miner, back. 840 dial. Brian's dial scared him. Crawford goes red, Miner advances. Miner, 836 on an 840. Moving on to the next round. Reggie Daniel in the Burns lane. Jeremy Davis, local runner here in the Strange lane. Davis, 881 dial. He's got to wait. Daniel, 1035 dial. Daniel, out and gone. Can Davis catch him? The answer is yes. Davis moving on with a 909 on his 881. Daniel off pace, 1061 on a 1035 dial. And it looks like we've got the legal buy run to close out Voodoo Custom Street ET. Looks like the legal buy run going to be taking his hit at the racetrack. That's Taylor Harper. Earn that buy run based on reaction time in the previous round, and sometimes you need a buy run. There you go. Green light starts, so he advances. That may be the mulligan that he needed. Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET, you're next up. Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET, you're next up, and you are on a ladder. I need Pro Ultra 460 bikes back to the lanes. Pro Ultra 460 bikes back to the And just like that, we turn the corner into Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. This is round 3 action. Categories laddered after second round. Dial it yourself. Hope you dialed it right. Hope you hit the tree. And hope you make it close. Sounds really easy on paper, but it's as hard as losing weight to actually get it done. It is not easy. Some of the best in Pro ET out here with us this week at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Joe Clemmy. Joe turning it sideways off the start line. Gets a break. Cunningham turns it red by 009. Clemmy advances 941 on a 912 to move on. Cunningham was 864 on an 864 with a 009 pink light. But that is why we race him on the racetrack and not on paper. Clemmy moving on. Bob Burt, the retired man from Clearwater, Florida. Bob's been doing it a long time. Roy Hagedorn, now they've been running against each other for a long time. This could play out anywhere over the last 40 years. And it is the Drag Hag, 899 on an 890 for the dub. Bobby Burt, 924 on a 916. They were both sharp on the light. Hag had the tree, 016 to 028. And Roy continuing to do what he's done for the last 40 years to us guys at Sunshine and DeSoto. Just keeps pounding us. Hagedorn moving on. Steve Breakstone next, left side. Dwayne Leachman, Wildwood, Florida, right side. Local runner here, and they're both on ZX14 powered bikes. Breakstone goes red, 016. Leachman, W. 852 on an 854. Leachman's loaded. 872 on an 865 to end Steve Breakstone's day here. Good little drag race right there. And once again, we get another view of Braden Ike and Ryan Anything Davis. This is his family bike, Kawasaki, that he normally runs at Super Comp. He's dialed 892. Well, what else? Kevin Adams. It's going to be a tough little drag race right here. Adams 878 dial in. And he goes 016 red, Braden red lights. Adams was 009 green, 869 and an 878. He was definitely holding a chunk. Braden 886 on the 892. He too had some in the bag. Guys are having to deal with this wind moving around, not sure which way it's coming at any given time, so a lot of riders holding a lot back. Kevin Adams moving on to the next round, and Braden Davis's day is done in this category. Good little drag race right there. Let's see what the next pair holds. Gonzalez left side for the W. 863 on 857. Ryland Rowe 895 on an 890. Ryland was 015 on the tree and he was behind by a full 100th. Pablo 005. Two very, very tough racers, and only one advances. That's the thing about it. Don't care how close you are, if you're not close enough, you don't advance. Competition break here. I understand his opponent unable to make the call. So that's Kevin Peterson, Clearwater, Florida, going to be able to take the W. He's dialed 925. Belts out a 930 on the 925 to move on. 460 riders to your lane for pairings. As soon as you're paired, please push it up. 460 riders, push them up as soon as you're paired. Ricardo Marte left side, Mike Hansen right lane. Marte goes red, 011 red. Hansen advancing 853 on an 855 dial. Mike Hansen moving on. Ricardo Marte's day is done in Pro ET. D-Mac Horta left side, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., local hero. Everybody's pulling for Junior. DJ. D-Mac, what do you say? D-Mac says sorry. Horta taking the dub back to Bradenton. 913 on a 917 double breakout. He's 4 under. Schmidt had to go 5 under to take the light. He was 2 behind on the tree, so it spelled defeat. Don Horta moving on. Dwayne Schmidt Jr.'s day is over in this category. And it looks like I got my 460 guys. Lopez turns it pink, 004, but his day is done. 880 on an 875 is done. Seth Buscieri strolling on the 820 dial. It was 815 for the win. Luke David, the #1 auto mechanic in Manatee County, Florida. Luke's Auto Repair. Good to see Luke back out of here. He is a former Manufacturers Cup Pro ET National Champion. He's dialed a 924. Dalton Markham, right side, dialed an 895. One of these two is looking for a spot in the next round. Actually, they're both looking for it. One's gonna find it. The other is gonna go into the excuse book. And it is green lights. The finish line will tell us. Markham, 9 flat on an 895. David unable to run the dial. David had a full 2 and change on the reaction time, but Dalton got a little track prep ahead. Then we're going into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. I would like to call at this time, Sportsman Riders, you'll be next up. Sportsman Riders, you will be next up in our standard run order. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 is open for you at this time. Super Comp, you can bring them to the rear of lane 5. And Top Gas, lane 6 is open for you.
So we are looking at our champions this weekend, and this man right here, champion in 460, none other than Tyrone Lemons. What is your secret to your success in the 2025 season that took you to the #1 plate?
Consistency.
That'll work.
That's all I can say, consistency. And a lot of help from the family and friends. That got me to the point where I'm at right now, yeah.
Well, that's really what it takes. And I mean, nobody can say it better than that. Family, friends, without the support, we'd have dreams, but no reality, right?
Most definitely, most definitely.
So did you know, or did you have a strong feeling about midway through the season that you might have a shot at the plate, or did that kind of come around as a bit of a surprise to you?
I would say it's more of a surprise because we were working with 2 different bikes, and we was like trying to get both of them dialed in, and we just stuck with one, and it worked. It lasted the whole season. So we started off with one and ended up with another one, and it was more consistent than the other bike was. So we got one bike consistent, and that's what got us where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's easy to get spread too thin, ain't it?
There you go. Yes.
Well, you know, we're going to take a look at all of our champions here, of course, throughout the course of the weekend. But this guy right here, I was so proud of you when you made it to that #1 last year. And I mean, and it wasn't clear who was going to be the winner until that last race, was it?
No, it definitely wasn't, because competition was so fierce. It's like it was ups and downs all the time. So the competition is really there in 460.
Well, and, you know, Tyrone's absolutely correct. I mean, it's not my place to say, but I'll say it. I think 460 is the most competitive class out here. It certainly has the most attention from all the top players. So I'll tell you what, you got a lot to be proud of, my man.
Hey, I sure appreciate it, and appreciate the Man Cup and y'all help, and hope I can do it again this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't count them out. Tyrone Lemons, your 2025 Man Cup Pro 460 champion. Congratulations again, brother. Thank you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
So we just saw an interesting round, an interesting pairing that really didn't turn out the way we would have liked it to. And of course, that was with the Davis family here. We've got, of course, Travis and Braden. Braden, by the way, congratulations on that #1 in Super Cup. Braden just won an 890 with a 0. First lap off the trailer, locked up the #1 qualifying position. Kind of anticlimactic for the rest of the class, because even if somebody else goes 890 with a 0, they can't knock him out. He's still #1. But what we're here to talk about was that Pro Comp Pass. We'll talk more about Pro Comp and what that all means now. But, of course, Pro Comp has basically replaced what we used to call Pro Mod and Pro Open. So what exactly happened? It seems like parts flew out of it. You almost locked up the rear wheel. What happened to the old Turbo Funny Bike?
Well, what we done is, you know, we broke the motor in it last year, so I just got it all back together, and we come race this race with it. And I got a brand new chain sitting over there in the box, and I elected not to put it on because they stretch bad, you know. So broke the chain, hit the back of the cases, and didn't break nothing that we can see. So we should be good to go tomorrow again, and put a new chain on it, and maybe it'll go down the track this time.
Wow, what, you know, really amazing that you avoided a lot of damage, because as your dad John was saying, it wadded up around the rear wheel while you were slowing to a stop, and could have been a lot more damaging, huh?
Yeah, it could have, and I didn't even really know that. I thought the chain may have broke, and I looked back and I didn't see it dragging. I didn't hear anything, and I mean, about the time I got stopped is whenever it got hung up back there, and luckily I was almost stopped when it done it. So it could have been pretty bad.
Yeah, that could have been a lot uglier. So, but Braden, what happened on your side of the track? Because, you know, obviously he had problems. You didn't particularly go either. What happened?
You know, we just kind of been studying over some data over the winter and just kind of noticed, you know, we didn't think we were getting as much nitrous as we thought we should be. So we went in there, kind of found a problem, and we wanted to try a bigger nitrous fitting, and we turned it down to where we thought would be reasonable. And as soon as I let the button go, it annihilated the tire. So we're going back to what we know tomorrow.
Understandable. So you were looking for reasonable and you got unreasonable.
Very much so, yes.
So was it just too much power, or do you think the track wasn't there, or just too far out of your tune-up at that point?
Just, you know, really underestimated what that line was going to do, that fitting, I should say. You know, we thought, like I said, we thought we turned it down, you know, enough, and there was, if you look at the graph, there's a big difference at the nitrous pressures between the two fittings. So we underestimated it, but that's okay. We think everything's fine. We'll get it fixed up tonight and send her down through there tomorrow.
Outstanding. And of course, what we're seeing here with this amazing father-son matchup is what we would like to see Pro Comp continue to be in the future, which is the matchup of turbo versus nitrous versus pretty much whatever people want to bring. Pro Comp really harkens back to the old days, and like I said, we'll talk more about what all that means, where we ran all these disparate...
is huge because the winner of this pair punches his ticket to the final. He will be the legal buy run in the semifinal round. So I can assure you both of these riders know that. They're probably going to squeeze the trigger a little tighter. Matt Smith getting a lucky break with barbed wire not in the beam just yet. That might be all it takes. Or does he have problems over there? Brian Smith's bike is able to break out all the time. Matt Smith liable to push the tree. Does Matt go red and Brian Smith, the golden voice of the national anthem, move to the semifinal, move to the final? Or does the doghouse with Fast by Gas Power get it done? There you have it, and it is a drag race, and it is Doghouse Adams Family Racing. Matt Smith was 016, and guess what? He was late. Brian Smith 015. Brian Smith 463 flat, just not enough. Matt Smith's 461.8 taking the measure. 011 the finish line down there. Matt Smith punches his ticket to the final round. He will take on someone in the final, and we don't know who those players will be yet, but there it is. Mantez Thompson Sr., left side. And Pops. Mike Wagner, right side. Wags qualified number 2. Thompson number 5. They both laid out 4.60s. Great drag race again. Oh, Lord. 460 on a 460 with the reaction time advantage. Mantez Thompson Sr. advances. Mike Wagner right there behind him. 0-2 on the tree, goes 462, but just not enough. Mantez Thompson Sr. had 9 thou before he would have broke out, and he got the job done. So he's got his ticket into the semifinals. He's either going to face England or Rodney. It's quite possible. Now, once again, here are the next 2 pair on the line. One qualified with a 460 with a 5, the other 460 with a 3. England. Rodney. No, something doesn't shift, and that is Rodney. Jeremy England backs off it. England had a big-time reaction time advantage. It might not have been Rodney's day anyway, but it does not matter as Smokin' Joe's bike doesn't shift. Jeremy England, semifinal berth against Mantez Thompson Sr. Mantez Thompson has the lane choice in that battle. And Big Matt Smith gets to just watch from the sideline to see who he's going to face in the final. Outstanding round there. I need my Super Comp bikes to lane 5. I should already have my Ultra Sportsman bikes to 4, and Top Gas is also open for those riders. Bring them to lane 6, please. Sportsman riders will be next on track.
Ah, look at this, huh?
I love motorcycle drag racing history, and it doesn't get much more historical than this pair right here. I am here with none other than the one and only Superbike Mike Keaty and his devoted wife Kathy, and this guy right here was one of the hottest players in Pro Stock Bike back in the day, and still one of what I think one of the most insightful thinkers we've had in the sport. You've always been somebody who I enjoyed listening to, learning from, watching.
Good technical talks, you and I, about a myriad of subjects.
Yes, it's really been something. And so you're showing me something you're working with here. Tell us more about that. Maybe we can get a little close up on the camera.
Well, what we do is we take the stock throttle bodies. In this case, it's a Gen 2 Hayabusa set. Stock bore is 44. I bore it smooth bore to 47 millimeter, and then I cut away half of the throttle shaft, and that gives it a 48 millimeter flow path. That's as most as you can get because now the walls are paper thin.
I can see we're getting down to the minimum.
That's less than half a millimeter there. But that's the way the stock ones are set up. So they're lighter. So anyway, on the full grudge package, we epoxy all the holes. Most of the grudge race guys, they don't use the second nozzles. They just stay with the original lower nozzles. So that's the way they like it.
And it's amazing, you know, the factory throttle bodies on a Hayabusa are so capable, even with just a little massaging like this. You know, it's always kind of amazed me that an aftermarket set of throttle bodies has never really emerged as a player. You know, we haven't really needed them.
Well, these are worth about 25 horsepower gain on like a 1500, 1600 motor. So it's well worth it.
Absolutely. And of course, Superbike Mike, if you know your drag race history, was a pro stock master. And
yeah, we set our very first record right here, 154.63 in what, 1976 or something like that.
Wow, 50 years ago.
Yeah, now it's 50 miles an hour faster.
yeah, it's come a long way. And who's this little racer?
This is Angelica.
Hi, Angelica.
She's our youngest.
Looks
first time at the racetrack.
Well, I can see you giving her some hearing support there.
She was my pit crew at the races. Now I'm her pit crew at the dog shows.
Ah. Oh, she's a show dog.
She's a show dog in obedience.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Angelica. So just another look at one of the amazing historical figures in our sport. Mike, it's so good to see you out here. I appreciate you and everything you have brought to this sport. You have been an amazing contributor, as have you, Kathy.
And anything else I can do to be of any value?
Well, you've already given so much, but that's great to hear. Still making parts, still making horsepower after all these years. Superbike Mike Keaty.
Bragging rights coming up. So here we go. This is Dave Young with the legal buy run here. Dave Young on that legal buy, 954 on a 950 index. He will race the winner of the Joe Clemmy, Mike Curley pair. Once again, I need Jeremy England to the lanes for Ultra Sportsman, please. Jeremy England to the lanes for Ultra Sportsman. All right, next up on that racetrack, Matt Curley, left side. He qualified 15th with a 962. Joe Clemmy was your #1 qualifier, 950 with a 3. At this point in the game, throw to qualifying out. And that's exactly what Curley said. His 953 on a 950 index moves him on for a spot against Dave Young in the semifinals. He had the reaction time advantage, and Joe goes a 951 on the 950. So, you do know what that means. Thank you, Jeremy England, for getting up here expeditiously. This next pair, Jeremy England and D-Mac Horta. The winner here punches his ticket to the final. There's an earned buy run waiting for the winner of this pair. Who's going to get the job done? And here it is, final pair in the round. Here it goes, and once again, just as in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460, this pair carries extra weight. You gotta walk to the final if you win this quarterfinal run. That's how much pressure is on both these riders. Horta, England, and they got green lights. They're racing this one. What do we got? Finish line's gonna tell you that it is England's 38 breaking out by a chunk. Don Horta goes 9:27. He wasn't playing around. Jeremy England did have the reaction time advantage. England moves on, and he now has a spot in the final against whoever wins the other side semifinal. Outstanding job, both riders. Big time double breakout. Those are a couple riders who had a chunk in their back pocket and weren't afraid to show it. And we're moving into MTC Engineering Super Comp, and the old man slayer, Braden Davis, he's got another task in front of him. He's got Roy Hagedorn, Dalton Markham, Lindbergh Simmons, DJ Dwayne Schmidt Jr. and Santi Rodriguez, our chaplain, our RFC chaplain, having to take on one of the guys he races at this racetrack every time they have a points race. And John Upthegrove, same thing. Runs points here at Gainesville, and he's looking at that shiny yellow bike. He's like, I've seen this thing before. It's Groundhog Day. Top Gas riders remaining in competition. Lane 6 has been open for you. Lane 6 for remaining riders in Top Gas. Top Gas riders, let's bring them back to lane number 6, please. We'll get the next round out of the way for you guys, and here we go. The unmistakable yellow bike of Scott DeLong moving to the puddle in the strange lane. John Upthegrove. He'll take up into Burns lane. Upthegrove, newfangled Kawasaki ZX14. Street tire, no bar. DeLong, the wily old veteran. More traditional slick and bar super comp bike. riders very, very carefully moving in. They're in and they're gone. Green lights. Up the Grove. DeLong. DeLong 891 with a 2. Defeats the 880 with a 0 of Up the Grove. Up the Grove did what he could, but it wasn't enough. DeLong had a decided reaction time advantage and he made him pay. Scott DeLong punches his ticket and he'll actually face the winner of this pair. Both bikes already moving in. Rodriguez on the Fix-It Tech machine left side. Trouble for Rodriguez, might have left in the wrong gear. His day is over unless DJ breaks out, and he will not. 906 DJ moving on. Santi Rodriguez, unfortunately, may have left in the wrong gear. Bike did not move, react, or anything like it was supposed to do. It's something that every rider with a slider does at one time a year. Top gas, lane 6, please. Top gas to lane number 6. And at this point, I do want ET back in the lanes for your next round. Remaining riders in ET competition, once again, you're on a ladder. V-Twin, you're down to a final. We'll knock out another round of the ET competitors. Coming up behind Top Gas. But first, Lindbergh Simmons and Dalton Markham. Lindbergh, ZX14 bike. Street tire, no bar. Dalton Markham, traditional slick and wheelie bar setup. It worked for DeLong earlier in the round. Who's got this one? They both cut green lights. Markham 899, Besting and 891. So, you know what that means. Dalton had almost a 1/10 of a second in the bank on the reaction time, and he made him pay. Dalton Markham in the semifinals of MTC Engineering Supercomp. And here it is, Braden Davis trying to take the Social Security check out of yet another hand of the old guys club. Braden right side on the family Kawasaki. He's #1 qualifier right off the hit. Roy Hagedorn, truly a wily old veteran in the left lane on his Suzuki. It's outstanding to see Hagedorn here at a Manufacturers Cup race, and he is holding his own more than you ever know. Hagedorn is one heck of a racing machine. The drag hag. It's Braden Davis sending another Social Security recipient home. Braden 891 on an 890. Hagedorn was 007 on the tree and he was second off the line. Braden was 005 with an 891.7. Hag 892.1. What a close drag race. 6,000ths Braden turned the light on by. Braden Davis moving on. And he's got Dalton Markham. That'll be a battle of the young guns. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. facing off with Scott DeLong. That'll be your semifinals coming up in the not too distant future for MTC Engineering Supercomp. Top Gas, we need pairings. Top Gas and 6, we need you guys paired moving up. ET riders remaining in competition. Everything's on a ladder. Bring them to your respective lanes and let's get it on.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
Like
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
She had the legal buy run last round, and she welded that number. It's going to be a good drag race right here. Josie, former national champion in this category. We have got some serious girl power in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. As soon as you go thinking that you got an easy one with any of the gals that run Top Gas, they'll cut your throat out. They do not play around when it comes to performance and consistency. Davis left, Brooks right, 820, the fixed index, the counselor. Sure, he's tuned in his ivory tower in St. Louis, looking over the entire St. Louis area criminal justice system. Kenny Schwartz, the Gold Chains King. For decades, he was with his henchman, Dar. Here we go. Braden Davis blinking it. Josie pre-staged. Moving in, they're in, and they're gone. And it is a green light race. Who's got what? Josie Brooks, 8260. She was 200ths behind on the tree. I thought it might have been over, but that's why she was the champ. Braden Davis, nice pass, 826 with an 011 light. Josie, 037 on the tree, goes 826 flat. The margin was 000. So that's how close they race. Outstanding job by Josie Brooks moving on. Braden Davis now no longer a part of the Top Gas equation. DJ left side, DeLong right side. Oh man, there's some serious bragging rights going on right here. DJ in trouble. Something not right with his bike. DeLong taking the dub. You saw DeLong looking back. He was not breaking out. Scott DeLong moving on. Something bad awry with Schmidt's bike, but, and that was Dwayne Schmidt Sr., excuse me, that was not DJ. Scott DeLong was 008. Scott DeLong came to play. No doubt about it. The outlaw Josie Brooks has all her fans all over the world. They Tune in from everywhere. Everybody looking for a shot at the title. Chad Ott's next up. Adams Family Racing on Pooter. Ott's qualified 13 with an 8:23. John Markham. He was your number 5 qualifier, 8:22. Green lights are looking at each other. Who's taking it? And it is Ott's for the win, 8:16.9. Less of two evils, 8:15.6 for Markham. Markham had 7th thou on the tree. Markham was 04. Ott's 05, but Ott's shows why he was a former champion in this category. Juan Cintron having trouble. There he goes. He gets it lit at the 11th hour. Dalton Markham very patiently waiting, but the clock is running. Oh, he's got it up on the tire. This will be a drag race. Juan Cintron, let's see if he's not rattled. Those type of situations are not good on the psyche. Dalton Markham patiently waiting in the Burns lane. Very patiently waiting. He's almost like a vulture on the wire, waiting to pounce.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
It is a final in V20, T. As soon as we've got those competitors back in the lane, we're going to motor them down through there. Final round here in Advanced Sleeve V-Twin Eliminator. Lindbergh Simmons 1642 gets to go a long way down the drag strip. Kevin Jones. Kevin and Mrs. Jones and the transmission are not on the same page. Lindbergh for the W. Kevin Jones, transmission acting up, couldn't make a gear change out in the middle of the racetrack, and he wound up going way off his dial. Congratulations, Lindbergh Simmons. He did give up a reaction time disadvantage. It was Kevin Jones's to take, but the machine let him down. So, Lindbergh Simmons, your champ in Advanced Sleeve V-Twin. 10:28 musters the power to get the win done. 12:39 Moats way off pace. And that is Reed Harper moving on. Reed Harper moving on. Joaquin Ortiz left side down 944. Jeremy Davis, winner here, will face Harper. Green lights. Finish line. Jeremy Davis 884 on an 881. Ortiz broke out, but Davis reaction time advantage got the job done. Pro ET riders, do need you in your lane. Pro ET should be stacking and racking them in lane 4 to get the job done. I see we've got the big iron up there for the pros. I do need my Ultra 460 remaining riders and competitions to the lanes immediately. Ultra 460 riders remaining in competition. Let's get it to the lanes immediately. Clemens left side, Gilbert right side. Gilbert 893. Gonna watch Clemens leave. Couldn't watch it long enough. Gilbert turns it red, 013 red. Clemens was 085 to the good, goes 945 on a 947. He was dialed. Brian Miner left side, Brett Bennett right lane. Brett's gonna think a freight train passed him down there. Well, no he's not, because Miner goes red and his day is done. Brett Bennett moving on, dialed 935, goes 954. He was for the taking. Brian Miner off pace 885, he cut it early at 145. Brett Bennett moves on. Next pair up, Jeremy England, who is staying alive. He's like the Bee Gees. England on his Hayabusa entry. Against what looks to be a ZX14 in the strange lane, strangely enough. Kevin Jones dialing it in at a 940. England dialed 915. Green and green. going to have a finish line race. England's taking a peek already. 9:20, it's England. Takes the W. All right, that sets up the quarterfinal action in Street ET. Davis will carry lane choice over Reed Harper. Mr. Clemens has got a bye run to the semifinals. And Jeremy England with lane choice over Bennett. That is your quarterfinal action coming up in Street ET. Ultra 460 bikes remaining in competition. Let's get them to the lane. Ultra 460, it's time. Going to run you directly behind this Robinson Industries Pro Comp Final, father-son. Who's going to be washing dishes? Who's going to be washing cars? Maybe it's time for Dad to, take all the toys away. I know I would. I wouldn't want to race Braden Davis. First pair up, Dwayne Leachman, regular racer, and Tom Clemmy, who is now a regular racer here, I think. Green lights and good ones too. Clemmy, 955 on a 950, and he was 01 on the tree. Leachman a bit further off after his 03 on the tree. Leachman's day comes to an end. Next pair up, it's going to be a pair of Kevins. Kevin here, Kevin there, Kevin everywhere. Kevin Adams, left side down from Ohio, dialed 870. Kevin Peterson, Clearwater, Florida, dialed 929. Oh, Peterson turns it pink, 008 red. 008 red. His day is done. He goes 933 on a 929. Adams was 030. Goes 872 on an 870. Seth Bouchieri, left lane. He's dialed 817. Mike Hansen, right lane, down an 855. There are 8-second runners right here. And you win this round, you got a bye run. And the win goes to Hansen. Bouchieri goes red. Hansen, 851 on an 855. Hansen will carry the bye in the quarterfinal round, which will be coming up not too long from now, as soon as we can get them back type of club. D-Mac Horta, left side, and Pablo Gonzalez. Right side, Pablo. Right lane, something coming out of the previous machine. They're having to do a little cleanup in the strange lane. They're on the start line. Horta waiting very patiently. Horta and Gonzalez for an opportunity to face off against Clemmy. At the finish line, couple great reaction times. Pablo 9:09 on a 9:12, breaking out, taking the win. He had slightly worse reaction time. Excuse me, that's Horta taking the win, 9:09 on a 9:12. Gonzalez was better on the tree by a couple thou, but he broke out. Drag Hag and Dalton Markham, another one of these kids trying to take out the old guy. Hag 886 breaking out by 4. Markham pushed under by 6. Hag had the reaction time advantage by nearly 2. .460 riders, we're going to be pulling you guys out next. I've had the Robinson Industries Pro-Com final waiting very patiently. And word has come that there'll be just a quick groom on the racetrack by Ralph from Total Venue Concepts. Gonna just put a touch on this racing surface for you. This will be a final, an all Davis family final, all Georgia final. Like I say, Pops may want to pull a little bit back here and, you know, rein the kid in. Boy, I wouldn't want to run him.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Ah, look at this, huh?
Semi-final action in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Congratulations, Travis Davis, taking the win in Robinson Industries Pro Comp. Took everybody out. Mantez Sr., Jeremy England. Green lights a pair. Mantez 462 with a 004 light. England was 022, and that spelled demise. Mantez Thompson Sr., 462 with a 3. Cutting the gas early, only 142. I need Ultra Sportsman to your lane, please. All Sportsman riders. Ultra Sportsman, Super Comp, and Top Gas, you will be next up. Jeremy England and Don Horta, we need you two riders to complete our Ultra Sportsman field. So we know Jeremy just went down the racetrack, hasn't been picked up, but Don Horta, let's get you back up to the lanes. In England, switch bikes, get on back up here. You can just park the 460, there's no service needed. And Matt Smith decides to make a full pull on his legal buy run. Matt Smith, smooth as glass. 461, and he garners lane choice. Smith has lane choice in the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final. I do need Matt Smith and Mantez Thompson Sr. Service your machines, and let's get them back up here about 6:30 to put a wrap on 460. Sportsman riders, you're next up. I need Jeremy England and Don Horta for Ultra Sportsman, and if you're still alive in Super Comp, let's get you to the lanes. Top Gas to your lane as well. At this point, it is win and return so we can crown our champions. Let's get the job done, the job at hand. Finish the event, crown champions, and look forward to the second Man Cup event of the year. That'll be at the Steele, Alabama 8th Mile facility up in northern Alabama. Relatively hometown for the Thompson family and many others that come from up that way. Hope to see each and every rider there as we continue garnering points to do what we just did last night, crown champions at the end of the year. And here we go in Ultra Sportsman action. Matt Curley's been just getting a job done from the number 15 qualifying position. Curley in the Burns lane. Dave Young getting his job done from the number 9 qualifying spot. Green lights. Quarter mile timers. Who's on the 950? Oh, it is Curley on a breakout with Dave Young go 7th thou under. Dave Young did actually have the room to give that, but he went 7th thou under. He was behind on the tree. Hurley was almost 400ths better on the tree. Young did what he could, but Matt Curley moves on with a 954. Need a representative from Jeremy England's team to let us know if you're going to take the bye run or not. If you are, the clock is running for you to get to the lanes. If you're going to forego that bye run, just let us know. But at this point, the clock is on for you to get to the lane. And we are looking for Braden Davis in Super Comp. Need to switch out the equipment and make it up to get this round of Super Comp in the books, please. Braden Davis, we need you to lanes as quick as you possibly can. In word from the lanes, Jeremy England is foregoing his legal bye in Ultra Sportsman, so there you go. We have a final set up for that right now. So Ultra Sportsman As soon as that final's ready, bring it up to your lane, and we will slide you through. In the meantime, Super Comp is suiting up in lane 5. Got a battle of local heavy hitters looking for bragging rights. And then battle of the young guns. That's what we got battling. We got Super Comp on the line. This is now for a spot in the final round. First up, Battle of the Gainesville Regulars. Scott DeLong, your number 6 qualifier. DJ goes red, and so did DeLong, but DeLong was 4 thousandths later. DeLong cuts gas early, 10:05. DJ was loaded for Bear. He goes 884. He had the dial covered, but he went 015 red. DeLong was 011 red, but less of two evils right there. DeLong in the final, besting is Bestie in the semis. And here we go. Now, a couple of young guns. Braden Davis just let his dad win. Figured he'd go easy on the old man. I mean, you know, can't win every class, so he says, you know what, I'll let Pops have one. You know, throw him a bone. He's in the left lane, Burns lane, and standing in his way is Dalton Markham, who's just been on a tear. Dalton has been knocking him dead, getting his machine through the rounds. Spent quite a few days here in Florida, a little family vacation before the event. Little R&R has done Dalton good. This is the Young Guns. Had the local battle last pair. Got the Young Guns now. Dalton Markham. He qualified at the bottom of the field because he couldn't slow down enough. Braden Davis put it on the pole right from the hit. Kawasaki for Davis. I think that's Busa powered for Dalton, but we're not sure. Both riders moving in. And we've got green lights. This is a finish line race. Dalton Markham, 8.893, 0.004 to the better than Braden Davis. Braden Davis, 8.899. Dalton was 0.18 and he was dead late. Braden, 0.002 on the tree. Just took a tick too much stripe. Super close race, 4th thou in elapsed time. Dalton Markham. Finals, DeLong has lane choice. Markham and DeLong in the finals. DeLong with lane choice. We need that Super Comp final back just as quick as you can. Remaining riders in Pro ET and Street ET. Let's get them back up and stacked up for your next round of eliminations. You will go after Top Gas. Remaining riders in Pro and Street ET. Let's get them into your lanes respectively. You're going to go after Top Gas. right, Voodoo Custom Street ET quarterfinal action in the puddle. And once again, we've got one of these 5-bike coming back, and this pair right here, these guys go from the quarterfinal round with a win. They're in the final. Winner here punches his ticket to the final. Earn by run awaits the winner of this pair. Jeremy England, left lane, up against Brett Bennett in the right lane. No pressure, guys. None at all. England dialed 9:15, Bennett 9:35. 2/10 head start going to the strange lane. And it is a green light drag race. England's looking over before the 8th mile. And England gets it done. 9:20 on a 9:15 dial for the win. Jeremy was 0-1-2, and that gave him a pretty big advantage on the tree, and he parlayed that into a win. Jeremy England moves on directly to the final round. He has the legal bye in the semis. Next pair looking for a spot in the other half of a semifinal. Local runner Jeremy Davis left side, and that's Reed Harper in the right lane. Pops looking on, Mr. Super Comp himself. Green lights. This is a drag race right here. Finish line is going to give us a win to Jeremy Davis. Reed was uncharacteristically late on that. Probably a little shaky from that bog on the last round, but Jeremy Davis is one half of a semifinal. And Mr. Clemens with the legal bye run, he is the other half. So the remaining riders in Street ET, although we're not even done with the round, service them and get them back. England, let us know if you want your bye or not. And if you want to just forego it, we'll run the semifinal and you'll be waiting on the final. Pro ET riders, need you in your lane. Top gas. At this point, I got to put Dalton Markham on the clock if you're not in the lanes. All right, Pro ET moving to the puddle. Hard times, parts and service, Pro ET. All right, great job, Dalton Markham, getting back to the lane. So Top Gas, you're on standby. You're going to run directly behind this Pro ET pack. In Pro ET this round, Mike Hansen earns the legal bye. Joe Clemmy in the puddle. Burns lane. Down Horta. Strange lane. And yes, Top Gas will be up next. The Schwartz Law Group Top Gas category. Kenny Schwartz, the only one capable of taking on Morgan & Morgan and winning. He won the infamous gold chains case back in 1995. Freed all of the delinquents of Ohio in one day. Clemmy, left side. Horta, right side. Horta, 909. He's going to watch Clemmy go. Clemmy, 951. Still working off of his Ultra Sportsman index. Big Joe moved down to Jacksonville. Good little drag race right here. Boy, green lights a pair. Don Horta, 910 on a 909, and the Horta tribe goes wild. They've been watching Pops do it since they were little monsters at the track. Now they're just big monsters. Joe Clemmy was 008, and he was 4 off his dial. D-Mac was there. He had 038, and he ran a 910. He was there. Don Horta moving on. And if that's not good enough news, Horta has the bye run into the final. Kevin Adams' machine is on the clock, officially on the clock. Left lane, you stage it, you can go. Hagedorn, very patiently, very sportsmanlike, waiting on him. Roy dialed 887. Kevin quicker on the street bike. Roy, the ultimate sportsman, waited it out. Adams obviously had enough trouble. Hag will not give this away. He already took a peek. It's over. Hagedorn. It'll be Hagedorn and Hansen in the semifinal round. Tough break for Kevin Adams. Kevin Adams, something went awry on that machine and he knew it. Unfortunately, Kevin Adams out of competition due to a mechanical break. Mike Hansen, legal bye run. He will face Roy Hagedorn in the semis. Don Horta has the bye run. The Schwartz Law Group Top Gas semifinal is next up. All right, we're down to a lot of finals. All of those finals, if your machines are ready to go, bring them to the lanes. We will run you just as soon as you get it to the lanes. All riders in all categories that are left in competition, let's get back to the lanes and let's get it done. All riders, all categories. No need to wait around at the trailer to be called. Just get it back up here. Let's get it on. And speaking of getting it on, Kenny Schwartz says bang a gong right now. Here's a couple that have been beaten up on the counselor in Top Gas these last couple years. Josie the Outlaw Brooks, all the way down from Canada to make the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. What do you think that fuel bill was? Great to see Josie and her team back out. Jim Bernier making the trip with them. Acquitted himself very well during eliminations. But over there in the Burns lane stands a former national champion. Josie was your pole sitter. She was 820 with a 6 and just seemed to take right off where she left. Number 1 qualifier. Chad Otts, he was your number 13 qualifier with an 823. They're in, they're gone. Chad goes pink, 009 red. It's over. Josie, 825. Chad goes 820 with a 0. 8200 in the losing effort to throw a little bit of salt in that wound. He was 009 red. Josie was 029 to the green and only an 825. She was there for the taking. Big trap speed, 167 on that. Well, one of these two guys is going to take the other lane versus Josie. And it'll take an 8253 to get lane choice. Dalton left side, DeLong right side. DeLong can go down this drag strip with his eyes closed. He's done it so many times. Dalton looking over at him. Markham 828.7, besting the 828.8. Dalton had 300ths in the bank that was his to win, and he did it. Dalton Markham final round with Josie Brooks. Brooks has lane choice. Brooks will carry lane choice into that final. And once again, that's a final. As soon as you guys and gals get them serviced, bring them up, we will run you. All finals, all categories. If you're ready, bring it to the lanes. No need to wait.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
.950 final. Matt Curley left side. Jeremy England, Ultra Sportsman action. England for the dub. England was 009 on the tree, goes 951. Curley did what he could to get there, but his 062 spelled defeat in comparison to England's 009. Jeremy England, your Ultra Sportsman winner. Congratulations, Matt Curley, on your runner-up. All right. Alabama's in the house. They're ready to take on anybody. Pop showed the kid how it was done first round when you step up and run in the big boy shoes. So, looks like our Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 is going to be on deck. And Mantez Thompson Sr. says, bring it on. And Matt Smith. I mean, Mississippi scared of Alabama, just say so. Wave that white flag of surrender if you need to. But Matt Smith, we need you to the lane. Get this final round action of an incredible Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 field. So many 460s on that qualifying ladder. That was pretty impressive. And it looks like we may have the Matt Smith monster coming around the corner, because here comes some of his team, the Adams Family Racing team. Street ET and Pro ET riders, I do need you back. You guys have one more round to go than everyone else, so we need to get you guys back up here. All riders, all categories, we need you back. And Matt Smith has...
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
you go. The final two in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. It comes down to this. Will the sun, still brightly on the top of the tree, will that play anything into it? Mantez is in the pre-stage. He qualified 5th with a 460 with a 5. Matt Smith, your number 12 qualifier, 461 with a 5. Tree fully in sun, riders in shade. Could be a center field problem. Put me in, coach. Green lights a pair. And it is Mantez Jr. Excited beyond belief. Pops just won it. Congratulations, Mantez Sr. He had the reaction time advantage. Matt Smith did what he had to do, trying to push him under. Mantez was 0-1-0 on the tree and his 459.7. Again, cutting the gas early. Matt went 458.4. The greater of two evils, his 046 was his demise on the start line. Congratulations, Mantez Thompson Sr. taking the hardware home to Northern Alabama. Matt Smith, outstanding job in his own right. Final round here in the first race of the year. Street ET and Pro ET, once again, I desperately need you riders to the lanes to knock out one more round. You've got a catch-up round yet to go, Street and Pro ET. Thank you, Pro ET riders, for being there and ready to go. So we're going to cut that down. I understand D-Mac Horter is passing up on the bye. He will lose lane choice for the final. He doesn't seem to care at this hour. So we're going to look to see who's going to get the other lane in that final. And then I just need the same thing to happen with Street ET so we can get you guys and gals down to a final. We are down to all finals. Please bring your machines to the lanes. I see Josie, the outlaw. She's back up here. She's looking for her top gas dancing partner. So we do have Dalton Markham back up here for a final. So we'll run that top gas final. And he is still in the Super Comp final. So Markham has been on a roll today, but we got fire in the pipes. This is Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. Guy that's run Pro ET on the same motorcycle for 46 years is going to take up in the Burns lane. Roy Hagedorn bought that motorcycle brand new at Holiday Suzuki and has had it ever since. 1980 GS 1100. Lord knows how many passes that machine has on it. Hagedorn in the Burns lane. And Mike Hansen, he's got the newfangled stuff. It's like a ZX14 right lane. No bar, electric start. He's dialed 852, Hagedorn 887. Hag has used every trick in his book to keep on winning. Mike Hansen says it may be over now, but both riders turn the light green. Finish line will tell you. Hagedorn for the win, 8887, and he got there first. Hagedorn made it 9 thousandths at the finish line. He got there first, 888.7. Mike Hansen, 847 on an 852. So, you know what that means. Hag had 6+ in the bank on the tree, and he rarely misses on the finish line after 40+ years of it. Maybe 50 at this point. The Hag, he's in the final. You got Dalton Markham in one of his 2 Sportsman finals. This one will be the MTC Engineering Supercomp final at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Dalton Markham tearing it up in eliminations. And he's got home track hero Scott DeLong. Scott qualified number 6 in the field. It is a drag race. Nothing given away here. DeLong, 8.927, besting the 8.922. DeLong had nearly 100th on the tree, but not quite. DeLong takes the light by 2 thou. Congratulations, Scott DeLong, on the win. Dalton Markham on the runner-up here in Super Comp. They were 7:37.8 to 7:37.1 at the 1,000. So you can truly say they were welded together. Outstanding final round in Super Comp action. Josie just watched that happen. She's got Dalton next in Top Gas. Street ET semifinal pushing up, and that'll bring that down to a final. So we're down to the very short rows, very few more pairs to run to put an end to this outstanding season opening event. Congratulations to all winners, all runner-ups, and all of us that will move on next to Steele, Alabama for the next event on the Man Cup schedule. All right, we got, I think, Jeremy England has got the earned bye into the final, and he said you can have it. So he's going to watch these guys run, figure out who he's racing in that final of Voodoo Customs Street ET. Jeremy Davis dialed 884. Clemens has moved all the way over to the right side of the lane. Very, very interesting. He is dialed 947. Both riders carefully moving in, getting themselves situated. Here comes the tree. Oh, it's a red light start for Clemens. 037 red. Davis punches his ticket to the final. He will take on England. 897 on an 884. And Davis has lane choice in that final. Davis has lane choice. just waiting on Dalton Markham.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net. And here it is.
This is your Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET Final. The Mockney family motorhome is rumbling and bumbling down 75 right now, but yet they're tuned in. I don't know if that's legal or not, but Roy Hagedorn, Burns Lane, and Don Horta in the Strange Lane. This is for all the marbles in Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. If the Strange Lane lights up, the Horta clan will go bonkers. And there's just one giant rock standing in the way, and it's called Hagedorn. This is going to be a great drag race to conclude Pro ET. D-Mac with trouble, and Roy doesn't give him away. Hagedorn for the win. Hagedorn 908 on an 887, and he was 004 on the tree. Roy saved the very best for last. Congratulations, Roy Hagedorn, on that win. Don Horta must have had some type of transmission trouble that the bike either wasn't in gear, because when he went to leave, he left, but the bike did not. Don Horta, great job making it to that final round on your Exoticycle Hayabusa. Great job there. Hagedorn for the win. Horta, runner-up. And I see Dalton Markham, I think. No, that wasn't Dalton Markham. So Dalton, I need you to the lanes to run Top Gas. And Davis, you're on the clock now. Your 47 trips to the tower are now, that's being called in. You got 30 seconds, Davis. Dalton Markham for a final in Top Gas. Josie Brooks very patiently waiting. She's out here, not missed a beat. #1 qualifier and in the final. Former national champion with us. Dalton Markham on fire this weekend. Just lost the Super Comp final, so he's coming with a vengeance, I'd expect. Jeremy Davis, I got 2 passes to conclude this event. Champions are taking home the hardware. And there is Dalton Markham. He's in his second of 2 Sportsman finals right here. Josie Brooks standing in his way. And we're down to a Street ET final as well. Looks like Brooks will be in the right-hand lane. Markham in the Burns lane. Jeremy Davis, final call to the lanes, please. Jeremy Davis, final call to the lanes. And here we go. Final round time. Schwartz Law Group, top gas. Kenny the counselor, always in competition in this, but he's commissioned Rudy to step up to 460. You know, the counselor wouldn't do it without a turbo, so he'll be bringing a turbo with him to 460. He lived in top gas for decades with that turbo Suzuki. And here it is, the final round action in Schwartz Law Group, top gas. Dalton Markham, Burns Lane. Josie Brooks, Strange Lane. Josie, your number 1 qualifier, 820 with a 6. Dalton, number 10 qualifier, 822.7. And that is correct. All winners, all runner-ups. Your photographs get your smiling face at the Man Cup tent. Pictures are open and happening. Payout is at the Man Cup bus. See Broderick and get your pay. Get your hardware, get your picture, and get on the highway. Because trust me, the bills will be there Monday. We had a lot of fun here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Top gas final, they're moving in. Brooks is in. Markham in. Awesome job, both riders. Green lights a pair. It is Markham. Markham welded that tree, 005 green. Josie was a 10th behind it, so it was over before it started. Congratulations, Dalton Markham, 834 with an 8 for the win. He made it close down there, 013 close, way closer than it needed to be. Josie, 824.9. Could have been one of those situations, the sun on the tree got somebody finally. But both riders, amazing job. Dalton Markham for the win. Josie Brooks for the runner-up.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Here it is, the final of the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Jeremy England, left lane, Jeremy Davis, the battle of the Jeremies. And it is a battle. England already looking back, see if the tree was green. Oh, he's got a big time look back. And it is England, 6 over for the win. Jeremy Davis just couldn't run his number, goes an 898 on that 882, but England had almost one on the tree. They both had great lights. Congratulations, Jeremy England, and also congratulations, Jeremy Davis, a great job. England for the win, taking it home to the Buckeye State. Jeremy Davis, local runner here. Outstanding job on his runner-up, and that is it, folks. Thank you. Outstanding job getting this done. Thank you to the Gainesville Dragway staff, Total Venue Concepts in the house, taking care of the racetrack for us, and we'll see you at Steele, Alabama at the next Manufacturers Cup event presented by FuelTech.